Hello, 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 everybody. How's it going? Yeah. How's it going tonight? Huh? What's new? What's the haps? What's the word, bird? What's the deal, super wheel? I want to say hello to everyone. Happy Sunday night. It's been a long time since I've seen you. It's been almost, I don't know, almost 14 hours, 15 hours since I've been on. Let's see who we got here. We got SB Farmer. What's up? How's it going? Sharon Tyler. Hi, how you doing? Stephen Hilliard. What's up, buddy? Jay Schwartz. Hey, excited for the show. I am too. Pat Hacker. What's going on? S. Fontaine. Hello. Hello. Hey, I am Bob. Hello. None of your business. And Trumpinator. Colorado Mountain Girl. Hello. How are you doing? Got some shows, some shows, but got some news stories tonight to talk about. So we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get right in. We're gonna get right in. We're not gonna mess around. And anyway, before I jump right in head first, I just want to say, Mother Papillon, how you doing? Great to see you. You know, as everyone knows, there's a goal every night. We go around 2 hours, a little more than 2 hours. If we hit the goal with $75, we add an extra hour. For every $75, we add an extra hour. Any individual donation of $25 or more gets Bellavision activated, and $75 and all this stuff is anything. It's super chats, Rumble rants, memberships, gifted memberships, PayPal, Cash App, you name it. It's all in. Taylor, what's up? Hey, Dan Blackreed, how's it going? No Jabsky, how's it going? What's up? Goal, schmo, it's a thing. Yeah, it's just a thing. It's going to run. It's there. It's on the sting. It's in the background. So it is what it is. But, no pressure. No pressure. So let's get some news coming out of Utah. I don't know if you guys heard there was some stuff happening in Utah. Yeah, Utah had the hell mouth open. Yeah, it did. 691 liberals fired for dumber parks. Well, can't say I feel sorry for them because I don't. They say, you will reap it. Yes, you will reap it. So 2 men arrested for placing a bomb on a Fox 13 media vehicle in Salt Lake City, Utah. Placing a bomb. Adib Nasir, 58, and Adil Justice Ahmad Nasir, 31, have reportedly been arrested. The Salt Lake City Police Department Bomb Squad and the Unified Fire Authority Arson and Bomb Squad say a real explosive device was found underneath the vehicle. Hey, Terry, how's it going? But I'm sure, I want everyone to relax because I'm sure the media will tell us that this is just white supremacy. But Mika says, this kind of crap's why I left the city for rural Utah. Well, Bella, what are you doing? Knock it off. Knock it off. Knock it off. Yeah. Over there moving her whole bed all over the place. That's what she's doing. She's over there moving the whole bed. Aren't they supposed to wear the bombs? Well, you would think that's how it was, That's what they would do. Wear the bombs. Why do I look all... I don't know. Do I look all right tonight? I don't know. Police say they found the device placed under a news media vehicle parked next to an occupied building and determined it to be a real explosive device. It had been lit but failed to function as designed. Hey, lawn care lover, what's up? According to the affidavit, having trouble with the on-air talent again. Yeah, I am. Always a trouble with the on-air talent. Don't know what to do about it. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Stay on the mark. I know. I can't stay on the mark. I'm constantly moving off mark. But the men are facing charges, including the threat of terrorism, possessing weapons of mass destruction, WMDs. So they did finally find some WMDs, but this time they found them in Utah, and possessing explosive devices. This is the trucks and stuff. Here's the thing. It says 2 men were arrested after police found an explosive device under a news media vehicle on Friday. Adib Nasir and Adil Justice Ahab Nasir were both arrested for investigation of manufacturing. Were both arrested for investigation of manufacturing or possessing a weapon of mass destruction. That sentence has got to be written by AI because it doesn't make any sense. Arrested for investigation of manufacturing or possession. They were under investigation and have been arrested for the manufacture and possession of weapons of mass destruction. Salt Lake City Police, the bomb squad, and all this other stuff got it rolling. I have to get about 95% of Americans who mainstream media call far right want only to work for a living, keep most of their money, raise their kids in peace, get them a good education. Yeah, but the left alone, the extremists. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So 58-year-old Magna, a Utah man. So this is a Magna Utah man, not in any way, shape, or form a foreigner with that name. Adib Nasir has been arrested on multiple charges related to weapons of mass destruction and terrorism threats. Hey, why a news vehicle? I don't know. They must really hate Fox. Yep. Yeah, it was a Fox van. Yes, it was. Yeah, fashionably on time. Well, always. Hey, we'll call Magic. How's it going? Let's do. Oh, oh. The arrest followed the discovery of an explosive device placed beneath a news media vehicle. Reports indicate that the device had been ignited but failed to detonate as intended. Update. Wait, how's the same thing again? 58-year-old Nasir has been charged with 2 counts of weapons of mass destruction, manufacture, possess, sell, use, first-degree felony. Oh, I'll never make it 7 hours if you're yawning already, Jim. Well, I have a feeling, like in the back of my mind here, it's not going to be that late of a night tonight, just because last night was really, really good and went really, really long, and so I'm just going to let it alone. People want to go long, we can, but if not, Andrew says, has there been any reports on the Trump administration planning to crack down on Antifa and their financiers? I do have some stories for that coming up. I have them. They're in there. 1 count of attempted aggravated arson and 4 counts of explosive, chemical, incendiary possession of parts, second and third-degree felonies. 2 counts of threats of terrorism. So these guys were terrorists. More information on the terrorist arrest. Wow. What do you know? They were terrorists. They weren't white supremacists. They weren't white nationalist terrorists. I was told that only the Nazi terrorists are the ones that the problem. Federal agents confirmed that Adib Nasir arrested on terrorism and weapons of mass destruction charges in Magna, Utah. He wanted to go to Magma in Magna, but we need Bella sooner than later. Well, it's totally up to the chat, the chizzy chat, the chizzy chat. What did she do again? How did she, Bella? Hold on, I'm gonna have to fix her bed. She's got it all crooked again. I have to. I'm gonna have to fix this room at some point. I got way too many cords. I'm wheeling over and everything. Kind of just have an impromptu studio here. The arrest has sent shock waves through the community after federal investigators charged him with terrorism and possession of weapons of mass destruction. Yes, weapons of mass destruction. Then we're going to go to a mass today on Sunday, and they can destruct it. A 22-year-old suspect was taken into custody Friday. Wait a minute, the 22-year-old suspect. What? Wait a minute. Didn't we see? Hold on. What the hell is going on here? It says 58-year-old was charged. Why are they saying 22-year-old? What the going on here? Officials confirm Abdi Nasir was arrested on multiple charges. Law enforcement evacuated several homes as the bomb squads and federal agents worked the security area. Investigating van after explosive device was located under a news vehicle in downtown Salt Lake City. Authorities said the potential blast radius posed a significant risk to public safety. How did they know? How did they know it was there? Did they call in a threat? I mean, they must have, right? How? I mean, why would they be just checking under the vans for explosives all the time? Seems like maybe there must have been a threat. No, there was 2, supposedly a father and son. The FBI, in collaboration with the Utah State and local police, described the situation as a credible threat. They praised the swift response that led to Adib Nasir being arrested, emphasizing that potential mass casualties were averted. Yeah, the ages thing, that's what I'm saying. Over here in this one, it said 58 and something else. And then the other one, Richard Jewell found it. Oh, awesome. He should get a reward for that. Smoke from the bad device. Maybe. Many praise law enforcement for acting quickly, while others voice concerns about increasing threats of domestic terrorism in Utah. Local leaders urge the community to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity. Hey, what's up, Derek? How you going? Doing. Authorities are continuing to investigate Nasir's background, motives, and potential possible connections. Officials confirmed that additional charges may follow as evidence is reviewed. No further explosive devices have been located. This is two arrested after explosive found under news media vehicle in Salt Lake City. 2 men were arrested after explosive device. See that one? Remember that story that we just read said the guy was 22. This one says 58 and 31. Were both arrested for the offense of manufacturing and possessing a weapon of mass destruction. Yes, we have that story. He was wearing the same shirt. We have the story, Andrew. I got the story. I'm on top of it. I am on top of it. I got it. I know I have to stop yawning. Oh, my arm is killing me. Attempted aggravated arson, possession of removing incendiary device. On Friday, police department documents indicate that Salt Lake City bomb squad, along with the fire authority, responded to suspicious device, reportedly determined to be a real explosive, and it was placed under the news media vehicle that was parked near an occupied building. Hey, Burboss, how's it going? Nice to see you too. Glad you can come. Glad you can make it. Glad you can show. Glad you can be here. I'm gonna apologize in advance. For some reason, I am yawning, and I don't know why. I shouldn't be this tired, but I am. We're gonna push through. Federal Bureau of Investigation reportedly took primary jurisdiction of the investigation and discovered 2 suspects loaded in Magna, Utah. On Saturday, FBI served a search warrant at the suspect's residence, and both bomb squad from the original scene were requested at the residence by the FBI. Both bomb squads. Okay, so they had 4 bomb squads. Wow, that's a lot of bomb squads. Police say both suspects were found inside the residence, as well as 2 hoax weapons of mass destruction, 2 firearms, and illegal narcotics. Wow. While being questioned about the devices, both suspects stated the devices were real. This caused all law enforcement personnel executing warrants to evacuate the residence and initiate disposal procedures. Police say that nearby residences were also evacuated. FBI reportedly seized evidence related to the explosive device from the scene in Salt Lake City and discovered additional contraband and evidence of the other crimes. Police documents said this included firearms, explosives, and related components, narcotics, electronic devices believed to contain evidence of the crimes. Red Bull has bad effects. As far as I know, this story is in no way, shape, or form involved with Charlie Kirk. That's why I wanted to start with it. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't assume either, but I'm just saying it's like, I don't know. Police requested the suspects be held without bail to prevent further threats. Mm-hmm. Now to the next story. Turning Point USA received 32,000 inquiries in the last 48 hours to start new campus chapters, a spokesperson says. Wow. 32,000 inquiries to start new chapters. Yeah. Turning Point USA has been inundated with questions and requests about starting new campus chapters in the wake of its leader, Charlie Kirk's assassination, its spokesman said. I wanted to share a praise report from TP. I wanted to share a pays report from Turning Point USA. The organization has received over 32,000 inquiries in the last 48 hours. Wow. That's almost 1,000 an hour. He added that TPUSA currently have 900 official college chapters and around 1,200 high school chapters and a presence on a total of 3,500 campuses. Charlie's vision to have a Club America chapter, our high school brand, in every high school in America will come true much faster than he could have ever possibly imagined. Truly incredible, Covalette said. Mm-hmm. You were thinking of contacting TPUSA and asking them if they could promote Christian conservative comic creators so that we can grow our conservative comic empire. It might not be a bad idea, you know. It might not be a bad idea at all. What the hell? The post has been viewed 7 million times in the last 24 hours. Turning Point USA did not immediately respond for requests for comment. Turning Point USA was founded by Kirk in 2012 and has since become a prominent right-wing political force. Along with its presence on hundreds of college campuses and high schools, the organization hosts conferences, encourages youth organizing on conservative issues, and produces various media such as The Charlie Kirk Show. The group and Kirk have been closely aligned with the MAGA movement and have credited with helping mobilize support for President Donald Trump's 2024 victory. The influx could be related to Kirk's widow's powerful message, which aired Friday night in response to his murder. Erica Kirk said his mission will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever, encouraging young people to join and create Turning Point USA chapters if there's not already one in their area. Yeah, it could be because of that. Could be. He wants you to make a difference, and you can, Erica had said, and the movement's not going anywhere, and it will only grow stronger when you join. Well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? If you join, it'll grow stronger. Because they need you. They need you. He wants to make a difference, yes. The Turning Point. Requests for Turning Point USA chapter soar after Charlie Kirk's assassination. So it's all the same stuff right here. Same stuff. They got 32,000 requests for more information or something. I know, Fontaine. It's driving me batty. I did not yawn until I sat down. Stop yawning or go to bed. Well, I'm not going to bed. That's the thing. I'll sit here yawning, and then I'll go, even when I'm tired, and then I go lay in bed, and I'm up for another hour or two laying in bed. I don't fall asleep. I don't get it. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, so here's the report about 32,000 inquiries, the Daily Wire show, all that stuff. And then here's something I wanted to show before we get into the stuff that's kind of like upsetting. All right, this I thought is like what do they call it? It's like a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of like sanity coming from the Democrat Party. You can believe it. Probably the Red Bull. You think so? It's because of the Red Bulls? What? Because I can't fall asleep, or because I'm yawning? Probably the Red Bull. Yeah. Should we keep this question from the Bulwark? Should we fight Trump on deploying the National Guard to blue states? And Fetterman says, no, I live in Navy Yard. I would walk to work and I would see a lot of National Guard people. It honestly wasn't a big deal. They were friendly. They were standing around. And it wasn't like they weren't, Russian army. It's our sons and daughters, our fathers, our mothers, the kind of thing. If you actually experience it on hand, on the ground, it's really not like an occupied city or anything.
Trump is threatening to send the National Guard into a number of these blue cities, blue states. We're seeing Democratic mayors in Chicago and in Baltimore resist federal help, additional federal help. Is that a good idea to fight Trump on this?
No, what I'll say is, like, I experienced that, it's like I live in Navy Yard. I would walk to work and I would see a lot of National Guard people. It honestly wasn't a big deal. They were friendly. They were standing around. And this wasn't like there were Russian army. This was, it's our sons, our daughters, our fathers, our mothers kind of a thing. If you actually experience it on the ground, it's really not like it's not occupied city or anything. So for me, when I was a mayor, I was a small town mayor. I asked for help. I asked for help to confront gun violence and crime. If I was a mayor and I had a significant kinds of violence situation, I would be happy to get.
The reason Fetterman is the only smart Democrat, the only sane Democrat, is because he actually had a stroke and his brain's not functioning normal Democrat style. It's like,
I help honestly for that.
John Fetterman, we forget why we lost to Trump. He's not an autocrat. Yeah, a stroke rebooted his brain. Democrats must recalibrate after President Trump's return to the White House and Republicans control the Congress, said Senator John Fetterman, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, who warned ideological push further left could keep his party in the minority. There might be a cure in there, definitely. Well, they have forgotten one of the reasons why we lost in 2024, Fetterman told CNN's Inside Politics Sunday. Some people think now we have to double down on those things or we must become more progressive or more extreme. And that's absolutely not true. The 7 or 8 states that are going to determine who's going to be the next president, we have to win in those states. And I understand what that takes. Democrats have weaponized the threat to democracy narrative against Trump and Republicans. This is a Democrat, John Fetterman, who's saying the Democrats have weaponized the threat of democracy narrative against Trump and Republicans. And I would even go a little bit further and say that they've actually put Trump and all Republicans, like Charlie Kirk included, in danger for their rhetoric. Yeah, but actually, democracy has proved elusive, and we haven't lost the argument. Or clearly, we've lost the argument. We've really got our connection with the American voters in ways, he said. We have to turn the temperature down. Trump's election is democracy, not the threat to it, he continued. This is not an autocrat. This is a product of a democratic election. And he said, and I participated in that. I was safe and I was secure. We lost, and the American people put us in the minority. That's democracy. That's democracy, baby. I revere democracy. I may not like the outcome, but I have to respect that. Fetterman criticized Democrats considering a government shutdown in the budget talks, warning it would harm millions of Americans, and broke from his party on federal crime crackdown, saying local leaders need to help fight violence. Yeah, we'll see. On foreign policy, Fetterman strongly defends Israel and their strikes on Hamas and Iran, and he rejects Democrats' accusations that Israel is using starvation as a weapon in Gaza. It's hell on earth, but I blame Hamas and Iran for that, Fetterman concluded. Despite the tensions with the party leadership and his absence from caucus lunches, Fetterman said he remains a Democrat, voting with his party on major legislation, though he opens the question of whether he will seek re-election in 2028. Will he seek re-election? That is the main question. Will he seek re-election? Maybe. Maybe as a Republican. Who knows? CNN says, Fetterman says Democrats forgotten why we lost. Trump is not an autocrat. So we basically, read this. So he has a warning for his party. Learn from the politically charged whirlwind to put Trump back in the White House or risk staying in the minority. So, yeah, he is still a Democrat. I know. Yeah. This one says, Fetterman says Democrats have lost their way. Forgotten why they lost, whatever. Yeah, so. Yeah, I did hear right before I started that Jim Edgar passed away. Not only was he a good governor, he was a good Secretary of State. He enacted a bunch of changes to the Secretary of State system at the time that made it much easier to get licensed. I mean, it used to be a joke in Illinois when you went to the DMV. You could spend 8 to 12 hours there trying to get, one document, have everything required. So, he has a warning for his party: learn from their mistakes. They've forgotten one of the reasons why they lost. Some people think we just have to double down. All right, then we got this, which says Elon Musk says the left is the party of murder. By the left, he means the Democrats. The Democrats are the party of murder. Murder. Yeah, the Communist Directive 1933. Label him a Nazi or a fascist. Ah, yes. Label him a Nazi. Label him a fascist. Ah.
Was
What the fuck? X, I swear, man, I'm getting sick of this, Elon. You better fix your site. This is pathetic. Your videos never work. Mm-hmm.
So there are numerous stories of teachers and people associated with schools of various types who are getting canceled, meaning fired, for saying horrible things about essentially being happy or saying it was justified that Charlie Kirk got assassinated. What do you think about that? That people are losing their jobs all over the place. Well, let me tell you the thing that is most shocking about that. The most shocking thing is that the people who spoke out that way believed they wouldn't get fired. I think they were all surprised, which means they've been living entirely within a bubble in which they thought other people would agree with that. Are you kidding me? They thought they were in the bubble of reality where let's say that Hitler was an American and he died. Would you feel bad about saying, thank God Hitler died? No, you wouldn't, because you would assume that almost every single person would agree with you. So it would be easy to say that. These people are saying it in public for the world to see, as if that's what a normal person would think. How hypnotized would you have to be? So in my mind anyway, and I think I've said it online at least once, I think of these people as the hypnotized Hitlerians. Hypnotize Hitlerians. You can drop the hypnotized if you need to. But the Hitlerians are people who live in this little world where they think Hitler actually came to power in the United States because so many bad people on the left have been saying that. People who should know better. So I actually have some weird empathy for these teachers getting fired for saying horrendous things about Charlie Kirk, because they actually think they're in a different reality than they are. How do you think you're in a different reality? Is it because you individually had some mental problem? Probably not. It's probably really a predictable outcome of the rhetoric that we're seeing from the left. It's the most predictable outcome, that people would believe it as literal, all the Hitler stuff. Oh, it's literally as bad as Hitler. We better do something about it. So I would say the people getting canceled are, in their own way, although our system is that you have to hold them responsible. I'm not saying they're not responsible. They are responsible, but they are also victims because they've been hypnotized to believe something hideous and going through life. Imagine them going through life thinking that they live in a world that's been taken over by some Hitler character. I don't even know what that would feel like, but it would certainly distort your opinions and actions.
Sorry about that. Oof. Sorry about that, man. Oof. I had a. He looks like he's doing better. He's sick. He's got terminal cancer, right? Or he's got cancer, or I don't know if it's terminal or not, but he's sick. I know that. Anyway, wow. Oh, we got 100 people here. Please hit the like if you haven't already. Please subscribe. But yeah, so that's some good stuff there. You And right here, you got President Trump says both people who say both sides are. What is going on here? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Are the problem? The problem is not the left. It's not the right. When you look at the agitators of scum, they speak. They're burning stuff all over the place.
If you look at, well, the problem is on the left. If you look at the problem is on the left. It's not on the right, like some people like to say on the right. The problem we have is on the left. And when you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speaks so badly of our country, the American flag burnings all over the place, that's the left. That's not the right. Well, the problem is on the left. If you look at the problem is on the left. It's not on the right, like some people like to say on the right. The problem we have is on the left. And when you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speaks so badly of our country, the American flag burnings all over the place, that's the left. That's not the right.
Definitely. I agree. Trump, right? Yeah. Here's the left. See both sides commit violence. Yeah. See. Got here. You got NBC's Kristen Welker presses on Lindsey Graham. Says President Trump has blamed Charlie Kirk's assassination on what he called the radical left. Really, the radical left? And you think that's what controversial? Elon Musk posted an act saying the left is the party of murder. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. We're hearing some of the same messages on Capitol Hill. Do you believe this is the right message for this moment? Let's see what Lindsey Ladybug Graham has to say.
As Governor Cox just noted, President Trump has said he does not want any type of violence to come in the wake of this. He has also blamed Charlie Kirk's assassination on what he called the radical left. Elon Musk, though, posted on X, quote, "The left is the party of murder." We're hearing some of those same messages on Capitol Hill. Senator, do you believe this is the right message for this moment?
Me too.
I think what the head of the Oxford Union, the young man about to take over, is one of the greatest debating societies in the world in Oxford, England. He said, Charlie Kirk got shot, let's effing go. There is an effort by the radical left to dehumanize the MAGA movement.
Oh. Well, you know what? I'll have to just say, Ladybug Lindsay, for that statement, you get a pass. Yeah, Chris Welker, yeah, this is the right message. There's a massive problem and something has to be done about it. Anyone who's been in the trenches fighting these trans militants knows that there's inherently violent on a level far beyond any other political or ideological fashion. They're deranged. They're deeply hateful. They're angry at themselves and the world. They're suicidal. The threat they pose is so serious. Yeah, so people have been doxxed, their phones hacked, everything, all everything. You know, and so Musk says the left is a party of murder. tech billionaire Elon Musk claimed left-leaning people who were celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination, and said that you see how much violence there is on the left. Charlie Kirk getting murdered in cold blood, and the people on the left openly celebrating it. The left is the party of murder. He posted these comments in a video clip on Sunday on the social media platform X, which he owns. But they appear to have been made during an event reported by the Associated Press in London, organized by, look at their far-right activist, Tommy Robinson. Yeah, Tommy Robinson is a far-right activist because he said, hey, England should be for the English people and stop letting in all these foreigners. And odd, strange. But yeah, keep calling, they haven't learned their lesson at all. They're still calling everybody Nazis, far-right, all that shit. Earlier this week, Kirk was talking at an event at the University of Utah, Uvu, and Orem when he was shot and killed. Is what Elon said rhetoric? Is it factual? If a party's members are cheering and clapping and stuff for murder, wouldn't that make them the party of murder? Anyone who's not far left is far right. So, these are all questions like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Earlier this week, Kirk was shot and killed following a manhunt. Law enforcement officials identified a super scumbaggy guy that was 22 of Utah. Kirk's death has rattled American politics, with New York Times White House correspondent Maggie Haberman saying Friday people around the president were very close to Kirk. Yes. Yeah, they're going to have to break some eggs in order to make this omelet. Trump was very close to Kirk, and the president faced 2 assassination attempts, one near miss last year. Do we know all trans want murder? I don't think all trans want murder. I really don't. I don't think all trans want murder. I think there's some trans that are just about themselves. There's quite a few big name ones. If you think about Blair White and Buck Angel, and there was another one, I can't think of the name, but they're like, no, it's about me. It's not about anybody else. I don't care what anybody else has to say. And so there's a lot of context for how people at the White House and the president are responding to this. The FBI was tailing him? When? Before or after? Yeah, no problem. I mean, there's, just like anything, you got different groups of people, different, different people involved in all different things. But, Michael Schellenberger calls for accountability from Democrats over Charlie Kirk. The left has become a death cult. Journalist Michael Schellenberger appeared on the Jesse Waters show on Friday night, and he called out the Democrats and the left in general, saying they become a death cult. Wow. Schellenberger was reacting to the assassination of Charlie Kirk and correctly pointed out that the constant and false accusations of Nazi, etc., have brought us directly to this point. Dalu says they were discreetly tailing him like 3 blocks behind. Yeah. He demands for accountability from Democrats, and it will likely be ignored because, they're Democrats. In the days following Kirk's assassination, people on the left have proved over and over again why they have no sense of common decency. There's no sense of common decency. There's none of our decency.
Look, I think there's a lot of things that need to happen right now. I mean, first and foremost is that we as a society need to call on those Democrat leaders who you highlighted earlier that have been who have been dehumanizing dehumanizing, degrading conservatives, Republicans, the MAGA movement, Donald Trump in particular. Dehumanization is what precedes atrocities. And we've known that historically for a very long time. And that's what we saw happen. They need to renounce what they were saying about fascism, about Nazism. They need to take accountability that there are consequences for what they were doing. And it was to program an entire generation into an utterly absurd fantasy that the United States was being taken over by fascism. I mean, you saw it on the bullet casings of the alleged assassin himself. I think the second thing is that we need a de-radicalization program of colleges, of universities, of the schools. And what we know from past de-radicalization efforts around the world is that it's essential for people who have been radicalized to have a new identity that comes from a new purpose in life and part of a new community. And they also need, as part of that purpose, they need to come back to a story that is true about America, about why this country is special, why it's different from so many other oppressive societies in the past, the freest society that's ever existed. We need to aggressively push back against that. The universities need to do that. The colleges need to do that. There needs to be, and if the Democrats aren't going to do this, Jesse, then they need to be called out for it. Because, look, this shooter, this alleged shooter, he's downstream from, at least a decade or more of that dehumanization. It's a terrible tragedy. Obviously, he should be held accountable. But he was a result of those years of dehumanizing Republicans and conservatives.
What do you believe was the intention with this dehumanization, disinformation campaign? Was it to fuel the emotion of a large block of voters to get out and to turn out? Or was it actually to kind of brainwash them into feeling that violence is acceptable?
Yeah, I mean, Jesse, when you look at the history of it, of course, a big part of it is that the Democrats don't have an agenda. They don't have a positive agenda. The last big thing that they did was a big climate thing under Biden. There was healthcare before with Obama. They didn't have anything else. I mean, police violence has been going down, contrary to what the left had said. On so many other issues, the big issues that Democrats said they cared about, the issues that I grew up on the left with in the 1990s, those issues are gone now. So they had nothing left. They had rhetoric. They had a political strategy to convince people that nationalism of the MAGA variety was somehow the same as fascism and Nazism. Really starts as sort of a rhetorical flourish that then became a program. But I think underneath all of that, Jesse, remains that this is like ultimately what the left has become as a death cult. You see it on the climate discourse, on trans, on the conversation around race, around class, around the United States of America. It's anti-American. It's anti-civilization. The left has been looking for the fences of civilization, the foundations of civilization, and has been attacking them one by one. Meritocracy, law and order, all the way down to the basic fundamental building blocks of life, which is men and women and families. Wow. So the Democrats, they became a radicalized party. It's a radicalized left. Everybody knows the history. It comes right out of the universities and colleges. Those students graduate. They go into the media. As Tim Pool was just saying, you could see it in the news coverage starting around 2012, this increase of radical left language like white supremacy, this accusations of racism, all of those increase fed by social media, but again, with an underlying anti-American, anti-civilization ideology that itself promotes violence, that itself promotes revolution, that since the 1960s, there's been this idea on the left of so-called repressive tolerance, that you need to shut down speakers. You mentioned before that 55% of the people on the left that justify the murder of Donald Trump, the share of college students who say violence is sometimes acceptable to shut down a speaker on campus rose from under 20% in 2020 to 34% this year. That poll came out just one day before the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I mean,
wow. Just one day before the poll came out and they were saying all this stuff. Yeah. That's crazy. And Elon Musk says that Microsoft staff is celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. The company reacts. Ally President Trump was assassinated. Microsoft's under scrutiny after Musk publicly pressed CEO Satya Nadella to explain screenshots circulating online that appear to show activist Blizzard employees mocking killing of right-wing activist Charlie Kirk. Oh, shit. Elon just got those people all fired. That's what he did. Show the full article. I guess that's it. And here's what said Musk. The left is the party of murder. Murder. Tech billionaire Elon Musk claimed that the left-leaning people were celebrating conservative activist Charlie Kirk's death openly. And then you see how much violence there is on the left. What the fuck? Left's the party of murder. Musk posted his comments in a video clip on Sunday on social media platform X, which he owns, but they appear to have been made during the event of the march in London called Unite the Kingdom. Kirk's death has rattled American politics. President Trump was very close to Kirk. He added, the president faced 2 assassination attempts, 1 near miss earlier this year. We know about all that. So here we go. So the FBI is investigating a possible conspiracy. Conspiracy. The probe includes a pro-trans organization called Armed Queers SLC, which took down its Instagram immediately after Charlie Kirk was killed. I've suspected all along that there was at least some others were somewhat involved in this. Perhaps significantly so. The feds have widened their investigation into the assassination of Charlie Kirk to probe whether pro-trans online groups and others connected with scumbag knew in advance about his plans to kill President Trump. Not President Trump, I'm sorry, Charlie Kirk. Holy fuck. Law enforcement sources said the investigators are examining leftist groups both in Utah and online to figure out if they helped him with the shooting or at least heard it was going to happen. Probe includes groups at online gaming community Steam, as well as a pro-trans organization called Armed Queers SLC, who took down their Instagram after Kirk was killed, the source confirmed. Fear not, Phil. Tomorrow the left will be saying Armed Queers is a far-right organization. Bet on it. Yeah, they'll say, well, they're right-wing because they have guns. That's what they'll say. Only right-wing people have guns. That's what they'll say. Oh. No doubt. President Trump announces many leftists are under investigation for the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They're already under major investigation. A lot of people you would traditionally see on the left are already under investigation.
We have to be careful. When we attack people, we have to be careful.
You mentioned Charlie Kirk, sir. What organizations on the left were specifically investigating? We talked about this last week.
Well, the problem is on the left. If you look at the problem is on the left. It's not on the right, like some people like to say on the right. The problem we have is on the left. And when you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speaks so badly of our country, the American flag burnings all over the place, that's the left. That's not the right.
Do you plan on investigating?
We'll see. We'll be announcing. They're already under investigation. They're already under major investigation. A lot of the people that you would traditionally say are on the left.
They're already under investigation?
Already under investigation.
Have you asked to start revoking the visas of those who have celebrated Charlie Kirk's death? Have you asked to start revoking the visas of the foreigners who have celebrated Charlie Kirk's death?
No, we haven't, but we are looking at names. We don't like that. That's not right. We wouldn't celebrate if something happened on their side, and we don't. These are sick people. These are really deranged people.
Any progress on the Fed chairman, sir?
Well, other than I don't like him.
No, but you are.
He's incompetent. The Fed chairman.
Yeah, the Fed chairman is incompetent. That's right, Trump. You tell him. You tell him, Trump. And then the FBI agrees with Trump. Quoting this Tony Sir guy, it says, I have been told this morning by an FBI analyst reviewing the reams of GPS data that there well may be dozens of co-conspirators. Dozens of co-conspirators. And it's not a conspiracy at all, right? The same transgender that was friends with Tyler's gay transgender boyfriend posted, we effing did it. Okay. Whoever is Churn Bump 75. Oh wow, Hunch the dirty roofer, man. What's up, Hunch? How you been, man? I haven't been in a CFC chat that often lately because it's in the morning and I'm usually still in bed because I go late at night. But you found me? Well, thanks, Hunch. That's awesome. I'm glad you found me, buddy. And I really appreciate the 10 memberships, man. That helps a lot. I mean, we're almost to get a we're almost to the point where we get a what's it called? Another emoji. Let's see who got the memberships. Let's see here. Hunch the Dirty Roofer says Brewholic 101 received a membership. Pastor Flash, Aramoon, Diana Pone, Spark 369, Isaiah, Phil Coggins received a gifted membership. Diamond G, Lisa Falterstack, and a Colorado Mountain Girl. Yeah. Yes, that, yes. Oh, yes. 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 Yes, that counts for Bella. That completely, totally counts for Bella. There. You guys get the Bella. Look at her. She twisted her bed around again. She keeps moving and twisting her bed around. Let me see if I can do it with the, if I can do it with the controls here. If I can. Better? All right. All right. So with that $60, that gives us $15 away. We're $15 away from the first additional hour tonight, folks. Yes. Yeah, the only reason I came is to see Bella. Well, that's, you know what? Honestly, that's the only reason anybody really comes is to see Bella. And so, like, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to have to get her own channel. Pastor Flash Hale, haven't heard that in a few years. Yeah, Pastor Flash, he'll be around. I see him every once in a while. Yeah, thank you so much, Hunch. Colorado Mountain Girl. That's a fine cow. Yeah, it is, right? Yeah. Who wants to see Jim? Nobody wants to see Jim. You don't really come to see me. You come to see Bella. Because, oh, shit, dog cam is included. You bastards. Now I'm going to be sending more money. Yeah, if you look, Flash, or sorry, Hunch, I have this thing where I go for about 2 hours, 2.5 hours every night, just about, unless I get, $75 in total donations, including memberships and stuff. And then it goes for every 75, it gets an extra hour. And then for any individual donation of 25 or more, I put Bella Cam on for the night. And, just little things. I don't know. Just little things. Little things. Yeah, so that's what's going on there. And then a trans boyfriend claims he knows nothing. Yeah, right. And this is right after this person tweeted this right after Charlie was killed. See, we effing did it. Jay Schwartz says Bella in the same room with me. Bella's right here. See? You did 7 hours yesterday. You were on at 4 when I woke up. Yes, I did 7 hours yesterday. Yes. Yes, I did 7 hours. I mean, I've done, let's see, I think the longest show we've done so far has been 8 or 9 hours. I think that's the longest it's gone. But and I said, It's going to take some planning, but when I hit 5,000 subs, 5,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a 24-hour stream. Oh, buddy. Oof. It was a awesome show. Thanks. Oh, that's awesome. I appreciate it. So, yeah, so. And this 0 hour said, ladies and gentlemen, we have 20 accomplices after the fact of Charlie Kirk's murder. Aiding and abetting, scumbag. We need to demand all these folks be arrested. They had a moral responsibility to call the police. They chose not to. Mm-hmm. Oh, it better be a big news day for the 24-hour stream. Yeah, I don't know what we'll do. I'll probably have to set up a bunch of different stuff. I'll probably have to have like call-ins or something for people to call in and talk. And I'll probably have to do like watch stuff. Like I'll have to maybe watch like old videos or something of my own, like watch them and talk about them and comment on my own videos or something. Or I don't know, maybe play video games. I don't know. We'll have to figure something out. It's gonna be, I don't know. It's gonna be mad. In fact, the scumbag appeared to revel in the attention, exchanging meme-laced jabs with acquaintances while authorities scrambled to find the person responsible. It said, scumbag killed Charlie, one user wrote in a group chat on Thursday afternoon, jokingly tagging scumbag. And scumbag fired back almost instantly that my doppelganger's trying to get me in trouble, scumbag wrote. The mix of Discord, true and tanky and furry is a very dangerous one. Yes, it is, Patrick. Yes, it is. Extremely dangerous. Yeah, I'll have to do a little soft shoe, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we'll play like a board game or something. Like you guys will pretend you're not bored, and it'll be a game. Das Volt. Centralized, yes. Numerous students on that campus knew what was going on. They talked about it beforehand. It will come out eventually. Well, anyone, and this is, I don't know, like, I had some arguments with some people on Twitter that thought they knew what they were talking about, telling me how, oh, well, no, as long as you don't do anything, it doesn't matter what you know. I'm like, no, if you know that someone's going to kill somebody and you don't say anything about it, you're an accomplice. You don't have to. You don't have to do anything. But if you know what's going to happen, that someone's going to murder someone, you do nothing to stop it, you are an accomplice. Total vindication. Charlie Kirk's shooter was living with a man-to-woman transvestite, confirming what Steven Crowder and Alex Jones reported on from the ATF documents. The trans death cult is now a major part of Antifa, and the civil unrest is just heating up. Just heating up. It's just heating up.
We are all 100% vindicated. Steven Crowder is vindicated when Thursday morning he got the ATF internal documents that it was a trans-related shooter, part of a trans cult. Now, they didn't release all the information right away. That was just a report. Now it's all out. People can find it independently. Incredible amounts of evidence we'll be getting into today. This guy was living with a man-to-woman trans. They were into furries. They were into death cult stuff. They were into all the sickest garbage. He told his family, that Kirk's a fascist and hateful and evil, and I'm going to get him. The bullet casing had that inscribed on it, catch this fascist. So that's the reality of this. I don't just go with official stories. I know the trans cult just killed kids and people up at a Catholic mass.
No, actually, I would make the opposite argument, DeLu. I would say that the FBI deserves a lot of criticism because they should have been known about this. This is chatter, okay? The FBI, the fucking Patriot Act and the NSA and all this stuff, they're monitoring all this shit all over the place. So you're going to tell me there's people talking about doing this on a Discord servers and on Steam and chat rooms on Steam and the FBI didn't know about it? The FBI doesn't have crawlers crawling over those chats? Get out of town. I don't believe you. Yes, the FBI is full of Democrats. I wouldn't, look, I'm not saying this is true. All right. I'm not saying this is true. All right. What is going on here? I'm not saying this is true. Lax security did have a thing to do it. Yeah. I'm saying my personal opinion is that somebody heard something and they said, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just chatter." You know. I mean, I've heard. I don't know if it's 100%. Yeah, they're too busy. Right, Pat Hacker. They're too busy bothering the Republicans who are going to the schools complaining about the trans in the bathrooms to actually paying attention to the trans talking about killing people for complaining about it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Antifa was present in Seattle, Portland. Does the dad get the reward? No, I don't think the dad gets the reward. I don't think the dad gets the reward. Maybe the pastor. I don't know. I heard the thing. Yep. Somebody knew. It's gonna come out that someone knew, there was an analyst or someone that knew about this, and it got ignored or whatever. I mean, I think it was 100K. I don't think it was 1.5. Maybe they raised it. I don't know. Who knows? But it wouldn't be the first time that they raised it like that when they didn't get anybody in the first 24 hours that would raise it. But it's going to come out that somebody knew, because it's just like the stuff that we heard about yesterday about how some people working in the FBI didn't share the photo of the person with Kash Patel for over 12 hours. Like they've been, there's still people in the FBI are still fucking with Kash Patel and still don't want to, don't want to acknowledge that that's their boss and that they need to do what they're told. Oh, look, Bella's doing tricks for you guys. The trans boyfriend will get the reward. No, see, that's the thing. It's like everybody keeps saying, "Oh, the trans boyfriend turned him in." No, he was already turned in. They weren't. He was refusing to talk. Okay, and the dad turned him in and said he thought it was him. All right, and so they went to the boyfriend, which they thought they didn't know. Maybe they knew it was a boyfriend. I don't know, roommate, whatever you want to call it. And as soon as they went and started asking questions, he started spilling the beans because he knew what time it was. And he was like, "Oh, I don't want to go to prison. I'll get past, like look, let's just be 100. Let's keep it 100 here on this channel. A male to female trans person in a male prison is going to get used like a, well, you get the point, right? Going to get, passed around like a, yeah. So anyway, like a folding chair, yeah, folded up like a lawn chair, yeah, and sat on repeatedly, yeah. Yeah, he's the boyfriend is cooperating to prevent getting a chair. I think he's cooperating in the hopes. I think he's, yeah, I think he's like a washcloth, yeah, yeah. All those analogies, and he probably realized that and knew that right away. But anybody, and I'm sorry, anybody who was in those chats talking to these people and knew about anything goes to prison. And they go to prison for murder. That's the law. It's not like, oh, I didn't kill him. No. It's what's called a conspiracy to commit murder, people. Yeah. I was embarrassed for Cash too. That's why I'm saying I think there's people purposely fucking with Cash to make him look bad. People that are mad, the people that he couldn't get rid of. There's still people that he couldn't get rid of. So I have a feeling. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, if that scumbag goes on death row, odds they're like that's like a completely different scenario type of thing where you're Yeah, it's not like it will be like in general population in some how we put this. It's in a gladiator school, let's call it, because that's where he would be because of his age. He's not going to be with older. He's going to be with younger murderers and armed robbers and stuff. Yeah. Death row is pretty much just solitary. You might have a roommate. You know, you might have a roommate, maybe, but it's yeah. We should just stop the charade and eliminate both the FBI and the CIA. Yeah, we should. You know, they could be charged with something like accessory before the fact. Well, no, actually, see, that's just an accessory. That's just a co-conspirator. It's accessory after the fact is slightly different. It's a slightly, accessory after the fact is not as serious as a conspirator, you know.
3 weeks ago in Minnesota. I know that the Antifa is like a third or 40% trans now, and it's not all the trans people; it's the trans in the leftist death cult that are literally like devil worshippers and who want to kill people. And we got all these new videos of trans supporters on microphones talking to press saying, "No, Kirk deserved to die," and they're wearing shirts of furries that say under it, "We're going to kill everyone," and then have these internet codes that explain that. So what I said on Wednesday and Thursday is dead on. What Posobiec said is dead on. People saying that I'm trying to cover up Israel involvement. We always have to look at Israel because with Netanyahu and things, it's involved in so much bad. It was Harrison first broke that Kirk was worried about Israel killing him. That comes from us. But that separately, we're investigating that. And who knows, they might have worked through a trans group to do it. But to say that there aren't big leftist uprisings and Antifa just shooting random white people and trans getting caught in serial killing cults that Andy No first exposed, now confirmed, and trans shooting up Border Patrol and killing Border Patrol and shooting up ICE facilities, and a trans person celebrate Kirk's.
Actually, in most states, if you pay somebody murder for hire, if you pay somebody murder for hire, contract murder, whatever you want to call it, solicitation to commit murder. Generally, they actually look at that worse than an actual, like they treat that worse than actually if you would have killed the person yourself. I don't know why, but they do. Elder Scrolls. Are you talking about the video game, or are you talking about a guy named Elder? Stuff no one sees. Yeah. And Spud says, my question is that he was a 22-year-old college dropout. What was he doing between 18 and 22? Who radicalized him besides the boyfriend? Who, maybe DSA, and where did the money come from? Well, from what I understand, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought he was a second or third year apprentice in the electrical union or maybe not the union, but some kind of electrical stuff, like a third year electrician. Third year electricians make decent money. I mean, not $50, $60 an hour, but probably $35 an hour. That's good money. Mm-hmm. As this wave of trans people stats getting old, they'll just get more crazy. Well, here's the thing. I think and this is the problem, okay, the vast majority of them are actually not trans. They're just confused, and they're just have some kind of other mental disorder, and so they've just been lumped into this thing, which is because that's what our society does. They find something easy and go, oh, make them this. Like, how many people? And this is I'm going to say something. And this is in no way an insult or dig or in any way to demean anybody who's suffering from fibromyalgia, okay? Because I'm not saying it's not real, okay? But in the past 10 years, 5 to 10 years, the number of cases of fibromyalgia have gone through the roof because it's just something that doctors can prescribe and say, here, this is what you got, and I don't have to figure out what's actually wrong with you. And then they just go from there and they just give them medication, pain meds or whatever, different things. They say that, but how is this thing just all of a sudden popped out of nowhere? I don't know. Yeah. And most are social contagion. They don't know what the term actually is. Yeah. Neck stabbing fad. Yeah. Many people have made it up, or caught it.
Death and make threats to me on the DC streets. We caught part of it on tape. I mean, this is the big boiling tip of the spear of the leftist no kings crush fascism movements funded by Alexander Soros that they say go into full overthrow. This is all over the news.
Hold on, I'm gonna you have fibromyalgia? Well, and I hope honestly, I hope you get the treatment you need, and I hope you get the pain relief you need. My point about fibromyalgia is that it didn't exist. No one ever heard of it 10 years ago. And I know right now, I know personally like 8 different people that have it, or that the doctors say that's what they have. Now, I don't know if that's what they have, if they have something else, and they're treating stuff. I don't know if it's just a way for the doctors to get insurance companies to pay for stuff. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm not saying that it's. What I'm saying is it's like the whole thing that happened when they were just given a medication for ADD in the 80s and 90s. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So you're saying that's what they diagnosed. You're not so sure. It's an easy thing for a doctor. That's all I'm saying. It's like an easy thing. Like, what is it like? Okay, put it this way. Anybody who grew up in the 70s, how many how many people did you know in the 70s that had their tonsils taken out? Happened all the time, right? Anytime a kid got sick or someone got sick twice in a year or something, the doctors would say, "Oh, we need to take their tonsils out," and they would take the tonsils out of everybody. How many people now is getting their tonsils taken out? Nobody. I mean, rare. I knew a couple people had their adenoids taken out, but Bella lost her head. That's hostess. I don't know what that means. Am I wrong? Did I do something wrong? Then there's BI. You're 66. You still have yours. Yeah, I still have my tonsils, but I mean, what I'm saying, like, I didn't get sick a lot as a kid, but anybody I knew that had like 2 or 3, I mean, seriously, like in the 70s, late 70s and early 80s, if you had like 2 or 3 sore throats or whatever in a year, it would say, "Oh, we need to take your tonsils out." Let me fix Bella's bed. You were born in 83, you had your tonsils and adenoids removed, never had strep throat. I'm saying, it was like, what I'm saying is doctors are real. They call it the practice of medicine for a reason, because they're practicing. And a lot of times, like anything else, the doctors, they'll start seeing things and then they'll go, "This is what it is," because I recognize this is what it is. I recognize this is what it is. And it's not always, it's not always what it is. And then there was somebody who said something about, I wanted to go back to it. No, let me find it. I think it was Trumpinator, or was it Choosy? Damn it. It was a while ago. Where was that question? Damn it. I saw it and I lost it. I'm sorry, guys. There was a chat I saw. I stopped to talk about it and I didn't. And I got distracted on something else. Oh, here it is. Trumpinator said, "Jim, if you like another man's ding dong, if you're a man, are you gay?" Well, what I will say about that is, if you build a bridge, one bridge, you're a bridge builder. Mm-hmm. You're 60, you still have your tonsils? Yeah. I mean, there was a time, and I could tell you the time when it was. you can go to like there was remember the Brady Bunch, the TV show, the Brady Bunch. When they all got their tonsils taken out on the show, all of them, all the kids, and they were all eating ice cream. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're 59, still have yours. Okay. Just saying. Let me fix the dog here.
I saw it in Science DC coming up on November 5th. Go to the yellowstonestore.com and experience these products like ultramethylene blue. It will change your life. It will be so empowering for you, and then you'll be hooked and keep buying it so we can stay on the air and expand, which is my plan in the face of all these globalist attacks. So I'm announcing this on Tuesday, September 9th. We're only running this till next Tuesday. It is a giant, multifaceted sale. Ultramethylene blue, the best medical grade quality out there. The rave reviews are insane. Such good energy, such clarity, such focus. No letdown. 50% off. Same thing for the Shilajit, the Irish sea moss, the detox, super empowering system for your cardiovascular system. Ultimate Life Force. Everybody should be taking this. It's the best formula out there, made from the 2 top best-selling formulas fused together. You need it. It is amazing. Just get it. Know you're supporting the broadcast so you can't lose, and then you'll be pleasantly invigorated, not surprised, I don't BS, when you get great benefits. But what you really feel quick and see the fastest is ultramethylene blue. There's also another big sale going until next Tuesday. That's the get.
Hey, listen, I'm not getting paid from this. What am I doing here with this advertisement for his methylene blue? What I mean, I'm confused because I thought that's what they used to make the meth blue in Breaking Bad. It wasn't that blue methylamine? Wasn't that what they used? You know? But I prefer my cocaine white. I don't want my meth blue. Anyway, so that's the end of that. I thought there was more. Ultramarine blue is the best. Yeah, maybe. Blue is used to treat ick and other parasites in tropical fish. That's what I thought. Looks like dye. Yeah. Ever seen an autopsy of someone who takes methylamine blue? Yeah, people wouldn't be drinking that stuff if they saw. I don't know. Just so you know, the transgender and furry community is well organized in Utah. That's right, well organized. Hey, everybody, does the picture look good and everything? Because I'm just getting a warning saying that there's a problem. Getting a warning saying that there's an issue. Because it says connection is unstable. Which I don't understand how it could be unstable. It's got to be StreamYard. It's got to be something. Okay, it looks okay. Looks okay. All right, it's got to be StreamYard. Some kind of. It's got to be. Got to be something on StreamYard. Because I'm still showing that I got 986.47 up and 983.55 up, 980. So, drop the control rod. All right. This is all of them. At a meetup. We're finding all the dirt. Here we go. Look at these trans furries. Wow. This is all the weirdos in Oklahoma. Not weirdos. What do you want to call them? Furries, Trantifas. I mean, can you smell the smell coming off of that? Yes. I'm sorry. It's ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. Hey, there's 130 people here on YouTube right now. Please, hit that like button if you haven't already. Give it a thumbs up there. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Don't cost nothing. Grab a drink. Don't cost nothing. Yeah, totally. Yeah. So this is all of them. At a meetup. up. This group as well, the Armed Queer SLC, Salt Lake City. At 160 posts, 6,634 followers. Armed Queers are a revolutionary LGBTQ organization dedicated to defense and success of oppressed peoples. Join us. So this was them. And this group, this was a group that they were part of, see? In nature, poisonous creatures will often develop bright colors to warn their toxicity, see? We got this from U.S. Homeland Security. It says, multiple Democrat militant trans men in the area posted on September 9th that something big will happen to Charlie Kirk tomorrow. How are things looking good to me? Everything's looking good from this end. All right, well, thank you. Yes. Yeah, trans furries are wannabe X-Men. Yeah. The furries have nothing better to do with their time. It was a planned hit with the full support from several left militant groups. I knew it was planned. Now look into the deep corners of this hit job on Charlie. You'll see the real deep state backers who knew all of Charlie's movements. Only Intel could have provided that for the hit to even take place. I mean, come on, I don't know. I mean, it's not that difficult. They know he's going to be there and talk, and I think these people are getting a little out over their skis. And then there's this part. Brian Ogden comes in with $5 and says, "Take this 5 and shove it." Oh, I'm not going to shove it though, Brian, but I'm going to greatly appreciate it. It's awesome, awesome deal to get a $5. Get a $5. And then that puts us just $10 away from our first goal of the night. Just 10. $10 away from an additional hour. Okay. Hey, Ed. Hey, Krasenstein. Hey, Krasensteins. Care to comment on why you're following the tiny 138 follower TikTok account of the trans boyfriend of Charlie Kirk's assassin? That's odd, right? Don't you think that's kind of strange that the Krasenstein brothers are following both of them, both accounts, Ed and the other one? They're both following an account that only has 130 followers that just happens to be the transgender boyfriend, lover, whatever, of the psychopath scumbag that assassinated Charlie Kirk. That's odd. Just don't bother responding. We're going to find out on our own. The network of co-conspirators and platforms is being mapped as we speak.
That was basically. So I did a video a little bit ago that was basically talking about how the investigation into the co-conspirators and the people that radicalized this kid who assassinated Charlie Kirk is just beginning. I have a question. Why are Ed and Brian Krasenstein supposedly following the very, very tiny 164 follower TikTok account of the trans dude that Tyler Robinson was living with and in a relationship with? Why would the Krasenstein brothers, Ed and Brian?
Hey, John Mosley comes in with 10 and says, "No, you're going an extra hour. Here's 10. Take the 10. We're getting an extra hour." And Doc says, "Watching people like this guy, I get the impression that not a lot of people have faith in the FBI or taking matters in their own hands." if it's public information and people are doing public searches, I mean, that's fine. I don't recommend, I don't approve of anybody doing anything that could cross the line, break the law, that would end up getting somebody off, like, that would cause someone to not go to jail for their crimes because someone else got involved or did something. Rachel Boone says, who are the Krasensteins? Never heard of them. They're these two midgets. They're like 4 foot tall midget brothers. They're twin brothers, and they run this thing called the Midas Touch thing. And they also did some kind of fraud, and we had to settle, pay a bunch of money because they defrauded a bunch of old people out of money a couple years back. They actually live down near me, maybe like an hour away or something. Anyway, and I've never seen them, but because I don't know, I don't usually look at the ground, but they're like 4 feet tall or something. Yeah, they're twins, the Krasenstein. But yeah, John Mosley with the $10. Thank you so much. Let me fix the banner. Is now we can do this, and then we are now $75 away from the second additional hour. With that. Yeah, they are internet assholes. Yeah, they suck. Did it really take the assassination of Charlie to designate Antifa a terrorist group? Yeah, they're in Fort Myers. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it's crazy, right? Why would they? That's exactly right. Why would they follow that particular weirdo? That's the thing. Because they're like really, they're like people in the left, Democrat influencer sphere, like Brooklyn Dad Defiant, or like Harry Sisson, or whatever the other one, Politics Girl, and what is it, JoJo from Jersey, and the only reason I know all these names is because I don't know, I'm in the internet too, and I'm in, yeah. Freaking YouTube censored Saxon's crazy leftists, blocked them on X, just reinforced to X that they are trash. Yeah. Maybe they paid him to do this. I don't put anything past him. That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping that they have get all the records, man.
And be following that account, especially since it was just a couple of months ago that we saw Ed or Brian, one of them, doing the 86-47 Trump thing. This is what I'm referring to right here. This is apparently the TikTok account of the transgender dude that Tyler Robinson was in a relationship with. Why are Brian and Ed Krasenstein following? I wasn't even right. It's a 138 account TikTok, like a 38 follower TikTok account. Why would they be following that account? You guys know who Ed and Brian Krasenstein are, right? This is Brian Krasenstein. These two twin brothers are ubiquitous on X, Twitter. They've essentially lived there. This one's got 941,000 followers on X. The other brother, Ed, has over 1 million followers on X. Why would these accounts be following that tiny little trans dude's account? Especially after just a couple of months ago, you had Ed Krasenstein basically lobbing this threat at the president, 86-47. What role do the Krasensteins potentially have with radicalizing Antifa and trans-Tifa people into committing these sorts of acts of violence? We're going to have to ask the Brian and Ed Krasenstein TikTok account as well as their X accounts. Don't worry. I'm going to ask them to comment.
Mm-hmm. Where are we at here? Okay. Yeah. No, I don't think they owned a bug company. I don't think they owned a bug company in the 90s. They did. There was something like in the early 2000s, they were doing running some kind of investment scams, and they ended up having to pay a bunch of money. They got hit with like a bunch of fines and stuff, if I'm not mistaken, from like the SEC and stuff like that. Like I could, we just pull this up. This is their, the Krasenstein brothers gained prominence as activists on Twitter, particularly when the resistance movement by consistently challenging Trump. They responded to tweets. They're like the original, the OG original Trump reply bros, they call it. Trump reply bro, where like as soon as, I don't know how they do it, but as soon as Trump tweets anything, they're immediately able to reply, and so their stuff gets blown up. If there's any way you can, like, I don't know how they do it, because like, but yeah, if you're the first person to reply to anybody's stuff that's a huge account, you're gonna get blown up by it, you know. But I had somewhere their early, where is it here? Their business ventures. This was we got. So in 2003, they began operating web forums as Talk Gold and Moneymaker. In 2017, a special agent, a U.S. Department judge, alleged these websites were devoted to promoting high-yield investment programs. And the brothers wrote on Web Life, one of their sites, they only ran the only safe list for HYIP, high-yield investment, whatever. The DOJ raided the Krasenstein's home and their websites in 2017, and they pulled their groups offline. In a civil asset forfeiture complaint, the DOJ accused them of obtaining property. It was considered traceable to proceeds of wire fraud. And they seized their phones and all their devices, and seized their homes and their rental properties. They denied any wrongdoing, and they were never arrested or charged with a crime, but they later explained the Krasenstein's website allowed for the publication of ads for companies that were scams, that the criminal organizations from Russia was allegedly behind the ads. So they were working for the Russians. They were paid Russian bots. And the DOJ investigators were part of Ponzi schemes. The Krasensteins settled their cases with the federal government and consented to asset forfeiture of $450,000. Yeah. Yeah, that was the Rice brothers. Yeah. Yeah. And then they co-founded a 3D print company called in 2013. They sold it to Meckel Media, whatever, and they do something called Hill Reporter. Yeah. So the Krasensteins are actually FBI informants. Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah. So anyway, and here there are messages from Scumbag to his roommate Lance Twiggy. Lance Twiggy was in on it. We need to find out everything he knew and who funded this.
Partner that reportedly came forward with messages from the suspect discussing the killing, including the rifle, engraved bullets, and a change of clothes.
Retired FBI Supervisory Special Agent James Gagliano joining us now. You know, we've had this conversation, my friend, about the nexus of information as we continue to unpack this investigation. If you wouldn't mind, is it relevant at all as a data point who this person, this shooter was involved with? Does that matter at all as we look at the investigation in terms of the community? Lawrence, and I think even Rachel mentioned earlier, Discord communities. How do you unpack that when people say, oh, it shouldn't matter?
Investigations are layered. And really, when you go to look at this now, we're seeing this new ideation, like which is assassination culture.
Yeah.
What does that consist of? Yeah. Starts out with a grievance. These are all grievance collectors, whether it's a mass shooter, a terrorist, or a political assassin. You add into that an ideology. My ideology is superior to yours. You're an existential threat. You're going to stop the next election. You're against my family unit. And last, moral absolutism. You believe that you are superior, your thinking is superior, and I have the right to take your life because I disagree with you.
So in this country.
Wow. Wow. Flashback of who our intelligence agency have been hiring. Does CIA, Mia, seem like she knows what Discord is? Oh. Oh, that video went private. What do you know? From Web Archive. That's crazy, right? It was a Web Archive video, and it's private. I didn't think they could do that. Why did they continue to lie to us and say he's cooperative when he had knowledge of what he was going to do, and when they know damn well Twig was in on it? We aren't blind. I hope the narrative that Tyler acted on his own is just a smokescreen to allow his co-conspirators to let their guard down so the authorities can gather more evidence. My gut is screaming Lance is one who gave Tyler the gun. We've not heard more from him as he made a deal for a lesser sentence. Doesn't matter about the state of mind. How did the murderer get into a state of mind that made him go forward? Living with leftist transvestites certainly would add to the state of mind. This is a Utah governor, Spencer Cox, says that a purported note that Charlie Kirk assassin scumbag left, that the scumbag who assassinated Charlie Kirk left somewhere will be included in the charging documents. So there's a note that, and they know, there's a note that says why he did this. Because he wrote a note just in case he didn't make it off the roof. Because, it was, but so they know, and they're not telling us.
The social and gaming platform Discord released a statement saying its servers were in no way involved in Tyler Robinson's alleged plot to assassinate Charlie Kirk. But it did say there were, quote, communications between the suspect's roommate and a friend after the shooting where the roommate was recounting the contents of a note the suspect had left elsewhere. Can you tell us about that note that the shooter left?
So I can't yet. Again, those are things that are still being processed for accuracy and verification, and will be included in charging documents.
Okay, so but the note was found, or the content of the note is known by law enforcement?
Again, I can't share any specifics. They're looking at everything right now.
Understand.
So yeah, but so Discord says that their servers were not involved in any way in killing Charlie Kirk. Did somebody accuse the servers of being like Terminators or some kind of cyborgs? I mean, what kind of fucking statement is that? Yeah, I ain't telling you, lady. Antifa. The assassination of Charlie Kirk involved America's far left, and the president will not give them cover. Antifa will be destroyed.
We have to be careful. When we attack people, we have to be careful.
You mentioned Charlie Kirk, sir. What organizations on the left were anticipated investigating? We talked about this last week.
Well, the problem is on the left. If you look at the problem is on the left. It's not on the right, like some people like to say on the right. The problem we have is on the left. And when you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speaks so badly of our country, the American flag burnings all over the place, that's the left. That's not the right.
Do you plan on investigating?
We'll see. We'll be announcing. They're already under investigation. They're already under major investigation. A lot of the people that you would traditionally say are on the left.
They're already under
investigation.
Have you asked to start revoking the visas of those who have celebrated Charlie Kirk's death? Have you asked to start revoking the visas of the foreigners who have celebrated Charlie Kirk's death?
No, we haven't, but we are looking at names. We don't like that. That's not right. We wouldn't celebrate if something happened on their side, and we don't. These are sick people. These are really deranged people.
Any progress on the Fed chairman, sir?
Well, other than I don't like him.
No, but
he's incompetent. The Fed chairman.
Okay. Right here, Charlie Kirk's assassination investigation widens to probe whether pro-trans online groups knew in advance. And Mother of Papillon says that just like he did with ISIS, the same ISIS that now governs Syria. Magnum Force, great movie. Magnum Force. Do you know that in Magnum Force, there's a group of let's call them nationalists of the African persuasion, and they're called the Uhurus. Yeah. Great movie, Magnum Force. Love it. Make sure you don't have too much glare. It's going to make you really tired. Do I have glare? I mean, I have a light shining on me because I need light. You know what I mean? You need light. Hey, Renee, how you doing? So glad you're back. Were you gone? And he wanted to know, when was the last time someone on the right assassinated someone? I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you want to call assassination. Like, I guess you could say that. Why is my light seems like it's dimming and getting brighter on me. I don't know why. Yes, arrest them all, prosecute them all. You went to church. Oh, okay. I hope you said a prayer for us all. The feds have widened their investigation. John F. Kennedy. Well, I mean, I don't think you could say. I mean, if you believe that if you believe that Lee Harvey Oswald was the assassin, he was a communist, right? So that doesn't put him on the right. And then if you want to say MLK, well, for the record, James Earl Ray, the man who shot MLK allegedly, because I don't know, I would say that Lee Harvey Oswald was not on the right. He was a communist. If you believe everything, that if you believe the story that he went to Russia and became a communist and then he killed him because of the Soviet Union, all this stuff, and if you don't believe anything that he was tied to the CIA and all this other stuff, if you believe that he actually did it, then that's no. He didn't come from the right. And MLK, as I was going to say, is James Earl Ray was a lifelong registered Democrat. Southern Democrat, just like a guy by the name of LBJ, just like a guy got a name by the name of Bird, Dixiecrat. Yeah, still a Democrat though, still not. The KKK was not on the right. That was Democrats. KKK was Democrats, man. Sorry, those are facts. And all the bullshit about they switched sides. Who switched sides? One senator switched parties? One. Mm-hmm. If you know about a shooting, do you have a legal obligation to say something? It's not illegal to not say something. If you know about it in advance, that someone's going to kill somebody or shoot somebody in advance, that makes you part of a conspiracy. Just the knowledge. If you know about, if someone just tells you, hey, I did this after the fact, and you don't do anything to help them or hide any evidence or in any way help them in any way, shape, or form, I don't think that's considered to be an accessory after the fact. Oh, you sent me the list of the murder. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Klan was already. Yeah, you just DM'd me comprehensive shooters list that you come across. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up just because I saw that before, but I know some things, so I know that James Earl Ray was a Southern Democrat. So here's this list. All right, it shows the affiliation. Shows the person. John Wilkes Booth was a Democrat. He killed Abraham Lincoln. Leon Frank Zuggles was a Marxist anarchist. He killed McKinley. And then you got Carl Weiss, a Democrat. You got Malcolm X was killed by Democrats, the Nation of Islam. These three people. You got Martin Luther King, James Earl Ray. He was a Democrat. Democrat. The Klebold's, Columbine. basically you go down this whole list of shootings and murders. Aurora movie theater shooting. James Holmes was a Democrat Obama campaigner. Let's see here. This just goes to 2017. I'd like to see a further list. So let's see. Reagan was shot by John Hinckley Jr., a Democrat. I'm not 100% sure about, though. That one I'm not 100% sure about, because his family, Doc, John Hinckley's family had very strong ties to Bush Sr. Like the one brother, his brother, Hinckley's brother, and Neil Bush, the one that's not involved in politics, the older brother of Jeb and George, was having dinner with Hinckley's brother when he shot Reagan. It's just, there's some weird shit going on there, that's all I'll say about that. Hey, Jeff Spro, how's it going, buddy? So nice for you to stop in, man. Yeah, everybody's doing great. Thank you again for all those gifted memberships last night. Bush was a Democrat that called himself a Republican. Well, he was a part of the machine. Bush was, skull and bones and all that, and part of the, basically, I believe, my beliefs is that Bush was involved in JFK getting killed. That's my belief. He was the guy running the CIA at the time. So, yeah, definitely a rhino. Yeah. Nah, Bush wasn't the first CIA director. He took over the CIA when Kennedy fired Dulles. When Kennedy fired Dulles, Bush took over. Bush was in charge of all the covert operations during the 50s and 60s. Well, up until he became the head. Did I turn my red light on? I don't know what that means. Bush Senior, not Bush First. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Bush Senior. Bush First, as in Bush Daddy. Yeah. Yeah. No, he was the head of the CIA, but not. He wasn't. I thought you were saying he was the first CIA director. My bad. My bad. You're referring to Pappy. Okay. I thought you were talking because the first CIA director was. Damn it. Blackjack. No. What is his name? Lonigan. No. It was before Dulles. There was a guy before Dulles, then Dulles kind of fucked him over and took over. The guy that headed the OSS. And then, once the CIA got running, Dulles stuck a knife into this guy, and I can't think of his name. It'll come to me. Anyway, so let's get back to this story, though. Yeah. I think Kash Patel's been getting screwed over by his people. Skull and Bones is now a transgender organization. Well, go figure. The feds have widened their investigation into the probe whether the pro-trans online groups Antifa connected to scumbag knew in advance the plans to kill Charlie Kirk. Law enforcement sources say investigators are examining leftist groups in both Utah and online to figure out if they helped with the shooting or at least heard what's going on. I've also seen reports that neighbors have said that in the weeks leading up to the shooting, there was numerous out-of-state cars, vehicles with weird plates at the house. Yeah. Nixon complained about Bohemian Grove. Yep. Mm-hmm. Donovan, Wild Bill Donovan was the guy who ran the OSS and that was supposed to be the head of the CIA, but Dulles fucked him over and took it over from him. Their initiations were always considered perverted. Isn't that where the whole thing about the biscuit Limp Bizkit or whatever comes from? Or no? Anyway, the probe includes groups in the online gaming community Steam, as well as the pro-trans group The Armed Queers, SLC, which took down their Instagram after Kirk was killed. I still can't get over this, man. A slew of disturbing yet unverified social media posts about Kirk are raising questions about whether some people online may have known before it happened. Helen Cotter, Mother's Right, first CIA director. Okay. Great Grandpa Bush involved in CIA formation. Oh, yeah. No, the Great Grandpa Bush, let's see. The Great Grandpa Bush was a congressman from Rhode Island or was it Rhode Island? That's what the George H.W. Bush, Herbert Walker Bush, that's their other names. Herbert Walker. There was a Grandpa Walker, if I'm not mistaken, was a congressman. So, yeah. So, yeah, their families go. Rear Admiral Hilken-Cotter was the first director of the CIA. Connecticut? Okay. I know it's one of them. Senator from Connecticut. Okay. But whoever this guy, the Rear Admiral was not the guy. It was supposed to be Prescott Bush. That's right, Prescott Bush. But there was someone named Prescott too. That's not a first name, but a last name, Prescott. They're all interconnected. You know what I'm saying? Like these other Hottentots. Okay. All right. Yeah, see, he said the military director of CIA was a front for the anonymous one. Yeah, but Wild Bill Donovan was the head of the OSS, and that was who was supposed to be. He got screwed over by Dulles, and I think Dulles, maybe this guy became the head, and then Dulles took it over from him, Alan Dulles. Mm-hmm. Taken together, they leave a trail of breadcrumbs for investigators who are trying to determine whether scumbag acted alone or had many accomplices. The Utah group Armed Queens LLC. I thought it was Armed Queers. I think I'm wrong. Yeah, Smedley Butler did send a letter to FDR. Smedley Butler also, man, Smedley Butler, he knew what was wrong and he tried to fix it and they fucked him over. That's all I'll say about that. Their logo featured 2 high-power rifle rounds similar to the one that struck Kirk. Hosted a lecture on queer resistance at the university in September 2023, about 45 miles from the Uvu University where Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Flyers promoting the event in partnership with the self-described leftist student organization Mecca di UU, obtained by Young American Foundation, features a young woman clad in 2 ammo belts, clutching an AK-47 with her finger on the trigger. Agitate, educate, organize. America's been in the coup business for decades. Yeah, because I think, Smedley Butler, I mean, I'm pretty sure Smedley Butler was the one, I'm like 99% sure that Smedley Butler was the one who was complaining about all the coups that they were doing in South America and everything. Like the fruit company and, oh, look at this, Jake Husden. Is this the one and only Jake Husden for 99 cents with the red one? Thank you very much, Jake, for the super sticker. Yeah, agitate also means aggression. Thanks, Jake. I'll take that 99 cents off of the goal for the second additional hour, Jake. So now we're $74 away. We're just $74 away from a second additional hour of the show. Hey, what's up? I haven't seen you around in a long time, Jake. Maybe you could do me a favor, Jake, and you could talk to maybe you can talk to Adam Bush for me and get him to come on my show. Smedley Butler was nearly court-martialed for insulting Mussolini. Yeah, go figure. He was right though, wasn't he? Oh. Mm-hmm. Armed queers. Look at it. Oh, they got the star and everything. They're holding up the fist. The flyer includes a prominent hammer and sickle as well as a rainbow flag. It includes the words agitate, educate, organize. In an interview with Voyage, Utah, a representative for the Armed Queers, SLC. See, this says Armed Queers, and then the other one said Armed Queens. Which is it, Armed Queens or Armed Queers? I know who Jackson Hinkle is. I don't follow him. Oh, no. Sam Hyde just went live. Nihilus. They love that rainbow. I know who Jackson Hinkle is. He's, for whatever reason, he thinks everything is the Jews' fault. So I don't know. If he's, some of his reporting is good, but when it comes to anything to do with the Middle East or Israel, you kind of have to take what he says with a grain of salt because he's got his position of who he supports, and everything is going to lead him to that conclusion. Just shows the trans community wants to give up our guns, so they can kill us with their guns. Yeah. He's a hot mess. I don't understand his draw nor his retention. I think a lot of it is, honestly, I think a lot of his stuff is coming from like Qatar and other countries are propping him up, basically. This actually says Sidney Soares, 1946 first director. Well, there was a big battle. If I remember correctly, there was like a big hubbub and a battle over when it was forming the CIA and who was going to direct it and everything. Like, and they didn't want. I think they didn't want. They were talked out of Donovan because they were worried about him having too much power. They thought that with all the connections and the stuff he had with people overseas and everything like that, they thought he would be too powerful. In an interview, a representative said about risk-taking, our commitment to something much bigger than ourselves, to people's struggles against racism, transphobia, and capitalism, means much more to us than any other risk. So, yeah. He claims to be MAGA while saying communism misunderstood and good. No, he's Jackson Hinkle is not any way, shape, or form MAGA and never was MAGA. No, he's not. Don't let him tell that lie. Like this guy says, Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope somebody evaporates him, literally. Let's say something big will happen tomorrow. Yeah, JFK was going to eliminate the CIA, and then the CIA eliminated JFK. Charlie Kirk got shot, bro. I promise I didn't have anything to do with it. Same account denied having anything to do with it. And this one says, Charles James Kirk, Mr. College Dropout, does not know what's coming tomorrow. Be ready. This is a threat. It's a promise. Yeah, he's a total grifter. Yeah. MAGA means you like Trump. No, I mean, Jackson Hinkle doesn't like Trump. Another post warning him to say, get ready. I'm not missing a minute of this. It's It's the revolution. Oh, the revolution. When they say about a revolution, it always comes back around on him and eats him. He was also in a relationship with a live-in boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. Governor Cox said in the State of the Union that investigators are still looking at whether the relationship could have been a motive, noting the partner has been incredibly cooperative with the authorities. Who invented MAGA? Well, I mean, the original Make America Great Again, I think, goes back to Reagan. But as far as the MAGA movement, that's Trump. Trump invented it. Did you hear J.D. Vance is hosting the Turning Point show tomorrow? I did not hear that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the legality of that. I'm saying legally wise because J.D. Vance is the vice president he's a member of the executive branch, but he's not the president. And it could be seen as, I don't know. Maybe my mind is not. Yeah, Trump invented the MAGA movement. Yeah, we are MAGA. Yes, we are. JD is hosting tomorrow. He announced it. Well, that's okay. I just hope he doesn't. That the Democrats can't use it as some kind of bullshit thing to attack him. Twiggs, who has not been accused of any involvement in a crime, had no idea this was happening as working with investigators, Cox told Dana Bash. I don't believe it, though. And Pam Graham says, I'm going to take you all to bed with me. I hope laying down spasms will stop. I hope so, too. JD Vance can do whatever he wants. Okay, all right. Stop being a homer. Okay, I'll stop being a homer. Mm-hmm. Kirk, an outspoken critic of hot-button gender issues like hormone treatments for kids and trans females competing in girls or women's sports. See, I don't think those are hot-button issues. I think those are common sense issues that pretty much everybody agrees with, that kids shouldn't, kids aren't allowed to drink, and your kids aren't allowed to drive, and kids aren't allowed to vote, and kids aren't allowed to get tattoos or piercings. So they shouldn't be allowed to permanently alter their body. The vigil in D.C. was moving at times. Tulsi and Kennedy had great words. I have clips. I have clips of all that stuff. You don't believe the furry didn't know? I don't believe the furry didn't know. A source with knowledge of the investigation told the outlet that Robinson's views came to light following conversations with his family. He was arrested after a 33-hour manhunt. President Trump proclaimed we have him on Fox and Friends. Yeah, I hope you have a restful sleep too. All right, let me do this right here. All right, so that our first goal ended, and we're in our first extra hour. So I'm going to set up a new goal: 15 $5 super chats. We have 1 hour to go for another hour. Mm-hmm. That's it, cooperating because it doesn't want to go to prison. I hope Cash and Bondi bends him over regardlessly. Star, you're going to bed. Okay, Star, well, have a good night. Thank you for being here. Personally, you think this kid is the type of person who 10 years ago you'd be asking how in 6 months he went from normal to starring in an ISIS video killing infidels? Yeah, like what was that name of that kid that got caught in Afghanistan with how was his name? Daniel or David something or other, right? Coleman, no. That was like basically converted and everything, and we ended up getting his I think he was in a prison riot and everything. All right, so oh, wait, did I finish this? Okay. Oh yeah. So meanwhile, internet sleuths are sharing disturbing social media screenshots purporting to hint at prior knowledge. John Walker Lynn, yeah, that was his name, John Walker Lynn. Yeah. One such post made on the 9th said Charlie Kirk is coming. It followed up moments later with text like, let's just say something big happens tomorrow, and a dog grinning. The world is evil. Yes, it is. A few hours after the shooting, the account said, Charlie Kirk got shot, bro. I promise I didn't have nothing to do with it. Another widely shared archive post from TikTok that made the day before the shooting uses ominous music and a video next to a person wearing glasses Appears to be in medical scrubs. Attacker text Charles James Kirk, Mr. College dropout. This is not what's coming tomorrow. Be ready. This isn't a threat. It's a promise. Well, that would seem like they knew something. The Charlie Kirk reality so incredibly inconceivable and senseless. This act changed the course of history. No mercy. It did. I mean, I don't think people really realize it. The video was captioned, "It's a bad day to be Charlie." Uvu. The FBI declined to comment. Armed queers could not be reached for comment. Then there was Azam, the American. Yeah. The FBI's press conference made it clear. Terrorist cell, yeah. See, the FBI's press conference made it clear it was a conspiracy at some level, evidenced by Discord communications. Yes. The DOJ needs to relentlessly hunt down every single person who's ever associated themselves with this emblem. Antifa are a violent, vicious, and murderous organization, and the fact that they're still operating with impunity is a danger to this entire nation. Yes. Mm-hmm. Beyond a lone wolf, the evidence of Antifa involvement in the Kirk assassination. The official narrative insists that the scumbag acted alone in assassinating Charlie Kirk. Police point to his age, his possession of a rifle, and his own admissions. But he hasn't admitted to anything, as far as I know, to the police. I don't think he's admitted to anything to the police. Mm-hmm. Yet, even a careful reading of the evidence presented by law enforcement reveals more complexity. The Discord messages, the language of coordination, and the curious hedges by federal authorities suggest that the scumbag's act was neither isolated nor self-contained. At minimum, he was radicalized by networks of left-wing extremism that normalized violence against conservatives. At a maximum, he may have been directed and directly assisted by Antifa, Trantifa, or Trans-Tifa, Troon Furry militias, who facilitated the logistics of the killing. Consider first the Discord messages. Investigators told the public that Rob, the scumbag, used terms such as drop point, watching the area, and wrapped in a towel. These are not words of an isolated scumbag merely stashing his own gear. Drop point is tradecraft, a term more at home in counterintelligence than in adolescent banter. If this scumbag were acting alone, why would he describe hiding his weapon in the language of a handoff? The most natural reading is that he expected others to interact with the rifle. Either he left it for retrieval or asked that someone else ensure it was undisturbed. The phrase, watching the area, strengthens this interpretation. It implies surveillance, a lookout, a spotter. A lone actor would need no broadcast to another person, but a collaborator would. Trans-Furry-Tifa, no. Yeah, he's not cooperating at all, this guy, no. The other details in the Discord logs also press against the lone wolf frame. The scumbag highlighted that the rifle was unique and that it had a particular scope. Why draw attention to those identifiers unless he wanted others to recognize it? He also noted that he changed outfits. That is a textbook tactic for evasion, but it's more useful when others are aware of the disguise. In combination, these details create the outline of a role-based planning. One individual stashes the rifle, another watches it, another recognizes by its scope, and still another helps cover the escape. Even if all the roles collapse into the scumbag's own actions, the language he used strongly suggests he did not conceive the operation in solitude. Just got a post on Facebook from Pastor David Rose from Turning Point. He'll be speaking on the 18th at Bullhead City, Arizona. The FBI's own statement further complicates the narrative. While Utah's governor asserts that one person is responsible, the FBI director offered a different formulation. We will be here as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved. That is not boilerplate. It's a deliberate hedge, leaving open the possibility of accomplices. In a tightly choreographed press conference, such inconsistency is telling. One official insisted the matter was closed, while the other implied the investigation was ongoing. If the scumbag truly acted alone, the Bureau could have said so with finality. Instead, it shows ambiguity. Yeah, he was watching the area for his boyfriend, yeah. Taylor thought his badasses in the shadows would insist because they're big and bad there, but when the light, they sell out. Yep. Did he practice at the range with the CIA too? I don't know. There is footage of him firing a Madus, so I still think he could have done it, but his own jokes with others, but it does need to be looked into. Yeah. It's also relevant to consider the ideological context. Scumbag did not spring from nowhere. He did not, just pop out of the ground. Yeah. The boyfriend lived 3 hours away. Who was he talking to watch the area? How many other people were in the Discord server? Were they able to identify all the other people that were in there seeing these messages? Because if you're leaving messages in a Discord server, anyone who's a member of that server can see the messages. His online footprint, including the engraving on the bullet cases with phrases like Bella Ciao and Hey Fascist Catch, situates him squarely within the cultural milieu of Antifa. Bella Ciao is an anthem of European communists and anarchists adopted by Antifa networks worldwide. It is not a slogan an average young man would casually inscribe. Likewise, Hey Fascist Catch is an unmistakable taunt drawn from the Antifa rhetoric about confronting conservatives. These are ideological markers, and they are relevant, and they reflect immersion in a subculture that valorizes violence against figures like Charlie Kirk. One might object that radicals sometimes act alone, drawing inspiration but not operational support from extremist movements. That is true, but this scumbag's case does not fit the classic lone wolf profile. Lone wolves tend to hoard their secrets and act without signaling. This scumbag, by contrast, broadcast his steps to others on Discord. He described where he was hiding the rifle, requested that it be watched, explained how it could be identified, and noted his change of clothes. This was not secrecy. This was coordination. His actions resemble those of someone reporting back to comrades, not journaling his own misdeeds. Some may ask whether the Discord logs were private messages to his roommate, not a group. That distinction matters. If they were direct messages, then the roommate might have been pressed into unwilling complicity. If they were posted in a server, then multiple individuals had foreknowledge of the plot. The public has not been shown the full transcript. Until the FBI clarifies the format, one cannot responsibly conclude that the scumbag acted without assistance. In fact, the refusal to release the verbatim text heightens suspicion that the logs contain indications of additional co-conspirators. We must also confront the possibility of radicalization networks operating through campuses and online platforms. Is it not plausible to imagine that the scumbag's violent ideology materialized in a vacuum? Antifa chapters, left-wing collectives, and even faculty activists have created a culture where violence against conservatives is framed as resistance. When young men marinate in that culture, they leap from rhetoric to bullets very quickly. In this sense, even if this scumbag acted alone and pulled the trigger, the ideological fingerprints of the left are on the weapon. His hand may have fired the shot, but their words loaded the chamber. Mm-hmm. The most reasonable conclusion is not the certainty of a conspiracy, but the strong probability of one. The operational vocabulary in Scumbag's messages, the contradictions in the official statements, the Antifa-coded inscriptions on his ammunition, and the broader context of left-wing radicalization all point to the same direction. At a minimum, the scumbag did not act alone in the sense of intellectual or cultural isolation. At a maximum, he was an operative within a network that provided logistical, surveillance, and encouragement. Either way, the lone actor narrative is inadequate. It reassures the public, but does not comport with the evidence. With his high intelligence, you still think lone wolf? I'm not falling into conspiracies, but all the people on that Discord need to be interviewed and story checked. Well, what they need to do is they need to get into the actual server logs and everything and see if anyone was deleting messages and make sure they have all the stuff, that nothing was deleted, that they have access to everything. The assassination of Charlie Kirk demands full transparency. We must press investigators for the precise Discord transcripts, for forensic testing of the rifle and the towel, for DNA and fingerprint analysis, and for the identification of every single individual who communicated with the scumbag in the days before the attack. We must also demand accountability from those cultural forces that nurtured this hatred. To dismiss this as a mere act of one troubled young man is to deny the obvious. This scumbag was shaped, supported, perhaps even assisted by a radical network intent on silencing conservative voices. It says, update, I'm not including the latest reporting that this scumbag lived with a transgender and that is cooperating is confirmed. Additional context will be incitement. From the age of 10, this scumbag was fed a daily diet of hate and calls for political violence from the Democrats and their willing accomplices in the drive-by media. Will this revolutionary violence increase next year on our 250th anniversary? That's a good question. I mean, I guess the main thing to wonder is that, and the thing that everyone should keep in mind, is that I think that this 250 years, I mean, we did have that Civil War thing, but it's quite a long time for a country to not have a little kerfuffle. It used to happen in countries all the time, like every 100 years, every 75 years, they would have a little kerfuffle. That was your thinking as well. He's a bigger cog and a bigger set of gears. Yeah. Throughout his formative years, he listened to leaders of the Democrat Party repeating call on him to act, to fight, to kill. This is why it's appropriate to call the left the party of murder. They are complicit in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Casings read, "Hey fascist!" exclamation point. Catch exclamation point.
Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
No one has ever been more dangerous to this country than Donald Trump, and he is a fascist to his core.
Hey, let me shut down the city! We are at war!
We're at a war right now.
We are at war.
So you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
And that's why the gloves are off.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
And yes, there are many threats to democracy. We see it with these extreme candidates.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
But you can only push people so far. And then they start to take matters into their own hands.
What the American public want is for us to bring actual weapons to this bar fight. This is an actual fight.
This is literally call to arms.
The MAGA movement is a threat.
Michelle says that, when they go low, we go high.
No. With all due respect, if they go low, we don't go high.
When they go low, we kick them.
We take them to the mud and choke them out.
And make sure that they stay down. And you know what? Kick them when they're down because they deserve it.
Get up in the face of some Congress people.
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your...
We have to fight this in the streets.
We're going to fight it in the streets. It's time to step out of your comfort zone and step out into the streets.
To our Republican colleagues, if you do not see the light, we will bring the fire. Resist! You and your little friend off of Twitter. Y'all about to find out.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
not going to have a third term. He may not finish his term.
Yes, the last few days you woke up thinking there might be news. Just saying. Just saying. There will be news sometime. Just so you know, there will be news.
I wonder if that news he was talking about was the news of Charlie Kirk. Did he know something? Democrats own the political violence plaguing our nation. They have spent more than a decade convincing the scumbags that half the country should be executed.
MAGA Republicans have made their choice. They embrace anger.
We're fighting fire with fire. I'm going to punch these sons of bitches in the mouth.
I hate Charlie Kirk. I think he's actually a Satan spawn. But
We're going to run right over him, aren't we?
There are people who know how to fight. Get out of their damn way.
They thrive on chaos.
But you can only push people so far. And then they start to take matters into their own hands. Yeah.
There will be news sometime. Just so you know, there will be news.
Donald Trump is very much alive. And they live not in the light of truth, but in the shadow of lies.
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men.
This is the last time an actor assassinated a president.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
I'd like to punch him in the face.
Go and take Trump out tonight.
Equality and democracy are under assault by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans.
This dude has to be knocked over the head like hard.
We're in a war right now, so you have to be going through whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
We like a good fight.
We Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Credit it in any way, but we're fighting back.
And that is a threat to this country.
Yeah, I would like to see a collage of the videos that the left thinks the right's rhetoric is. I really would. I'd like to see these videos. Show me these videos of Republicans saying the same stuff. You don't, because if a Republican says anything like this, they are lambasted and chastised and attacked. Anything even close. Yeah. I was listening to the voices in my head. CNN, ABC. Yeah. We got this. Unmasking Luna. How I found the evidence confirming that Charlie Kirk's assassin suspect alleged lover is trans, anti-Christian, and on hormones. Suspect scumbag, the murderer of Charlie Kirk, killed him while he was answering questions about trans shooters. Josh Kemp, a neighbor of Charlie Kirk's assassin, said his trans lover Luna Twiggs said he saw them kissing a couple weeks before the shooting. Authorities are now probing whether support for trans motivated the Antifa suspect to kill. Hey, what's up, everybody? Spuds, I'm surprised they didn't do it on the anniversary of 9/11. Yeah, well, they probably would have liked to if they could have, but yeah, so this is a good interview that a lot of people haven't heard.
Were they holding hands?
Yeah, they were. So, yeah, they drove off in his car, the Dodge Challenger.
The time you saw them or this week?
It was about the time I saw them. So
Okay, how long ago was that?
I would say about 2 weeks ago.
And so they look like they were a couple.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was dressed.
Couple of weirdos.
Yeah, definitely.
And you thought he was weird.
Yeah, I definitely, yeah.
What was weird about him?
Just the way he walked and just the way I've seen him. I've never seen really anybody dressed all in black with a mask on, and I thought that was just quite weird.
For those who've never seen the roommate, describe that person for us.
He did have freckles on his face. For the haircut, he did have, it was a weird haircut. It was kind of a mushroom shaped one. Yeah, he was, I would say he didn't come out much, but definitely a few other, like just a little bit at a time.
There's some published reports out there that this individual, the roommate, may have been transitioning. Did that correlate with what you saw?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so he was going to have an operation to be to turn into a woman.
Yeah, and I think he's getting ready for that.
Sorry, what way do you think that?
I remember them talking about a doctor's appointment. It was about 2 weeks ago, I would say.
And they were kissing?
Yeah.
Do you know where did you see them kissing?
Just coming out. I was riding with my bike, so I didn't see the whole thing, but Yeah, they were. I saw them.
And when did you hear them talking about a doctor's appointment?
I would say about the same time that they came out. So that one time, yeah.
Where were you standing for that?
I was just riding by here.
Okay.
So,
and you were able to hear snippets of their conversation?
Yeah. Yep.
But you were sure that they were a couple, but you have only seen them together once?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, random guys don't hold hands and definitely don't kiss. So I would have tried to stop him if I knew it was him, like before. I definitely do not like the fact that he was living close to me. It was covered with police tape, a ton of police cars. We had a guy sitting up on the hill with a sniper and SWAT trucks, and definitely a few helicopters and a drone as well.
What was going through your mind when you stepped in
I
and
was
saw
like,
that?
I was like, what is going on? And I asked the police officer, I'm like, did a killing happen here? They're like, I can't tell you. And so I called my grandma, found out that the guy that shot Kirk lived right close to me. So for Charlie Kirk, I knew him over the years. Like, I didn't know him personally, but I've watched his videos before. And so
Wow, definitely, huh? Definitely. Oh, yeah. So, and then this is that logo the picture Antifa, Andy? So look at this guy posted. Let's make it Dan Haddad famous. You can see the vile things he had to say about Charlie Kirk's kids. He owns a business in Fort Collins, Colorado. Misfits Wood Fire Pizza. Did you support this horrible human being in his business? Look at this. F his children. I hope they die. Oh my God. Yeah, that's more like anarchy, not. I mean, I don't know. That's an anarchy symbol. It's not really Antifa, but maybe I don't know. Antifa's not really anarchy. Antifa's more communism than anarchy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I wouldn't support any business. Andy Noah has a nice Substack out there, which you can check out, and he writes these things. But unmasking Luna, Charlie Kirk's. I'm not going to spend much time on this because this is like rehashing things, but the partner was trans. Like a trans furry. Daily Mail first identified the partner as Lance S. Twiggs. Cookies and Cream on TikTok. I don't know. On Steam, where Twiggs is very active, he used a screen name Fluxalotl. Fluxalotl. That account's prior username match one of Twiggs' TikTok profiles, Lanclotl and Lancelot. Displays his face. Okay. In December, Twiggs changed his preferred display name on Steam from Lance to Luna. Match username, which display name of Flux. So I mean, maybe the Flux, Luna. They need muscle memory. Sometimes it's get a buzz on something I'm not too anxious about. And it was November of 2024. Twiggs posted about his anxiety with injecting cross-sex hormones. Okay. Around the same time, responded to a now deleted post lamenting about the re-election of Donald Trump and what it means for transgender people. I won't let the idiot cis fags who want me to be miserable win. Oh, okay. Well, Lance Twiggs' locked Instagram account features a cartoon of a female Garfield furry. Wow. They lived in one of the units at this apartment building. They were raised in a devout Mormon family, but they left the faith. He was expelled from his family home after refusing religious or spiritual help. They were said he was possessed like a demon, and they kicked him out of the house. Later, they found he just didn't like me, and they were looking for a way to get me out of the house. Well, I wouldn't say it's all that. I'd say it's more than likely that, they were opposed to this lifestyle, and, Trans furry, is that like a bear with a dress on? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. why they were tracking his Steam account. I don't know. People message on Steam. Yeah, Twiggy will talk. Yeah. You posted a lot about them on your Facebook page. I hope you don't have any problems. Facebook's one of those places where you got to be really careful. You had to explain to your 87-year-old father tonight what a furry is. He responded by saying he identifies as a game warden. I couldn't stop laughing. Oh, that's funny. That's good. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, spiritual war is really turning point. Well, when America's in the middle of a spiritual war, good versus evil. That claim sounds dramatic at first pass. It sounds like rhetoric in search of evidence. Yet anyone who has lived through the past 2 years can see the pattern. The corrosion did not begin with a single incident, but a sequence made the truth unavoidable. A president shot in Pennsylvania, a second attempt at a golf club, then a young father of two who dedicated his life to persuading students with questions and arguments, murdered while doing that very thing. America promises as first freedom. Evil is not a metaphor when it reaches for a rifle. The political fight is real, but it rests on a deeper contest over the dignity of a human person, the nobility of the family, and the sovereignty of conscience before God. The contest is spiritual. Oh, hey, what's up, Jay? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, we're just going through some stuff. I first met Charlie Kirk 2 years ago. He told me everything that gave me pause. He told me something that gave me pause, that America was in the midst of a spiritual war. Yeah. I'm glad to see Jim's numbers growing too. Please hit the like button and please subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Do not mean a crusade against people of different colors or creeds. He meant a war over first principles. He told me the left had stepped away from the Word of God, dismantled Judeo-Christian values, dismissed the Constitution and free enterprise, and rejected the nuclear family. He said the Marxist ideas were no longer whispered in faculty lounges. They were shouted in lecture halls and normalized in freshman orientations. I agreed about the trend, but rolled my eyes at the notion of a literal spiritual battle with Satan. Over the last year, the evidence overcame my skepticism. Seeing the president shot in the ear in Butler and survive focused the mind. Weeks later, watching him narrowly escape an assassination attempt at his golf club, where a Secret Service agent intercepted the gunman before he could fire, finished the argument. The murder of Charlie carried out while he was doing what he always did, asking questions and engaging opponents, offered the final confirmation. Hey, Shea Eisman, how you doing? Member for 1 month. Hi, Jim. Have a great week. Thank you. Thank you for being here too. Thank you. I'm headed to the pillow soon. Okay. Yeah. Hatred that kills a man for inviting students to think is not merely political, it is evil. Charlie's method on campus was simple and powerful. He refused to sneer. He asked students why they believed what they believed. He listened. He replied with facts, logic, and first principles, and he made his own case with clarity and good humor. The larger project was bolder. He wanted universities to remember their purpose, to be places where argument defeats anger and truth is not a punchline. The strategy was to build a nationwide network of chapters, recruit and train student leaders, and back them with professional field organizers who could move quickly and scale local wins into national momentum. The result was the largest conservative youth movement in the country, a system of chapters, conferences, media, and church partnerships that made it normal again for young Americans to stand for God, family, country, and economic freedom. Hundreds of thousands learned that they were not alone. Many learned that courage can be taught. Some will ask whether the language of spiritual war helps. They worry that it inflames. They want technocratic fixes. I share the concern about carelessness in speech, but spiritual language here is not an escalation. It's a description. We are not battling rival budget models. We are deciding whether human beings are made in the image of God, whether truth is discoverable, and whether gratitude for inheritance imposes duties. If those questions are off the table, politics is a brute power disguised as progress. If they are on the table, reason can govern anger. Charlie did more than any leader of his generation to put those questions back on the table. He did it not by imposing dogma, but by practicing a simple method. Ask, listen, argue, and invite. That is how free people repair its institutions. Turning Point USA, founded in 2012 when Charlie was 18, grew from a laptop and a rental car into a full-spectrum institution with national reach. Its core mission is to identify, educate, train, and organize students to promote free markets and limited government. It pursued that mission through college and high school chapters, going through an annual calendar of conferences that felt like winning teams' locker rooms, and through a media footprint that met students where they'd spend their time, on campus and on X. As the main 501c3, TPUSA scaled fast in the last 5 years, with staff numbers cresting above 700 and revenue passing the 9-figure mark. The budget became overwhelming from private. The budget came overwhelmingly from private contributions, which freed programming to follow persuasion rather than bureaucratic fashion. The staff dollars landed on the ground in the field organizers, the student scholarships, the speaker travel, campus security. The growth enlarged the circle of responsibility, so Charlie built additional entities to focus the work and keep the main charity within the legal rails. Yeah, I have that. There's a story about it. It's over 30,000. Turning Point Action, the 501c4, exists so that student formation of 501c3 can be matched when appropriate by lawful political action. Campaigns like Chase the Vote registered, educated, mobilized youths in battleground states. The aim was precise: close the youth voter gap, raise voter turnout among right-leaning young adults, and convert campus courage into ballot box results. The work mattered in 2024. Margins in tight states shifted. The story was not magic. It was field work joined by spiritual conviction. Yeah, that's like billions. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. A culture of argument on Tuesdays produced a culture of turnout on Election Day. President Trump has said plainly that the youth infrastructure, the campus-to-field pipeline, and the digital reach of Turning Point and its allies helped him win. He's right. The same infrastructure will shape the midterms, and if discipline holds, it will help elect a conservative president in 2028. I believe it can elect J.D. Vance, a young leader who speaks fluently about faith, family, and national renewal. Structure matters when a movement loses a founder. Charlie knew that. He recruited a team and trained them to run a complex operation without drama. Board of directors is small and engaged. Douglas DeGroot chairs with a steady hand. Mike Miller brings entrepreneurial judgment, and Pastor Dave Engelhardt brings the theological clarity and deep ties to the faith network. Tom Sadoika serves as secretary and treasurer, anchoring fiscal discipline and compliance. The board worked with Charlie to build a modern headquarters in Phoenix and to charter affiliates that match missions with legal form. The Turning Point Endowment exists to protect mission beyond the news cycle with assets earmarked for long-term security. America's Turning Point functions as an educational-oriented affiliate that absorbs grants and turns them into curriculum and content for students. TPUSA Faith, launched in 2021, knits together thousands of churches and pastors who want to teach civic virtue and oppose cultural despair. Each of these pieces lets the whole move without legal friction. Yep, the rally was epic. Yeah, it was in England. Yeah. The executive team is capable, loyal, and tested. Justin Strieff built into fundraising and growth apparatus that scaled revenue from tens of millions to over 100 million. Justin Olson handles finances with the public servant sobriety and a private sector's manager speed. Dr. Hertzberg leads education, which means the content that speaks to students' minds without talking them down to them. Marina Minas guides marketing so that the message is sharp and the production is professional and delivery optimized for the feeds where young people live. Lauren Toncic runs events, and that's why TPUSA conferences operate with the reliability of professional sports franchise. Andrew Seifer directs field operations and coordinates dozens of regional staff who support more than 1,000 campus chapters across 50 states. Dan Flood oversees risk security, an assignment that proved tragically necessary. On the broader stage, Candace Owens leads Blexit, which expands the coalition by addressing audiences that Republicans too often ignore. And Tyler Boyer, a key lieutenant in the early years, helped build the field engine that remains a political ally through Turning Point Action. This is not a personality-driven collection. It's a chain of command. Scale is not the enemy of spirit. Scale is when managed by virtue. It's a spirit's ally. And TPUSA's student programs now touch hundreds of thousands of young Americans through chapters and conferences. The footprint is not just in numbers, it's in the distribution of responsibility. A typical college chapter is a student-led club that hosts debates and tables on the quad. A typical high school program introduces first principles to students who have only heard one side. The Faith Network leads more than 2,000 churches and ministries, which means the pastors, youth leaders, and parents have partners when they teach about ordered liberty. Conferences like the Student Action Summit and America Fest create an annual rhythm where victories are celebrated. Hey, what's up, G-Son? How you doing, buddy? Glad for you to be by here. We're just talking about Charlie Kirk, stuff that's going on. Yeah, Blexit is Candace Owens' black exit from the Democrat Party that she's running through Turning Point USA. And I have a feeling, my gut feeling tells me that Candace is going to take a lot bigger role in Turning Point going forward. Just saying. I mean, I know what's his face, that Ben Shapiro thinks that he's going to come in and take it over, but I don't think that's happening. I just don't. Hey, Job Bless creates gifted 1 membership. Breck Nichols was gifted Jim Tells You membership. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Job. Oh, Breck Nichols. Bam, take that, Jim. A $10 Rumble rant. Nobody told me there was a Rumble rant. I had to find out now that nobody told me there was a Rumble rant. What's going on there? You people, so now I have to deduct $15 off the banner. Oh, what is going on? Okay. So now we are $59 away from our second Josh says no one could take over what Kirk did. You never saw it? I just saw it now when I went and looked there. That's weird. Yeah, I don't think Ben Shapiro's not a Christian. Why would a Jewish man take over a Christian group? Yeah, I don't. He's the one saying it. I mean, I don't know. I don't. Yeah, he says Josh says rest in peace. I don't agree with much of how he got his messages across. It just saddens me to see him go out like that in this country. It should never happen. Well, I think a lot of people misunderstood what he was trying to say, and they didn't really listen to what he was saying. Because Charlie never, ever was intentionally trying to be mean to anybody. He tried to be show everyone the love, God's love, and talk in a way that he thought was based in the scripture. That's all. So yeah, so we are cool. The digital arm turns, yes, all stuff. Skeptics will ask whether this can continue without Charlie's voice. They'll point to a singular talent, and they'll be right to honor it. He was a rare communicator, a relentless traveler, and a prolific author. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, I don't know. It's gonna be hard. I mean, it's really gonna be hard to replace him in that thing. And the sad thing is, he could have been a president or a governor or a senator. He was only 31 years old. That's the thing. That's the crushing blow. He was only 31 years old. He hosts a daily show and all that stuff. And yeah, he's very clippable. Yeah, he was very clippable. He would say things and people would take it out of context, and yeah, it gets dangerous. I agree, it gets dangerous. Yeah, but he was always willing to talk to. That was his thing. He was always willing to talk to people and hear them out. And he never if any times when you would see him talk to the people in the the debates, the prove me wrong stuff. He was never ignorant to anybody. He's not like a Crowder, or not. Crowder's way more abrasive, way more abrasive is the word. Dated operations are already being handled by executives. All right, so yeah.
evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it. It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever. My husband's mission will not end, not even for a moment. And one of Charlie's greatest talents was his ability, this phenomenal ability to choose great people to follow him.
Yep. So Erica Kirk is not an ornament to a legacy. She's a leader in her own right, a woman of faith who shares Charlie's conviction that the only answer to a culture of despair is courage animated by God. She knows the staff, understands the donors, and has lived the cost of this fight. She has a council of senior leaders who loved her husband and want the mission to endure. President Trump has encouraged her to step forward, and he is right to do so. The movement needs a voice that can unite sorrow and resolve. Erica can do that. She can insist that this organization keep asking honest questions on hostile campuses, keep training students to argue like citizens rather than scream like partisans, and keep turning conviction into votes. She can lead the team that Charlie handpicked, not by copying his style, but by carrying out his aims. What would victory look like? Not a purge of opponents, not a silencing of dissent. Victory would look like universities where a conservative speaker is treated as a guest rather than a threat. It would look like families forming and staying together because the culture around them would honor vows and the children those vows protect. It would look like churches that preach the whole counsel of God and teach their members to be citizens who love their neighbors and their country. It would look like a businesses that honor work and innovation without apology. And it would look like elections where young Americans vote for leaders who promise to conserve what is good, repair what is broken, and fight what is evil. It's not a utopia. It's a republic worth defending. The practical path is clear. On campus, Turning Point must double down on its signature format, the open mic, where hard questions meet patient answers. Online, it must keep its message precise and its tone humane, since both algorithmic reach and moral reach depend on discipline. In churches, it must strengthen partnerships that make civic duty normal. In politics, its 501c4 must continue to turn students' conviction into turnout margins. That's right. Okay. Yep. So, margins matter. The program holds. So, J.D. Vance can be that candidate. Others may emerge. Some readers resist the phrase of spiritual war. They prefer cultural dispute or ideological conflict. Substances remain. Culture that denies personhood of the unborn, treats families optional, that mocks faith and superstition, demands ideological conformity from students through threats rather than arguments, behaves as if evil were its only story it used to tell children. Yeah. So I agree, man. We need to. We do need some. Yeah. It says Erica's cute, smart, and articulate with the same ideals that Charlie had. She'll be able to watch the story better than anyone else. Yeah, I just hope it doesn't get infighting and stuff doesn't cause a problem. All right, so now we're going to get into some weird stuff that happened on TV. Howard Kurtz. I don't know if you guys know who Howard Kurtz is. He's the host of this like a Sunday afternoon buzz or Sunday weekend buzz or something like that on Fox, and he sucks. But luckily today it was announced it was his last show. So Howard Kurtz just backed up those who blame Charlie Kirk for his own killing, bringing up Kirk's stance on the Second Amendment as a contributing factor.
There is violent extremism on both sides. It is not proportionate. And in order to have an honest conversation about what led to this moment, that has to focus in part on the left.
I'm glad you mentioned that it's not unique to one side or one party. Charlie Kirk was not a saint. He said 2 years ago, it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so we can have the Second Amendment. But his murder makes us feel like a very dangerous time.
I mean, we are.
He can stand an unemployment line with all the rest of the losers. Yep. Fox News' Howard Kurtz just signed off his final episode ever of Media Buzz. I've had a pretty long run. It's a pretty tough business. Next Sunday, it'll be hosted by Peter Ducey and Jackie Heinrich. They'll rotate weekly. Yeah. So I don't even know if I want to listen to this clown, but
I'm happy to say that I've kept the show at #1 every week for a dozen years with help from a very talented staff. By the way, I'll be here for at least the next couple of years doing media and political reporting and analysis on a wide range of programs, as well as my Media Buzz Media podcasts and online columns. When you include my previous work as a host and lead panelist elsewhere, I have been doing the Sunday thing for 34 years, and I've never missed a show, except for when I was in the hospital early this year with double pneumonia and then scrambled to get back on the air. So this seemed to me like the right time to break the streak. I'd like to thank my wife and 4 daughters for putting up with all those lost weekends over the years. I'm proud of this program and equally proud of the fact that, by and large, Fox News has given me extraordinary independence. The show begins right here in the brain area each week. I don't have to clear it with anyone. I've worked at a lot of places, and that's rare. But it's really our audience that has kept Media Buzz on the air. They like the old-fashioned approach of airing different viewpoints and giving people a chance to talk. My guests have ranged from Ben Shapiro on the right to Rob Reiner on the left. So much television today is about picking a team and denigrating anyone with opposing opinions. Now, my approach can tick off both sides. I've been called pro-Trump and anti-Trump, often for the same comments. By the way, I've interviewed the president 8 times on this program. So there are viewers today saying, all right, they finally got rid of that guy. And others who have told me that this is their favorite program anywhere. But I've had a pretty long run in a pretty tough business, and well, time marches on. I appreciate your being such a loyal audience. Our Sunday get-togethers have been a privilege. Thanks for watching.
oh, sorry. I had to go grab a tea. Bella, dead air. Bella was keeping you guys company, wasn't she? Talking to you guys? You never watched him, Harley Kurtz? Yeah, I didn't watch him either. He sucked. But anyway, so Bella's a good girl. So we got this. There was a violent extremity on both sides. I'm glad you mentioned that. Charlie Kirk was not a saint. And it's a good thing this guy's pathetic show. You saw my feet when I ran by? Oops. Anyway, I think we listened to this just a minute ago, right?
There is violent extremism on both sides.
Uh-oh. That stinks. I don't know why that. Yeah, Trump broke him. Yeah, he did. But anyway, so where are we at here? Okay. Just so everybody's aware, we're $59 away from adding another hour. We got about another 20 minutes to go. Vote for your wife, Joe Biden. Okay, I'll try. Fox News host calls Charlie Kirk's rhetoric. He was not a saint. But yeah, so this guy said all this stuff. He closed out his show, holding a panel with Charles Gasparino, and the latter of whom argued the violent extremism is not proportionate between the far right and the far left. Left does have a radicalization problem that's not been spoken about proportionately in the media, and as the extremists on the right, as it does exist. There's violent extremism on both sides. Okay. Trump broke who? Trump broke that guy, Howard Kurtz. But the Fox News seized on the post to criticize Kirk and bring up an old comment. Yeah, the comment said that it's having the Second Amendment for the Second Amendment in order to protect us from tyranny and the actual protect us from fascism and tyranny. That it was okay. We're going to have some stuff. And then we got this. We got another one. This is the Atlantic, which is owned by Steve Jobs' ex-wife, is it ex-wife? Yeah, Lorraine Powell Jobs. Her publication is the same one that started the Maryland father meme about the MS-13 human smuggler. She needs to be hauled in front of Congress and asked why she's publishing Radio Rwanda with her billions. Yeah.
Political ecosystem.
Yeah. So Charlie Kirk was a 31-year-old, we call him influencer, I guess, these days. Provocateur would be another word. He out there galvanizing young voters, particularly on the right, to support Trump. He actually was not originally a Trump supporter, but became one of his most fervent.
That's not unusual.
That's not unusual in modern conservative politics. But at age 31, he had become a pretty significant force in young people's politics, and he became a friend not only of Trump but Donald Trump Jr., J.D. Vance in particular. J.D. Vance was so moved by this event that he ripped up his schedule, flew out to Utah to personally have the casket brought home on Air Force Two to Arizona. So even though Charlie Kirk held no office, never ran for office, had no position of power or authority in the traditional sense, he had obviously a network of people who he influenced. Now, he said a lot of things that got a lot of people riled up, right? And that's part of his, style about race, about gender, about affirmative action and Islam and things like that. But he also enjoyed going to college campuses like the one he was at, even though he knew an audience there might include people who didn't agree with him, and he liked to mix it up. And he's become in this last few days, I think, a symbol of the toxic culture that we're in right now in politics.
Laura,
no, he's a symbol of the toxic culture. Vince says, Tim, Charlie absolutely believes every word he said. I have watched probably 200 hours of his videos, and his story never changed. He did not just say it. He lived it. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Oh my God, he had the nerve to speak in public and have honest discussions. Yeah, Charlie Kirk started this when he was 18. And I mean, he didn't, from what I understand, he turned down big money from people came to try to basically co-opt him and stuff, like big dollar groups, and he said no. So I don't think he was owned by anybody. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, sure, he got donations, but I don't think it was it was basically grassroots stuff, from what I understand. Mm-hmm. And so the New York Times, Peter Baker says Charlie Kirk intentionally tried to get people riled up over issues about race and gender, about affirmative action. It says Kirk being assassinated turned him into a symbol of the toxic culture we're in. Yeah. This is who the New York Times saw fit to promote in their op-ed pages to comment on Charlie Kirk's assassination. Derek Van Orden. The more you look at this guy, the more you'll be appalled. His buddy, anti-capitalist Zohran Mamdani, is tight with his buddy Hassan Piker, who thinks about the property owners. Yeah, kill him, motherfuckers. Yeah. So this is who. This is the guy here. So. Mm-hmm.
Poor people that they can afford housing in Berkeley. I don't know how that works.
My understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
All right. Could someone explain to me how he can say that on any platform? All right. I mean, I'm not saying that I want him to be deplatformed, but what I'm saying is, how is that not a violation of Twitch or YouTube or whatever service he's on in terms of service? He is calling for people to be murdered in the streets. That's got to be a violation. I mean, I got a strike before for calling somebody fat. Charlie Kirk never said anything like that, ever. Ever. Yeah, they seem pretty chummy. Look at them. Yeah. Yeah, there's Mandani with them. Look at them. Oh, yeah, those are best buds. What a disturbing individual. It's unhinged. You know, Cenk Uygur, the Young Turks, is his uncle. Yeah. And then, so you got this. You got Crystal Ball, you know, another phony. There's the policing of everyone's thoughts and emotions around Charlie Kirk's death is wild. Cancel culture on steroids, backed by the full force of the government. Pot and kettle. Who, me? I'm not call. I never called for. I never called for people to be dragged out the street or anything like that. What are you talking about?
You know, I don't know how many of you guys watched the Jubilee episode with Mehdi, where you see these guys who come out and just be like, yeah, I'm a fascist. Dude who got ultimately fired from his job. Good. Dude who got ultimately fired from his job. Good. Dude who got ultimately fired from his job. Good.
I mean, we need to bring back shame. We need to bring back shame. We need to bring back bullying. We need to bring back ass whoopings. We need to bring back ass whoopings. We need to bring back ass whoopings. We need to bring back, when somebody crosses a bright red line society, they need to fucking know that they crossed that bright red line society. So when this motherfucker got fired, the answer is fuck yeah. So when this motherfucker got fired, the answer is fuck yeah. So when this motherfucker got fired, the answer is fuck yeah. So when this motherfucker got fired, the answer is fuck yeah. Get fired, get fucked. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Get fired, get fucked. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Get fired, get fucked. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you. We're done with you. It's over. We're gonna fucking bully you. Get back in the closet. You deserve a fucking ass whooping. You deserve a fucking ass whooping. You deserve a fucking ass whooping. You deserve a fucking ass whooping.
It's like, you know, I don't know how many of you guys watch.
I'm eating some pretzels, man. All right, I didn't have dinner tonight. Sorry. I like pretzels with my tea. Yeah, but see, the policing of everyone's thoughts and emotions around Charlie Kirk's death is wild. So they're all for something until it's used on them. Yeah, and then they don't like it. Especially while you're munching on camera. Need a new needle? Video Google. Anyway. This is Bill Mayer. Do you remember about a month ago when there was a killing in New York? The man got off on the wrong floor and killed someone in real estate at Blackstone. Internet flooded with people stating nothing to mourn here. One of them said thousands of Americans died from situations. Places really has to go. And then Shapiro says, those are permission structures I'm talking about. Bill Burr already said free Luigi a dozen times. Yep.
To Ben's point, that is the difference of what's going on with the younger generation. It is very different than that old kind of political violence we talk about. Luigi Mangione.
This is the perfect example.
That's not just that. Do you remember about a month ago there was a killing at in New York City? Somebody was going after the NFL. Okay, that seems a little irrational to begin with. Didn't get the NFL, got off at the wrong floor, and killed someone in real estate at Blackstone. This is a lady who works at Blackstone. It's a big real estate company. Internet flooded with people, nothing to mourn here. One of them said, 1,000 Americans die from situations her company exacerbates. That's real different. When you're just unhappy with society is, how society is, and you want to blame people who, yeah, we all have a little stake in what makes society not work perfectly. That's a place we really can't go.
Well, those are the permission structures that I'm talking about, right? That is a permission structure that says the healthcare system doesn't work the way that I want it to work. Therefore, Luigi Mangione,
oh my God, why does Ben talk so
United
fast?
Healthcare CEO is somehow justifiable. And when I say a permission structure does not exist equally on both sides for that, I mean that I was very critical of Bill Burr. He and I got in a big fight about this. Bill Burr literally said, he said this repeatedly, free Luigi in the aftermath of that. That is not a joke. Okay, I'm sorry, you don't get to, you're a comedian. That is not a joke, free Luigi after a murder.
Yeah.
And this sort of despicable behavior does raise the temperature. If our body politic is basically a pot of water and you keep turning up the temperature, it's going to bubble over.
And young people are desensitized to this in ways that I don't think we can appreciate. I mean, when you talk about even the generational juxtaposition, looking back at the 60s, for example, the shock and trauma that the country was going through in the wake of those assassinations, it's just night and day to where we are now. I mean, these videos of Charlie being assassinated have tens of millions of views online. Think about what that does to the body politic. Think about what it does to the individual, but then think about what it does to the body politic.
And the social media system is so perverse. I mean, these are snuff films of my friend getting shot to death. And those snuff films, there are people who get some sort of sick thrill from that. And those are the next assassins.
I don't really like Ben Shapiro. I don't know. Music tells the movie that made murder, homicide normalized. People are pretty dead inside. And this is this one. Laura Bedon Lopez, the White House correspondent for MSNBC, demonizes Charlie, calls him a divisive figure and racist just days after he was shot and killed. Yeah, that's what we talked about. There's rumors that Ben said, Ben supposedly said he wants to pick up the bloody microphone and take Charlie's place. No. She then complains that Republicans are revising his legacy by celebrating his life and accomplishments. Yeah.
The reason that he is seen as a divisive figure is, and why the left has had a reaction as well in this, is because he has been known to make racist statements, to say that, you know, if he were to see a black pilot, he wouldn't necessarily trust their ability.
Okay, that's not what he said, you lying cunt. What he said was, when you're lowering the standards, when you say at United Airlines, we want to hire 40% more black pilots, so we're going to have to lower the standards so that we can get these pilots, because we can't get them in unless we lower the standards. That's what he was said, and it's exactly what he said, that nobody should feel safe. Would anybody feel safe if they said, oh, you know, let's say, you know, like, oh, so firemen, we want to get more female firemen. So we're going to change the requirements so that they don't have to be able to carry anything. So when they come to show up to your house to save you from the burning building, they can't carry you out of the building. What do we get? We get that. Remember the woman when there was the fire in LA and she said cockingly, like, oh, well, if you're a man and you get stuck in a place that I need to come carry you out of, you really screwed yourself up. Then it sounds like your problem, not mine. That's the job. You know, I don't care at all. I what color my doctor is, my surgeon, my the police, the pilot. I don't care, as long as they're educated correctly. You know what I mean? They have the education to do the job. They're qualified. But when you change the standards and you say, no, we're going to change these standards, that becomes a problem. For everyone, it should be a problem. You know, I have no doubt that Ben Carson is a great brain surgeon. I have no doubt that Clarence Thomas is a great judge. Doesn't matter. I've had surgery. I had a surgeon who was from. He was originally from New York, but he was from like somewhere in Africa, Ghana or something, not Ghana, Gambia or something in Africa. And great guy, great surgeon, did a great job. No problem with it. But if all of a sudden now they're saying they're changing qualifications to get the people in, just like they did with to get women into the police, into the firemen, into other things in the military. Now they're doing it with other stuff for pilots and for other work. And it has nothing to do with just color. It has to do with anyone. Like they want more females, they want more of this, and they start saying we need this many of this, we need this many of that. You're no longer getting the most qualified people. That's what he was saying. And that should be, that should bother everyone, no matter who you are. You know, I mean, would you want a person that can't fly a plane to be getting a job as a pilot just because they needed another person of a whatever background? Nobody would want that. That's ridiculous.
To fly a plane. He has also said that it was a mistake to pass the Civil Rights Act, and has definitely lobbed a number of attacks on transgender individuals. And so there's a lot across the LGBTQ advocacy space who are opposed to him. And I think you're seeing right now in the aftermath of his horrific and tragic killing that there are two things that are happening, which is the rightful condemnation that political violence across the board is wrong, should never happen. But then the administration and the White House and the Republican movement essentially trying to revise a bit of the history of his legacy. And that is something that is also being talked about.
You know, I mean, I'm sorry. I thought we were all supposed to strive to what Martin Luther King wanted, which was everyone to be judged by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. I mean, isn't that the more perfect place to what we're supposed to be? I don't get it. You know, no one should be discriminated against at all because of the color of their skin. They shouldn't be. No one. No one should be discriminated against because of who they love or what gender they are or whatever. They shouldn't be discriminated against. They also should not get preferential treatment just based on any of these immutable characteristics. It just shouldn't happen. Here's Devory Darkins. He says, MSNBC analyst describes how right-wing figures are getting out of hand, reporting those who are celebrating and mocking the heinous public assassination of a peaceful young father and husband for political reasons. The show host Alex Witt visibly gasps as they both appear shocked there would be any accountability for rooting for public slayings. This is a very aggressive attempt to purge not just, government officials or in the example and the Defense Department, but also specifically people who work in education, who work in healthcare, who work in government. Okay, anyone who works in education or healthcare or something like that, if they have these opinions of a certain group of people, and that's how they feel about this group of people, be it, if they had these opinions about a black person, or all black people, or all Chinese people, or all white people, or all, all Democrats, or all Republicans, or all conservatives, or all Christians, or all Jews, or all Muslims, they should not be in any of those positions doing those jobs. All right, because they won't be able to do the job fairly to everyone, and they won't treat the people equally. That's what the whole point of this is. All right, if you have a doctor or a teacher who has a hatred and disgust for a certain group of the population, then they can't have that government job. I'm sorry. It's no different than if they had that hatred, back in years ago when there was hatred and the racism and discrimination against African Americans. That was unacceptable, and those people should be fired. If somebody, that's the thing, you have to go like, well, what if they said this about this group, or what if they said it about this group? Would they be able to keep their job? Obviously not. But because it's Charlie Kirk, and they're saying it because he's a Christian, or say because he's a conservative, or they can say, call anybody you want a fascist. Yeah. Dawkins is a great follow. I recommend everybody follow Dawkins. He's great. He puts out some great videos. He's very, very, I don't want to say based, but he is, but he's very, very informed, and he doesn't get emotional. These are the facts. When they tell you who they are, believe them.
I think that this push for mass firings could become quite significant, and it already is. I mean, compared to the aftermath of January 6th, this does seem to be turning into a very aggressive attempt to purge not just, government officials, or in the Hegseth example in the Defense Department, but also specifically people who work in.
I just want to point out this guy is lying. All right, when Austin, the guy that was the Secretary of Defense before Hegseth, Austin, I can't think of his first name. Lance Austin? No. Anyway, he paused everything in the Department of Defense for 60 days to look for white supremacy and extremism. That's nuts. Lloyd Austin, yeah, he paused, look for MAGA extremism, as they call it.
in education, who work in healthcare, who work in government. Those are the fields that a lot of these right-wing figures have been mentioning over and over again when talking about how just random internet users have responded to this shooting.
So wait, what are they doing? Are they scouring social media? Is that what they're doing? Or getting hearsay? Somebody said something? I mean,
so there's one website called Charlie's Murderers that's gotten a huge following on on Twitter.
He's on X and he's on YouTube.
Assembled over, the last count I saw was like 40,000 different examples of just, essentially a grassroots, people giving screenshots, names, professions. So it's already getting a little bit out of hand.
Wow. All right.
It's getting out of hand. Here. Hey, MSNBC, remember this? Why cancel culture is good for democracy. History has shown us that those in power are obsessed with turning any form of accountability into a phenomenon that's intended to bring us to a sudden doom. Jack Posobiec sits down with CNN to discuss his friend Charlie Kirk's assassination. Let's see. I wouldn't sit down with her.
Asymmetric warfare. I'm sorry. That's what one prominent conservative says the political right is facing in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's murder. Jack Posobiec, a close friend of Kirk's, is talking to CNN about who could lead the movement that Kirk helped to build and how Republicans should respond to Kirk's murder. Mina Durson is out front.
I think the worst possible way to remember Charlie would be if to turn his lights off, that this is his life's work.
Charlie Kirk's podcast continued on Friday without him.
All right, well, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're remembering our friend Charlie Kirk.
His friend and Turning Point contributor Jack Posobiec sat in his studio, leaving Kirk's chair open as a tribute. How do you fill this void?
Look, everybody's got to step up. There's no replacement for Charlie Kirk.
Posobiec is a leading voice in right-wing media, where some of his peers were quick to call Kirk's assassination an act of war.
Charlie Kirk's a casualty of war.
Do you think we're at war?
My friend's in a box right now, and it wasn't an accident.
Are we facing a civil war?
Well, there's no question that we're clearly facing asymmetric civil warfare. One of the key aspects of that is political assassinations. That being said, the idea that we're going to a classic civil war scenario, I hope and I pray that that doesn't happen.
Outside headquarters for the past few days, a steady stream of fans have come to pay their respects.
This was a really heartless act, and I feel so sad, and I feel like when we're trying to be silenced, we need to come together as a whole and be a family.
Do you feel any responsibility to help bring the temperature down in this political discourse?
I want people to be safe, but if you're someone who is part of a group that is fanning the flames of violence, that is encouraging this or celebrating this, then that's absolutely something that we have to tamp down 100%.
The governor this morning was describing the suspect having this family dinner. This is what the governor said. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate.
I mean, it's from that person's perspective, Charlie Kirk represented everything they hated. He loved debate. He loved just talking things out. It's what he lived for. It's what he died doing. And this idea that, Charlie is there, the one spreading this. No, he's got it completely backwards.
Now Turning Point and the conservative right have to figure out where their movement goes from here.
I think we're at an inflection point right now. Just because you see an influencer online, just because you get mad at something they said in a 10-second clip, that doesn't mean that you have to go and pick up a rifle and shoot them. That instead, as a country, that should mean, come up with a better argument.
And we are at Turning Point headquarters here in Phoenix, where people have continued to show up these past few days with flowers and tributes for Charlie. And his wife, Erica, is expected to speak from inside in about 45 minutes. This would make her first public address since this tragedy occurred on Wednesday. So that is what we are expecting people to continue to wait for here.
Mm-hmm. At this, MSNBC panelist Shaniqua McClendon admits that she was wrong to demonize young men after Charlie Kirk's assassination. It says, before the election, I made a comment that I'd much rather be Kamala Harris because women were supporting her instead of being Donald Trump because he had a bunch of young men. And I got to note that that's pretty much asked me why I thought it was okay to cast young men blatantly as a group that a candidate wouldn't want support from. In a world where I'm just saying that, like a world a young man might feel marginalized. Alex Wu says, each one of us can do better and we should try.
something that's just come to me throughout all of this is we all contribute to the society we live in. You know, I've seen a lot of people pointing out Charlie Kirk's views on gun ownership. And this is not the same, but it made me think about an email I got after appearing on your show once. Before the election, I made a comment that I'd much rather be Kamala Harris because women were supporting her, and instead of being Donald Trump because he had a bunch of young men supporting him. And I got a note that just pretty much asked me why I thought it was okay to cast young men, blatantly as a group that a candidate wouldn't want support from. And that's something that stuck with me because in a world where I'm saying things like that is also a world where a young man might feel marginalized and go into these online spaces where he's radicalized and find access to a gun. And so I just want all of us to take this moment to think about the way we contribute to the society we live in and all try to do better.
I got to say, each one of us can do better, and we all should try and hope it makes things better.
Give it time. Replacing Russia has not happened, but the movement kept going. Well, I would, the person who's kind of replaced Rush was Tucker Carlson. Kind of. It's a really courageous statement. I applaud her. Also, we need to make an effort to do better. Both sides, more of this. We need to learn. We can disagree agreeably and still get along in the spirit of love in our great nation. Oh, yeah. Whose belief that was? That was Charlie Kirk's belief, and then they murdered him. Virginia College Republicans president featured on ABC. On my campus, we've had people cheering the assassination, but if we become as bad as them, if we act just as much as hate, then Charlie died for nothing. Yeah. Well, no, Bongino looked like Bongino was going to take the mantle until he went into the government.
Can you get past the experiences they've had that you may have had as well with people saying, I don't care, or celebrating it? Can you get past that group and say, not everybody's like that?
Well, what I would say is that political violence is so corrosive for our country because it fills all of us with suspicion, with distrust, and with hate. But the reason I'm here today is to reject that. Because on my campus, we've had people cheering, we've had them applauding, and that should be completely and totally condemned. But if we become as bad as them, if we act with just as much hate, then Charlie Kirk died for nothing.
Can you get past the...
Because watch this, the moment Governor Fox feed cuts, right when he is documenting and denouncing the role of social media and the dark web in this rash of political violence.
Well, Governor, you referred to social media as a cancer on Friday. That's an incredibly strong word. Do you believe that social media played a direct role in this assassination?
I believe that social media has played a direct role in every single assassination and assassination attempt that we have seen over the last 5-6 years. There is no question in my mind that cancer probably isn't a strong enough word. What we have done, especially to our kids, it took us a decade to realize how evil these algorithms are, and we're doing everything in Utah. First state in the nation a couple years ago to pass comprehensive reform. Sadly, these most powerful companies on earth are suing us to prevent us from implementing these things.
And we believe we just lost our connection with Governor Cox.
That's strange, isn't it, that the connection goes out right then?
Very forcefully against social media,
that's very
saying
coincidental.
that he does, in fact, believe that it did.
That they cut his feed right when he was saying that. That's coincidental, ain't it? Look at the hatred on their faces as Scott Jennings says this. You think you saw large crowds at Turning Point events before? Just wait, because you've unleashed the thousands of Charlie Kirks. Let me guess. Another one that the video is not going to be allowed to be played. I hate this. It pisses me off. I don't know what is going on, how they're doing this. Let's see. Scott. I think this has been happening a lot. Not it either. What's going on here? Well, that sucks. That really sucks. I really wanted that video. Oh, well, I guess this is what we're dealing with here. See? So. From Time News Now. So CNN must be striking this stuff down. CNN must be copyrighting this stuff and not allowing it to go. That's the only answer I got. How this is happening. Let's see. So we got this. We got New York City woman tells Don Lemon Charlie Kirk was a good guy with good morals and doesn't back down when Lennon slanders him, calling him sexist and racist. Oh, this is good to see, right?
What do you think would happen to Charlie Kirk?
It's just messed up, totally messed up. You know, that was messed up. Like, nobody deserved that. He definitely didn't deserve that. He was a good guy.
You think he was a good guy?
I think he was.
You
Only
think?
Kirk
Good morals.
Captain Kirk.
The what?
The only Kirks you recognize is Captain Kirk. I don't know Charlie Kirk. I don't know who
You
that
don't
is.
know who it is?
I don't know who that is.
I know who it was. Like, you
I
know,
only know about him when
all of us have flaws. I can't really tell you what to believe in or how to feel. Like, everybody's having a human experience. Like, why knock him for having this human experience or what he believe in?
Even though even though he says things that are anti-women, black, all that.
I can't judge him for that.
You can't.
I can't judge him for that. But I can use judgment. He didn't deserve that.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a human being.
Yeah.
You are very spiritual.
You know, yeah.
I
You
can't
go left. I can't go left with that.
No, you sound like, you mean left, going
Yeah,
left,
like,
not left.
because I'm
right.
humanity.
Yeah.
I'm humanity and love first.
No, I love that. So the first person I spoke to here didn't want to be on camera, and he said, I can't judge him because I'm not God. And so let him, let whatever the reaction is, if the government wants to give him a state-like funeral, if they let him do it because God is the only judge. And
Yeah, like, nobody really can judge him.
Yeah.
And like, I kind of like seen him before all of this happened, but I don't see whatever everybody else was seeing. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, that's how you feel.
Have a good
It's
one.
nice to see you.
Yeah. I tried. I refreshed the page. Repeatedly. I loaded it in a new tab. I opened the video in a new tab. None of it worked. All right. It's been happening a lot. It's been happening a lot lately with a lot of videos, especially on X. I don't know why. I mean, I'll have videos. I'll watch them. They're fine. I'll check them before the show starts. Like that video, I watched that video before the show started. Now it doesn't work. I don't understand it. So they're doing something where they're taking the videos down. Mm-hmm. This is just a direct statement on MSNBC. Jasmine Clark had declared that battle lines are drawn between Democrats and Republicans, and it's time to pick up a weapon. We're at war.
But this is a war. This isn't a battle. And we absolutely will win this war.
It is a war. It is indeed a war. And I have to say, they have won some battles, Jasmine, but we have to keep our eye on the war, and everybody needs to pick up a weapon and get involved, because this is for the safety and lasting of the country.
Wow. So, yeah, so pick up a weapon and we're at war. Yeah. ABC's Martha Raddatz complains that President Trump did not talk about political violence against Democrats in the immediate aftermath of Charlie Kirk being assassinated.
President Trump said nothing about the political violence against Democrats. In fact, he blamed the radical left. What's your reaction to that? Is that something you think he should be doing?
Well, look, President Trump is very angry, and Charlie is his close personal friend. There is a lot of anger on the right, on my side of the aisle, and I've certainly felt that. And in this case, it does appear that that's true. Again, more information is coming, and we'll learn more over time. You know, I don't know that matters as much as the radicalization piece. I brought up the Democrats who were assassinated recently, and how quickly we move on from these things. But the body count is piling up, and so I'm so concerned about this radicalization piece, and that's what we're trying to understand. Again, this person made a choice, and it was this person's choice, and this person will be held responsible. And we have to make different choices, and we also have to figure out how it came to be that a kid with a 4.0, with a 34 on the ACT, with a full ride scholarship at my alma mater, who didn't even last a semester, drops out and ends up doing something like this. We need to understand that, and we need to figure out how to stop it.
All right. I'm going to show you something right now. All right. Okay. Share screen. All right. So this is in Opera. I opened a completely different browser, and it's doing the same thing. See? So it's not me. See? It's a completely different browser. Opera. Hey, what's up, Groiper? How you doing? The FBI's watching me. Probably. You've been hearing the assassin's going to be prosecuted on state level. I'm sure he's going to be prosecuted on state level. They can process him on a federal level too, because it happened. It was a shooting on a school that gives its federal crimes. They could say it was a political assassination. They get all kinds of things. It ignores the browser. The browser caches get corrupted all the time. I tried. I opened it in Opera, in a completely new browser, a different browser. I'm using Google Chrome, which I got to get away from Google Chrome. It's been sucking lately anyway. Here, Stephen Miller says, pure incitement amid an organized nationwide doxing campaign. Yeah. Here's, Jasmine Crockett says, when I see ICE, I see slave patrols. This stuff is going to get people killed. This is why we're seeing
But
ICE.
as somebody who understands history, when I see ICE, I see slave patrols. Now, I never lived through the slave patrol period, but if you know the history of policing in this country, then you understand that they were born out of slave patrols. But as somebody who...
That is so retarded. Born out of slave patrols. There was police in this country the entire time. There was detectives and police everywhere. Had nothing to do with slave patrols. That is just beyond retarded. Oh my God. She sees immigrants as slaves. They don't even hide it. Man, what is wrong with these people? Yeah. Oh, look at her with this guy. This guy, this guy's father, Jasmine, just so you know, this guy's father, he went around capturing Jews to give them to the Nazis. Yeah. So might want to think about that. Look at this event that Randy Weingarten is scheduled to speak at on Tuesday. Look at this. Look at this. Emerge, Leaders Matter, Teachers Against Fascists. A conversation with Randy Weingarten and Ashanti F. Golar. Tuesday, September 16th. Yeah. Why Fascists Fear Teachers. Randy Weingarten. These people need to all go to jail. And we got this idiot. Yeah, except no right-winger wants to assassinate you, David Hogg. Not only do we oppose political violence in all forms, but your takes are so dumb that silencing you would be disadvantageous to us. David Hogg says, if I ever get killed by one of these right-wingers, politicize the fuck out of my death immediately. I'm talking before my blood runs cold. And use it to pass as many guns laws as possible, raise as much money as you can to primary Dems who refuse to support gun laws. I mean, these people are fucking like mental cases. Literal mental cases. You know. Matt Whitlock said something dark may be coming. It came. Idiot. A 31-year-old just got assassinated in front of the entire world. In a time of great controversy, you have to download the video and screenshot it. They will delete and cover up what they have said. Yeah, I've been... Yeah. 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 Yeah, Hogg is great for the... Yeah, he's great for us. You know, he's... Police was born out of the bobbies of London in the late 1700s. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing about... It's crazy. Crazy what they say. And they get away with it. They just make this shit up. Like someone said something like, oh, yeah, slave catchers. So what? There was no... How are laws enforced if there was no police in the cities? I mean, as soon as there were cities, there was a city watch, city guard, city police. As soon as there were cities. Towns, you had town marshals. I mean, what is she talking about? Yeah, Chris Murphy, pay attention. Something dark may be coming. The murder of Charlie Kirk could have united Americans to confront political violence. Instead, Trump and his anti-democratic radicals look to be readying a campaign to destroy dissent. Yeah. The latest message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined was said we have to dismantle and take the radical left. Let's see here. I want to play this because Stephen Miller, I have no problem with playing.
And let me tell you something I'd not share with anybody, but the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. Oh. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us. And we are going to do that under President Trump's leadership. I don't care how. It could be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States, insurrection. But we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing, that are trying to inspire terrorism, and that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. And my message is to all of the domestic terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate. You want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but you will live in exile, because the power of law enforcement under President Trump's leadership will be used to find you, will be used to take away your money, take away your power, and if you've broken the law, to take away your freedom, Sean.
Wow. That's insanity. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Chris Murphy, the day before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, we are in war, and whatever we have to do is necessary. Here's this guy that says something dark is coming, and it's, you know, it's the right. This is
like we're in a war right now to save this country, and so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country. Like we're in a war right now to save this country, and so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country. Like we're in a war right now to save this country, and so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
Wow. You know, if you use the mindset and the legal rationale that they use to go after Trump after January 6th, saying that he was responsible for all of it. He incited it. What he just said right now is incitement for the guy that killed Charlie Kirk, that assassinated Charlie Kirk. Because he just said we're in a war right now, and whatever we have to do to save the country, you have to do it. So he should be charged with the murder, inciting the murder of Charlie Kirk under that same rationale, right? I mean, right? Allegan News comes in with 5 and says, Democrats view illegal migrants as their slaves, so Crockett concerned about slave patrols makes sense. Yes, it does. And with that, we are $54 away. And I did extend the show a little bit. I added another 30 minutes to the goal. All right. And so if we hit this goal, it's $54. I will add another hour. And we've in reality, we've already gone almost another additional hour. We're almost at 4 hours. We got, so I would actually make it another hour on top of that. So you would get 5 hours for the price of 4. So just saying. We got this. To Dana Bash, total dismay. Utah Governor Cox just confirmed that Charlie Kirk's assassin was indoctrinated by leftist ideology. Her expression throughout the clip says it all.
You told the Wall Street Journal that it is, quote, very clear to us and to the investigators that this was a person who was deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. Can you elaborate on that and be more specific?
Well, sure. So that information comes from the people around him, from his family members and friends. That's how we got that information. Again, there's so much more that we're learning, and so much more that we will learn. There will be official charges will be filed on Tuesday, and there will be much more evidence and information available then. And again, we're interviewing all kinds of people, everyone that knows him, and trying to learn more about what that motive actually was.
You told the Wall Street Journal that it is, quote, very clear to us and to the investigators that this was a...
Governor Cox did not want to criticize President Trump. Trump had pointed the finger at the left. Is that the message you should believe should be putting out? So here's Governor Polis, who's going to criticize Trump.
You heard Governor Cox. He clearly did not want to criticize President Trump at this time. And Charlie Kirk was a good friend of President Trump and his family, but he has pointed the finger at what he calls the radical left. Is that the message you believe he should be putting out?
Well, look, as Governor Cox said, the president was close friends with Charlie Kirk, and of course, to all of Charlie's friends and family, including the president, I extend my sincere condolences. This is about the acts of an individual, the inexcusable, evil acts of an individual. And there have been more of those in different places at different times. The assassination of the Speaker of the Minnesota Assembly, shooting here in Colorado. Whatever motivates these acts, the fault and the responsibility lie with the perpetrator. And I hope that he's brought to justice and faces full accountability for his crime.
You guys blamed the guns. You did an assault weapon bans because you said it was the guns' fault. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? Yeah, the radical left absolutely needs to be discussed at this point. Enough deflection. After Charlie Kirk's assassination, Democrats keep fanning the flames by giving airtime to these kind of voices. This MSNBC panel ripped into Trump's plan to send a National Guard to red states like Memphis. Funny, since they mocked him for not doing it before. Amara Jones from a Trans/Media said, crime's just an excuse to militarize our cities. Trump and his team have vowed to tackle the crime wave and kicking out the government officials who enabled it. They're damaging to dodge the blame for their soft on crime policies.
Deployment of the National Guard in American cities.
Well, I think that whenever you are looking at an authoritarian regime assert itself, that whatever they're talking about is not actually what they're talking about.
Is that a man?
Right? So crime in this case is just the prelude in order to be able to normalize the militarization of American cities. And the more that it happens, the more people get used to it, so that if it is deployed at scale, and we know that there are people around the president whose fervent wish is to declare martial law sometime in the next 5 or 6 months, States, as they continue to roll out this militarization on streets, that they normalize that for everyone. And that's the point. And that's why I think that when, Democrats and others get caught up in talking about crime statistics, that's not it. You have to frame the issues for what it really is, which is about a power grab by a singular individual and the ideology behind him who wants to overturn democracy. Crime is not a federal issue. It is a local issue that has been the case since the founding of the Republic. And this is just another violation of those norms.
And the Memphis Police Department just revealed data showing overall crime in the city is actually at
What surprised me is Governor Cox, who's not MAGA, has been doing a decent job to release information, has not put his non-MAGA bias on it. Well, I hope not, but I just want you to remember that Governor Cox is a woke person. He's woke. He has pronouns in his bios. He refused to sign the transgender ban, for girls and boys and girls sports. He refused to sign it. So don't let him fool you. Don't let him fool you, no. Hey, we're now $49 away only. $49 away from a second additional hour, which technically would be a third additional hour because we've already done the second additional hour. So, just saying. Yeah, chock full of clowns. I do have a lot of tabs left, just so you know. All right, here we got another post from, Cox is woke. That's why you say, I know, I'm just saying, but I do have some stories. I do have some clips of him saying some stuff that kind of says rhino. Yeah, Cox tries to play a moderate. Well, he's Mitt Romney is what he is. Cox is Mitt Romney. Oh yeah, no, Cox. Yeah, I got the stuff. I've got the stuff. I'll pull it up in a little bit. If you needed any more proof of why NPR is being defunded, it's right here. Here's Exhibit A. Mary Louise Kelly. We've all watched in the absence of information, conspiracies and partisan accusations fly and fill this void for a week. This 22-year-old was registered to vote, had not voted, grew up in a home with Republican parents, yet we still don't have a real idea about motive, and we continue to piece this together. She adds, we have not watched President Trump back off his rhetoric or his aides backing off rhetoric about the radical left, which we don't know. There's no evidence to support that right now. That the radical left with fingerprints on this. President Trump is just one of the biggest supporters and closest friends publicly murdered. His first instinct is to blame his rightful anger and ignore what's right in front of our eyes. This fact that these people are saying these things is beyond ridiculous.
I think it's interesting too. We've all watched, in the absence of information, conspiracies and partisan
is this another
accusations
man?
Fly and fill the
That's
void.
another man.
This week, for the first couple of
look at that Adams. It's another fucking man. Look at the Adam's apple. Look at the Adam's apple on this man.
days, we had a void in terms of identity. We didn't
the
have
Adam's
we didn't
apple?
have a suspect. We didn't have identity, and we didn't have motive.
Is that
We
all
now
that they put on
have
TV
someone
now?
in custody. We have a name. We have
men
an age,
pretending
we have
they're women?
information starting to come out. According to county officials, this 22-year-old was registered to vote, had not voted, grew up in a home with Republican parents, and yet we still don't have really any idea about motive as we continue to piece this together.
No
But
motive.
we've not watched President Trump back off his rhetoric or his aides backing off rhetoric about the radical left, which we don't know, but there is no evidence to support that right now.
Yeah.
That there is radical left with fingerprints on it. I think it's interesting too.
Yeah, I don't watch CNN for the same reason I don't drink from the toilet. Fake news alert. In no way did Utah Governor Cox suggest on his ABC or NBC hits today that there's no indication or idea if transgenderism is at all relevant to the case. So yeah, this guy, Scott McFarland, is a real huge piece of shit.
Utah Republican Governor Spencer Cox has been the most authoritative voice in this matter since it happened. Scott, we have some new comments from him this morning.
Sounds like they have a lot to work with to start. First of all, as the weekend began, they executed a search warrant on the family home in Washington County, Utah. It's about 3 or 4 hours from the site of the shooting. The governor, though, says multiple people are talking here, including the roommate of the suspect, who he describes as incredibly cooperative. The roommate, he says, had no idea this was happening, and he also says the roommate may have been in a romantic relationship with Tyler Robinson, may have been gender transitioning, but the governor says there's no indication or no idea yet if that's at all relevant to this case.
That's 100% a lie. Speaker Mike Johnson merely suggesting calling people Nazis and fascists is not helpful, is ignoring the reality of our current situation. Offering the left with a daily diet of hate results in assassinations.
Mr. Speaker, you mentioned the word fear a moment ago. It is on the lips of members of Congress in ways I've never experienced before. They are talking openly. They already have canceled events. Other members are talking about whether or not it's proper in their family conversations to seek re-election. How do you feel this particular space of anxiety for your membership, Republican and Democrat?
Yeah, well, I've been talking with a lot of them over the last few days about that and trying to calm the nerves, to assure them that we will make certain that everyone has the level of security that's necessary, that the resources will be there for their residential security and their personal security. We're evaluating all the options for that, but also to be reminded that it does take a certain measure of courage to step out and to lead. I mean, our first responders do it every day, our members of the military do it every day, and political figures as well. But I think if we all adopt these practices together and we turn down the rhetoric, we cease with this idea that policy disputes are somehow an existential threat to democracy or the republic. We stop calling one another names. I mean, calling people Nazis and fascists is not helpful. Look, there are some deranged people in society. When they see leaders using that kind of language, so often now, increasingly, it spurs them on to action. We have to recognize that reality and address it appropriately. And I'm heartened to know, Major, and to see that many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are stepping up and saying that and addressing it.
Prominent conservative is assassinated, and our media goes to the Democrat Party advisors to ask for answers. Why? It's just, CBS News goes to liberal historian and Joe Biden speechwriter John Meacham and says America's in a dangerous place. And that these assassinations erupted because of, let's see.
What's the state of the American soul today?
I think that we are in a dangerous place. There's never been a once upon a time in American history. There's not going to be a happily ever after. But there are moments that you and I could agree we would like to see replicated. And this is not one of them.
For John Meacham, the Pulitzer Prize-winning historian and author of The Soul of America, The Battle for Our Better Angels, this past week has been disturbing and all too familiar.
So often you were asked at these moments to put it in context. What's the context here?
I think the context is political violence erupts in America when there is an existential question. Who is an American? Who deserves to be included in we the people, or all men being created equal? When that is in tension, when we don't have common agreement about that, then if you look at it historically, violence erupts.
Have another drink, you disaster. Let's see. Ali Noon says, I don't expect the roommate was a top as he doesn't want to be on bottom in jail. Okay. And with that, we have another $5 off. So right now, people, we are at $44 to add another hour to the show. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go, but we've already exceeded the additional hour. Oh wait, I think I think Shooter was subbed to his partner while he looked to defend the partner at all costs. Could be. Could be. Now we're at $39, people. For $39, we can add, and that could be gifted memberships. That could be whatever, Rumble rants, anything. We'll add another hour to the show. All right. I don't know how much longer we'll be going here, but maybe another 15, 20 minutes if we don't hit this goal. Nancy Pelosi, he thought he could win the House by ordering Republicans to gerrymander a majority, but powered by grassroots volunteers, California will stop Trump from rigging the election before. Yeah, here's Nancy Pelosi talking into something.
Thank you to all of you for what you are doing. This is it. And I understand Derek Turban is here from the chair of the Hawaiian Democratic Party to add into the volume and just the greatness of what we're out to do here.
No,
So
I don't want to
our
beg
Hawaiian
for money. I'm just saying. I mean, I already
effort.
went an extra hour.
Largely, right now, our goal is to save our democracy, to save our country, is to win the House for the Democrats. Further to that end, we must win this initiative on the ballot. Some people say, well, I don't like redistricting. I don't like it either. But if they're going to redistrict, we will not be unilaterally disarming ourselves. We're going to win 5 seats that we wouldn't have been able to win before and hold 4 seats that you helped us win in the last election. So it's a pretty fabulous opportunity.
Oh, shit. I forgot Instagram had to disconnect after.
Our volunteers
so Instagram's gone.
Are very important people. Thank you for what you are doing. Susan, thank you for the organizing that the Bay Area Coalition is doing to have. I
forgot that Instagram cuts off after 4 hours.
Again and again.
And I'm going to say goodbye to X too, because you know what, X, you guys
Christine knows this. She's a
Bye, X.
You must own the ground to win the election. You
must own the ground.
You
must own the ground.
You can only own the ground with the full participation of our VIPs, our very important people.
Our VIPs.
So thank you for what you're doing. And not only that, not only to remind people to vote, tell them how we would like them to vote, because it is about saving our democracy. It's a vote against Donald Trump, but it's also a vote for health care for people, and it's a very positive thing. But when you're calling people, or whatever form of communication you're engaged in, you're getting information back, and that's helpful to us all too. People, some people care about Medicaid and that's it. Some people say, I don't even get Medicaid, but they don't know that whether they get it themselves, their hospital in the region gets it. And if they want a hospital in the region, they have got to fight this fight for us. Consider it an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to take back the House for the American people, for the future, for our country.
Steal it back.
Who's going to make that happen? Know the power of you. All of you are going to make that happen. So on behalf of my colleagues and the congressmen and the rest, I bring greetings and thanks to you for what you have done, what you are doing, and hopefully what you will continue to do. Susan, your leadership is so essential. Derek, thank you for yours as well. But thanks to each and every one of you. My pleasure to be with you.
Wow. Yeah, so there's that, and then there's this. Then there's this Pelosi here.
We cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
Other Democrats are quickly calling for gun control before we have the full picture of the alleged assassin. John?
All right. Mike Emanuel Forrest. Mike has always been.
We cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
Other Democrats are quickly calling for gun control before we have the full picture of the alleged assassin. John?
All right. Mike Emanuel Forrest. Mike has always been.
We cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
Other Democrats are quickly calling for gun control before we have the full picture of the alleged assassin.
Wow. That's crazy. And Robbie Starver says, a Fox News contributor, Richard Fowler, sounds like he's fine with beating up Republicans, but not shooting them. I mean, it's an improvement over what many other Democrats we're seeing right now.
have to ask ourselves is, do we want to change this? And do we want to make a country where you can disagree with somebody politically? And we might even get into a tussle or a fight. But that tussle and a fight does not end with a bullet. And it doesn't end with a bullet in a school. It doesn't end with a bullet in a mall. It doesn't end with a bullet in a movie theater.
Oh,
but
so it's okay with a fight,
we
a
might get a
tussle and a
black eye,
fight.
and I'm okay with that. But I have a problem when
Well,
it
he's
becomes
okay
a
with
bullet.
physical
I think that's
violence.
who we are as a nation. And we've got something to correct that. We've got to correct it fast. Americans have to ask ourselves is,
Yeah, no. So he's okay with physical violence. So okay. Here we go. Secret Service agent turned MSNBC analyst Evie Pomporis in the Charlie Kirk segment calls for pulling back from social media, not feeling the need to tell everybody what we think. So yeah, so they're like, hey, maybe we shouldn't tell everybody what we think because we don't want to get fired for telling people how we feel.
Actually, research is showing due to the increase of social media, we're seeing a decrease in empathy amongst people. So there is something that's happening within all of us. And I think everybody has to make a movement towards pulling back, going a bit more quiet, and really not feeling the need to tell everybody what we think all the time. Actually, research is showing.
Cool. All right, let me see here. So all right, listen, we got 8 minutes, people. I'm going to do one last push here. I'm going to try real hard and do one push. We have 8 minutes, all right, left to get this goal, all right, which I've extended twice. If we currently need $39, and if we get to $39, I will add an additional hour to the show. So it would be over 5 hours of show, all right, for $39. And that's in any way, shape, or form on Rumble Rants, Super Chats, Cash App, PayPal, you name it. Gifted memberships on Rumble, gifted memberships on YouTube, anything. So just think about it. Chris Van Hollen says Democrats must start shaping the future by supporting communist Zoran Mandami, mass amnesty Abigail Spanberger, and cashless bail Mickey Sherrill. There's no moderate Democrat party, only radicals.
Fellow Americans and Iowans, we are at an inflection point. The country's not going to fix itself. The National Party is not going to fix itself by itself. It's up to all of us. It's up to all of you. We need to start now shaping the future. That means winning the key races of 2025 by supporting our terrific Democratic nominees for governor in Virginia and New Jersey. It means in 2025, and it means supporting our Democratic nominee in New York City's mayoral race, Zoran Mandami. He is focused on ensuring that people can afford to live in the place that they work. That should be our goal in New York City, Des Moines, and every town and city and place across the United States of America. Donald Trump and New York's financial elites see that as a threat. The idea that everybody who works in New York City should be able to afford to live in New York City. And they have mobilized to defeat him. Yet, many Democratic members of the Senate and House representing New York have stayed on the sidelines. That kind of spineless politics is what people are sick of. They need to get behind him and get behind him now.
Wow, that's interesting. Just opening some more tabs. All right. Oh, what's this? So, wait until they realize no one watches politics when AI corn takes over. Oh, AI porn. Yeah, it could be. So I believe. That will lower it down to for only $34 away, folks. $34 away from another hour. Just $34. $34. That's all. That's all. Senator Langford is asked to respond to Stephen Miller's comments about law enforcement aggressively pushing left-wing organizations that foment violence. He immediately goes into both sides mode and leads off his reply talking about white supremacy. So this is a Rhino Langford. I want everyone to remember, too, that this is the same jackass who right before the election tried to give amnesty to all the illegals.
Well, I would say if there's someone preparing to be able to take out an aggressive act against someone or to be able to violate the law, that is the role of law enforcement to be able to protect Americans. We need to be careful in how we talk about this, whether it is talking about white nationalists and preparing to be able to attack and to be able to carry out an attack, or to somebody like a Timothy McVeigh that hated the government intensely and in my state 30 years ago murdered 168 people in Oklahoma City,
Oklahoma City,
or whether
sure.
it is a leftist group that is interested in actually attacking a pro-life center that we saw several years ago, or whether it's carrying out some other act of terrorism or trying to be able to intimidate people. We should have equal application of the law to saying if you're choosing to be able to carry out an aggressive, violent act, that should be something that we actually try to interdict anytime that we possibly can. Again, thinking something, talking about something is very different than carrying out that action. We have freedom of speech, but you do not have the freedom to be able to plan, prepare, and carry out an attack against another American.
Yeah. James Langford is a nice man. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Have it right here. James Langford is a nice man. I bet he'd be a wonderful neighbor, but he's a moral coward and unsuited to leadership at this point in our country's history. America needs bold, courageous, fearless leaders, not jelly-spined speechifiers who lack moral courage and want to be liked more than they want to do the right thing. I've said it multiple times now. Any Republican that uses the both sides line in wake of Charlie Kirk's martyrdom deserves to lose the primary. I will personally assist in this process. Me too. Laura Ingram says, from the fellow who tried to sell a giant immigration bill as border security, who released the text only 72 hours before the Senate vote with zero consultation from Speaker Johnson. That's right. This fucking clown. The more I think about this, the more infuriating it gets. Instead of keeping the focus on left-wing terrorism that happened within the last 15 months, 2 assassination attempts on President Trump, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, he reaches back 30 years to talk about Oklahoma City. Charlie Kirk was 1 year old when the federal building was bombed, barely a toddler. I'm 39. I barely remember anything from that time because I was a whopping 9 years old. We are done with these submissive, pathetic Republicans who accede to every left-wing framing of every single narrative. The left would love to pretend that political violence is a both sides problem, and you are helping them do it with an R next to your name. If you will not resign, Senator Langford, then do us all the courtesy and stay off television. Let your more competent colleagues handle the Republican response. Roger Stone, Senator Langford is a disgrace. Covered up sexual abuse of children at Falls Creek and covers up for the deep state today. Weak Republicans are already beginning to counter-signal the Trump administration when it comes to going after left-wing terror groups. Langford suggests that we should put the same focus on white nationalists as we do on Antifa. We need to be careful how we talk about this. Just believe it differently is not illegal. That's America. Yeah, that's what he says. Senator Langford, the Oklahoma GOP censured him for the deal he planned with Schumer. He didn't want to codify Dodge foreign aid cuts. 11 years as senator, up for re-election in 2029. Votes Merrick Garland, Janet Yellen, like spending the NDAA, FISA, $95 billion and $61 billion for Ukraine. Yeah, this is him. This is the guy. He got to go. And by go, I mean be voted out. He's a uniparty cucktard. And here he is right here. This is about protecting the individual businesses, Senator Langford says. When asked if he's comfortable with employers firing people over things they've said surrounding Charlie Kirk's death, what people are seeing is this cancel culture that still persists, that if you voice something that becomes a big pushback from the community, the employer will step up and say, hey, you're about to kill our business based on what you're saying online. As it relates to individuals serving in roles within the federal government, Chris Coons says, cancel culture is a real challenge to us to balancing free speech with positions of responsibility, adding that we had to find a way to balance free speech and urging people to think twice before they post things that are outrageous online.
Senator Langford, I'm going to bring up something that's playing out through the country right now, and it's making all the things you and Senator Coons have talked about more difficult, which is people who have posted about Charlie Kirk have jobs and are being fired because what they've posted online has been viewed by their personnel directors or leaders as inappropriate. At any governmental level or in the private sector, are you comfortable having someone fired for an utterance about Charlie Kirk's death?
Yeah, this is about protecting the individual businesses, and what people are seeing is this cancel culture that still persists, that if you voice something that becomes a big pushback from the community, the employer will step up and say, hey, you're about to kill our business based on what you're saying online. Everyone has to understand what they say privately online can get connected to their business. We have a veterinarian clinic in Oklahoma City right now that one of the veterinarians posted something just absolutely horrific about now we're culling out the sick ones right after Charlie Kirk was murdered, that now there's been big pushback through that veterinary clinic because people are saying, okay, this is the person. Do I want to do business with that person if they have that belief? So this is part of the challenge that we have with social media and with employment. Employers are going to say, don't hurt our business based on the foolish things that you choose to say to be able to say online.
Senator Coons, how about within the federal government?
Well, the way James put it there, I think, is a good balance between it's okay to have codes of conduct to say to an employee,
Ruby Ridge and Waco,
you shouldn't be speaking out on behalf of this company or this department of the federal government, where your role, for example, requires that you be trusted and that you not take partisan political positions. One of the challenges of the intersection of the line between social media and one's conduct on behalf of the government is that today we can see into your internal views, but it's not that new. So let's imagine that you're a career federal prosecutor or you're a judge. Historically, there have been clear rules against engaging in partisan politics while you're performing those functions. The internet just makes it easier for folks to police and punish those who make statements that are considered extreme or out of the mainstream. Cancel culture is a real challenge to us, to balancing free speech with positions of responsibility. And we have to find our way through this together in a way that offers some grace and humility while celebrating the free speech that is the foundation of our republic and urging people to think twice before they post things that are outrageous online.
Waco, Janet Reno's baby, yeah, and Ruby Ridge. Yeah, Ruby Ridge happened, and then Waco happened, and it was because of both of them that McVeigh did it. Or, according to McVeigh, he was doing it for the government, so who knows? Yep. And Bill Holloway said, I knew from the start that Cox does not need to be the public face of this. He's blaming Charlie Kirk for getting assassinated. Charlie said some very inflammatory things. That wasn't it. It was the left who uses violence to silence opposing views.
I'm not saying we have to just sing Kumbaya and hold hands. What I'm saying is we actually should disagree. I think Charlie represented that better than anyone. Charlie said some very inflammatory things, and in some corners of the web, that's all people have heard. But he also said some other things about forgiveness. He said some amazing things about when things get dark, putting down our phones, reading scripture, going to church, talking to our neighbors. He said that we have to engage, and that's what I appreciate most about Charlie Kirk. Said if we don't keep talking, that's when the violence starts.
Yeah. Yeah. Pathetic Utah governor. Charlie Kirk said some inflammatory things. Why is he's probably preaching biblical verses inflammatory? This makes my blood boil. Yeah, I'm out of grace for people celebrating murder too. Yeah. Yeah, neither Ruby Ridge or Waco were justified. Well, Ruby Ridge was deemed to be completely the government at fault. The government had to pay money. The people didn't get convicted. The cases were thrown out, and the government had to pay tons of money. I mean, the person who took the shot that killed the kid and the wife should have went to prison. Hey, Joe, great show as always. Thanks for me. Good night. God bless. Hey, no problem, Joe. And Joe, just so you know, man, you never have to apologize for speaking your mind on my channel, buddy. That's what it's here for. Johnny St. Pete says, Utah governor with Dana Bash, she asked him for response to Bannon saying, this is not a time to sing Kumbaya. He says, Charlie said some very inflammatory things in the corners of the web that still people heard. Inflammatory. Is he the one calling for violence with those that disagree with him? Remember in 2020, Cox blamed Trump for inviting January 6th and called for his resignation and vetoed a bill banning boys and girls in sports. She asked him about calling social media cancer. He said, this is our moment, but Oh my God, I have a guest. What's up, dude?
What's going on, man? Sorry, I woke up and decided to walk outside of my patio. I saw you were still streaming, and I heard you talking about Ruby Ridge, man.
Yeah, we just came up. It was just, brief interlude.
What are we looking at, man? All the news of today. You know me. I don't get to do a lot of the news.
Right
on
now, I'm
my
just
show.
talking about the right now it's the Rhino Republicans I'm talking about, who are
Oh,
basically,
yeah. Let's get into it, man. I'll sit with you for a few minutes.
All right. Yeah. So Cox says, this is our moment. If we are waiting for a president or governor to get us out of this dark chapter, then it'll never happen. I don't understand this giving our agency or waking up every day and say, what did the president or governor say? It makes no sense to me. Everyone has to look in the mirror. Yeah. See, this is Cox. He's a real piece of shit.
Yeah.
Charlie
Aren't
Kirk said
most
some
of these people?
inflammatory things. This guy, Cox is a Rhino uniparty. We all know this. Yeah. Yeah. Both siders need to pound sand. As they keep saying, both sides. And, remember Charlie Kirk said Utah Governor Spencer Cox should be expelled from the Republican Party. Republican Governor Spencer Cox is refusing to protect women's sports. He's signaling he will pander to the trans lobby to continue the destruction of children. Why? He's likely being paid off by big pharma who make billions off of hormone blockers and chemical castration. Yeah, he has, he has he, him. He has pronouns in his bio.
Oof. Wait, the governor has pronouns in his bio.
Yep. Yeah, he's a total wokester.
And he's a Republican.
Yeah, well, he's a Romney Republican, and the guy he replaced, he's a Romney guy from Utah.
Those are old school rhinos, man.
Yeah. Cox is a transgender ideology partisan who uses fake pronouns, and he's desperately trying to change the subject away from what we all know led to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Yeah, Governor Kirk's killer was radicalized by video games and Reddit culture and memification of society. That's what he said.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's what
he
said.
That's what the governor said?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's the satanic panic and the Tipper Gore shit all over again.
Yeah. This is him. This is
the
red state governor who's not afraid to be woke. Utah Governor Spencer Cox has taken heat from the right for trying to bridge partisan divides. He's not bridging a partisan divide by being woke. He's just being a woke piece of shit.
It's such a fucking cop-out, right? It's such an old excuse. I've played thousands of hours of violent games, and never once have I been like, oh, you know what? I think I'm going to go hurt Charlie Kirk or someone on the opposing side of my politics. Never once have I done that. And meme culture, get the fuck out of here, man. This is nonsense. What are we, Tipper Gore?
Oh, what's this? Doc just put something in the chat.
Oh, all right.
Oh, let's see.
Charlie Kirk's assassin, Tyler Robinson, is being held in the Utah County Jail. He has a living hell of a life ahead of him. Now, in the last video, I explained exactly what will happen to him and even what gangs are already waiting for him once he does arrive to prison. But today, let's go over what he's going through right now as we speak in the county jail. And that isn't me saying I feel sorry for him. It's me saying, good. I'll explain everything. Let's get started.
Well, he might enjoy it. He seems a weirdo,
Yeah. Yeah, that's I made that joke on my show the other night.
Now, this has now been confirmed 10 hours ago to the local news media in Utah from the county jail officials themselves. Okay. So at the time, I was assuming and predicting this based off my own incarceration experience. And thankfully, the media and the staff has now confirmed this 10 hours ago. So yes, he is being held. They say, I'll show you the clip in a second, very brief clip. He is being held on S-word watch, which is basically the S-word, unalive. They also say he's, the sheriff says he's not cooperating. He's not speaking. He's not saying anything to anyone. And so if he's not saying anything to anyone, then usually they only put you on S-watch, we'll call it, if you made remarks to the staff that you are wanting to unalive yourself. So why are they doing that? I think it's most likely that it's because of his father's own testimony, who was the one who turned him in. He told police that, his son confessed to him and also said that he would
sounds like a movie trailer announcer.
Out of the world.
He's on S-word watch.
And let law enforcement catch him and go to jail and prison for what he did. So based off those remarks coming directly from his immediate family member, they have placed him on S-Watch. What happens there, as I said yesterday, and as you can see in his mugshot, this is why he has no shirt on. He's butt naked except for this weird little dark green padding that inmates refer to as the turtle suit. It kind of looks like an umpire's vest, or not an umpire, a catcher's vest in baseball, and it barely covers, your privates. But other than that, you're butt naked in a freezing cold cell with no socks, no shoes, no sandals, no shirt, no pants, no boxers, no nothing, no toilet. You get a hole carved
when
into
you
the
played
ground.
all those games, Cynic, did
that
you
has to
take
be
any
emptied every
cross-sex hormones
2-3
or
days that you
antidepressants?
pee and poop into.
No, I
Because you're not allowed
didn't.
to have toilet, you're not allowed to drown
Thank
yourself in
God
it.
my parents
And also everything there, you don't get, you're not just looking
never
at breaking
let
concrete walls
the
all day. It's all a
teachers
window.
or,
So that,
or doctors
what is
put me
that?
on
I mean, that's kind
anything.
of fancy for long.
I mean,
So
cocaine.
it's
I
going to be a
did.
while.
I did some
Of 60
cocaine.
days after this 30-day maximum on S-Watch, Enter 2 Space Star, and how kissing transgender day until about 6 p.m. So for those that several hour time block, he will be around 7 other inmates. He is the 8th. 7 other inmates who are in there with him. And if you think that he said,
Anyway, so
yeah, he's gonna.
And you notice how the moment Governor Cox appeared on the scene, a massive psyop was orchestrated to cast him as the reasonable, good Republican. This wasn't organic. It was coordinated effort by the media, the elites, and the gatekeepers to steer Republicans back to the lane of the establishment prefers, the lanes of the Paul Ryans and the Mitt Romneys and the Liz Cheneys.
What about the Lindsey Grahams?
Lindsey Grahams, yeah.
Oh, that Southern dandy.
Yeah.
He's just
See,
a
right here,
confirmed
here he is. You
bachelor.
saw Governor Cox. He, him. Charlie knew. Charlie said he should be expelled from the party.
Oh,
Charlie
man.
knew. And then we got this other one. We got the guy he appointed to fill. This is John Curtis, the guy he appointed to fill Mitt Romney's seats. John Curtis says, on political violence, I think we need to take the word radical and remove right or left. It's just radical. It's coming from any direction. It's not good. It's not healthy. It should just be called out. So this Charlie Kirk's assassinated by a crazy leftist. It's like, oh, we shouldn't say left or right.
You made a call out on X for people to contact you directly to talk about how they are processing that murder. And you said that would impact how we move forward and talk about these issues. What have you heard so far?
Everybody is grieving. It is so clear. And the reason I did that is when I lost a very good friend at that age, I kept wishing somebody would listen to how I felt. And I think part of the way we help this generation is to listen. There's some very, very important things that we need to be paying attention to.
I know a lot of people, certainly a lot of Republicans, a lot of people are listening to President Trump, and you've heard me talk about it earlier in the show. But several Republican lawmakers, prominent conservatives, including President Trump's sons, Don Jr. and Eric, as well as President Trump, have blamed this on the radical left. Is that the right thing to do?
Yes,
or
it
what
is.
do you
Blame it
wish
on the radical
he was
left.
saying?
So
yeah, I don't disagree.
If it were up to me, I think you need to take the word radical and remove right or left. And radical coming from any direction is not good. It's not healthy, and it should be called
Both
out.
sides.
And that's my mission. Is
people of Utah, if you don't primary this guy, you get what you
right.
deserve.
This is not left. We're talking about radicals.
They're not going to.
And that's where we need to put our attention.
Senator, how do you think we got to this point in this country with so much political violence?
Oh, yeah.
Xanax.
You mentioned I live not far from the university. I was mayor of Provo, Utah, right next to it. I know you know where that is. That was just a decade ago, and it wasn't like this. And I think a number of things have come along. I don't think COVID helped. I think we have to look really hard. I mentioned social media before. I think we have to look really hard at what's just occupying nearly 100% of brainwave of not just the youth, but of all generations, and what's coming across, and actually what we're allowing to come across. And there's just zero liability for what people are putting out there.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
If we're going to fix this, we have to look really hard at that.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of this, man. I'm so tired of these excuses.
Violence is only coming from one party. Charlie Kirk's assassin sums up the political climate in America right now. Authoritarianism is alive. Yeah. The alleged shooter, the scumbag, wasn't radicalized in college. He went to one semester and back. He currently is in trade school.
He can hear a mouse fart at 200 yards away. That dude's ears are massive. I couldn't stop looking at him. But no, it's a feckless thing that he's saying, man. It's tried and true cowardice. It's blame something else instead of the actual things that are going on.
Infuriating. This man was just arrested for vandalizing Charlie Kirk's memorial at TPUSA. 19-year-old Ryder Carl was wearing the same shirt Kirk's assassin wore. The FBI should be tracing each and every person that bought the shirt. Yeah, this is crazy. All right, we're going to watch this. Watch. And wait till you see this.
Mm.
He should have been mollywopped and stomped. First of all, he should not have walked away. I'll tell you, if I was there, he would not have walked away. He would have been carried away.
Jesus, man. These people.
I mean, right now they're looking into, there's some group called the Armed Queers or something like that in SLC, that a group that they're looking at because they're involved with this. And then there's a bunch of other people that were involved, and all these Discord, there's a whole Discord thing going on. And
Yeah,
see
I mean, you get radicalized on Discord, right?
Yeah, but see, well, no, I mean these are groups and stuff, and there's more Reddits and stuff like that also, and different things. So the shirt worn by a man who trampled Charlie Kirk's memorial appears to be the same one the assassin wore. Yeah, let's see.
Man trampled a memorial for Charlie Kirk at the Turning Point headquarters in Phoenix. Our photographer on the scene says the man kicked over flowers, vases, and balloons. He was taken to the ground by an onlooker and then arrested for trespassing and destroying a community memorial. Phoenix police say the suspect is 19-year-old Ryder Corral. And then also an interesting observation, it appears that the man who trampled the memorial may have been wearing a similar shirt that the alleged assassin was wearing on the day of the shooting here in Utah. It appears there's a logo that has a United States flag and an eagle on it. So make of that what you will. Man trampled.
Huh. Well, I mean, that means that there's some sort of concerted effort to
do
if you
search
things.
if you search for Kirk's shooter on Walmart's website, this is what comes up. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you done that search?
No,
I'm sure they've taken it down by now.
I don't know. If you want to get angry, you can search for the shoot on Walmart.com by searching Kirk shooter.
No, I prefer not to get angry right now. I'd prefer to stay focused and pointed with my efforts to
Another person, same thing. Kirk shooter. And here, get this. Brian at Jesse Barbarito, he's not a rumor. Oops, rather the Antifa assassin's suspect lover. The federal and state investigators are probing if the scumbag's support for trans may have inspired him. It's attached a rallying cry from a Los Angeles Antifa leader as one of the thousands of examples. So yeah, so this is the lieutenant governor, all right, of keep going. I'm sure you'll find some way to pin the shooting on a trans community. Right. And then, oh yeah, if you're not really ready to be violent in defense of transgender or non-binary, then you're no ally. You're simply an ally to those who wish to eliminate us. Fascists haven't resisted violently. Nothing else has ever worked, ever. And then, oh, what's this? Trans rights or what else? Oh, and then she blocked them. But then, go this, and you go like, what does the knife mean? This is her, right? What does the knife mean? Protect trans kids. What does the knife mean? Right? And this guy, Democratic Rep Dave Mintz, spitefully claims that the Kirk assassin is MAGA. Wow. And now we learn that Kirk assassin actually had a live-in transgender boyfriend. Look at, I'm an idiot.
He's not an idiot. He's just Asian. Like, yeah, they look like that, but yeah.
Besides being a drunk, Dave Mintz is a reckless, disgraceful, pathetic excuse for a congressman will say anything to distract from his own failures. Like he's like, now that Charlie Kirk's assassin has been identified as MAGA, I'm sure Donald Trump and Elon Musk and all the insane GOP politicians who called for retribution against the radical left will shift their focus. Yeah. Dem Reps keeps up post calling alleged Kirk assassin MAGA after authorities said he was a leftist. Of course he did. Because they'll say, I didn't know. and it still fools some idiots. That's why they leave it up, because there's still idiots that'll see it and go, oh no, I saw the post. It was thought he was MAGA. As Breitbart says, California GOP exposed Democrat rep true character in false claims about radical right violence. What I was getting pissed off too, is they're trying. You remember you remember that the governor of Pennsylvania's house got firebombed on like Passover or Shabbat or something like that?
Yeah, I remember that.
They're trying to blame that on the right. That was like a pro-Palestine fucking dude, man. That was like a Palestine fucking communist.
They try to blame everything on the right. That's
their. You know what it is? They say, "Oh no, it was anti-Semitic." So if it's anti-Semitic, that's right. That has to be right.
No, it's definitely not anymore.
Here's Rudd. Cox is a snake trying to carry the narrative, but he makes untrue statements every turn. I've been watching. He's working on a cover-up. That's what I think, man. I think he's working on a cover-up. And hey, look at that. With that $9, with that $10, buddy, that gives us that we're just $24 away from another hour. Wow. And that's even the fact that we've already gone an hour and a half over the extra hour. So that would get you actually, for that $25 or whatever, that would actually get you 2.5 hours for the price of 1 hour.
Wait, there's more.
Oh, wait, there's more. I'll even throw in an extra story. If you're wondering why so many lawyers are infected with the woke mind virus, I'm just trying to get through these few stories I have. So I don't know. If you're working, so many lawyers are infected with the woke mind virus, perhaps because professors who teach them boldly peddle lies to serve the political agenda. Here's the Harvard law professor spreads debunked rumor. Yeah. And Jonathan Turley says, it remains impressive how liberals can spread disinformation with impunity while supporting censorship in the name of combating disinformation. Yeah. Lawrence Tribe's claim that the Kirk shooter was MAGA takes disinformation to a new level. Law professor spreads debunked rumor. There's certain pathology in reframing such tragedies to fulfill political narratives. Sort of like claiming that the Israeli massacre was a wag the dog maneuver by Netanyahu. Well, yeah, right here it says, law professor spreads debunked rumor about Charlie Kirk's assassin. Yeah. Distinguished Harvard law professor and legal scholar was hammered after he spread the debunked rumor that Charlie's assassin was ultra MAGA. They killed Charlie Kirk because he wasn't MAGA enough.
Oh no! Are they trying to spin it on the Groypers?
Yeah, they're trying to spin it on the Groypers. They've been trying that for 2 days now. That was like
okay? So that's why somebody brought up to me earlier today about the Groyper Wars. Somebody who didn't remember it, and I had to explain it to him. It was about Charlie Kirk was going around doing his tours at that time with Lady MAGA and that gay black Republican. I forget his name now, but he's now no longer a Republican. Remember, he got bullied too much. Somebody said something rude to him or whatever, and he left the party. And the Groyper Wars were only talking about, hey, what does discussing these people's sexual identities do to move the conservative movement forward? That's it. That's all it was.
Yeah, I mean, I even saw fucking I'm starting to have pretty much had it. Like, I used to like Owen Benjamin.
Oh yeah, he was making fun of Nick Fuentes.
Yeah,
I didn't even watch the video.
Yeah, but he's trying to blame, like trying to say it's on him. It's like your people did it. It's like, dude, are you fucking crazy?
Yeah.
It's either, and it's the same as the fucking people saying it was Israel that did it.
Yeah.
Like, are you serious?
I mean, Nick Fuentes, look, better or worse, however you feel about him, he's a feckless retard when it comes to violence, right? We watched what happened to him when somebody showed up to his house, and he had to push that lady down the stairs.
Well, that was awesome, though. I liked that. I was like, good.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, Nick Fuentes is a talking head. He's not, the Groypers aren't violent guys. They just have, they have some very far right beliefs, whether you agree with them or not. But trying to spin it on the Groypers is disgusting.
By assassinating Charlie Kirk, they just gave an opening for Nick Fuentes to take his place.
Nick Fuentes was Charlie Kirk was the only thing standing between Nick Fuentes and being the voice to an entire generation of college students and young
Yeah.
men.
And I'm telling my son listens to Nick Fuentes all the time.
Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, I saw that Owen not Schroyer, but what's his name? Benjamin?
Owen Benjamin, yeah.
Owen Benjamin. I saw his video with the wig behind the fucking Nick Fuentes desk, and I couldn't even stomach to watch it. So I'll find it on Twitter tomorrow and watch it. So
Yeah. Anyway, really, so this is CBS News says thousands fill London streets for Unite the Kingdom. Dude, it was millions. It wasn't thousands, it
yeah.
was millions of people. All right.
Oh, they've been doing it throughout my entire state, from north to south, man.
Yeah. Yeah. It was millions. Millions of people. All right. Yeah. Massive Tommy Robinson Unite the Right Kingdom rally attracts a massive crowd. Over 100,000 people gathered in London. I mean, if you look at this picture, look at that. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just thousands. It's just thousands.
Yeah, that's 1,000 people.
Thousands.
Yeah.
You know? What makes Nick Fuentes far right? Does this call him far right? You know, I don't know. I mean,
I think he's considered far right now because of his geopolitics and his beliefs in the Israelis, like the Israel stuff. You know,
he doesn't like Israel. He doesn't like our money going to Israel. But you know what? Like I don't know. I mean, people call him racist, but he's like really good friends with Kanye West.
Yeah.
I mean, would Kanye be friends with a racist?
I really don't think so.
No.
Because
No,
Kanye's kind of a black supremacist.
Yeah. Yeah. The Guardian reported 110,000 at our rally. They literally had their own helicopter showing millions of patriots. Legacy media again proving why they just lie to face their own agenda. That's why nobody trusts them. And here, look at this. I mean, that's a lot of people.
Nick calls himself a moderate. I think he's a little more than a moderate, though. I don't dislike Nick Fuentes.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Nick might be a moderate compared to me.
Yeah, probably. Me and you've talked politics.
No.
We've talked a lot of politics.
I mean, like I said, I posted it. It was actually one of my best tweets this year. It got over 150,000 fucking views and a bunch of shitloads of likes. Was someone said something about Charlie being an extremist, Charlie Kirk being an extremist or something like that, and I just said, if Charlie Kirk is an extremist, then I'm Pinochet.
Jesus, man.
Oh,
Look at all
apparently
these
you can't
people.
super chat anything about cat loving boys. Oh, well, that's terrible. Wait, Cynic's here? Yeah, Cynic's here.
Yeah, what's up, Moral? Good to see you, brother.
All right, look at that. So we're only $19 away from another. We've already actually almost gone a third additional hour, really, because we're at 5 hours, and which should only been 3 hours. But
look
we're
at
$19 away from hitting this goal, which I should just abandon. Someone's going to pay it. I'm going to have to stay another fucking hour.
Yeah, like you don't love it.
I'm fine, but thank you very much, Elegant News, for that. But this guy says Charlie started to notice he stepped out of line. So you think it was the Jews too, Groiper?
I mean, when you get those supercuts of what he was saying to like Ben Shapiro and to other people, the only option after saying things like that, and we all know it, and I'm not saying anything to be out of line here.
They
The
honored
next
Charlie Kirk at
option
the
is
rally.
going to kiss the Wailing Wall. We all know it. That's what happens. And Netanyahu gives you an invite and flies you out, and you're kissing the Wailing Wall. So
Here's thousands, whatever. I mean, you're going with Joe, aren't you?
what, to the Wailing Wall?
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I? I'm his co-host.
I know. He said he was taking you.
Yeah. Just saying, dude. That's just what happens when you step out of line. I'm just not going to step out of line.
A London march organized by the far right activists. See, they call him Tommy Robinson far right. All his views are is just he doesn't want all these immigrants coming, so that makes him far right. Drew more than 110,000 people. Yeah, well, I'd say it's more than 110,000 people. Probably about 1 million more, but whatever. 26 police officers were injured, broken teeth, broken nose, and some other stuff. 25 arrests for violent disorder. Many came to exercise their lawful right to protest, but there were many who came to intent on violence. Oh, okay. The rally drew an estimated crowd between 110 and 150,000. I'd say it's still a lot more than that. Yeah, see, Allegan, I think, is right. It was not the Jews, it was the anti-trans that he got deleted.
Yeah, I think so too. From everything I've been researching, and I stream Friday to Monday, and so I don't have a whole lot of time to research, so I haven't been able to like do a whole lot. But what I have seen, it sort of correlates to the trans stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, not far right, far correct.
yeah, way to go, Amoral.
Vince
But I
says,
mean, what?
I have not been the smartest. I have no clue what a furry is.
Oh,
man.
Damn it! That show's lost to the ether. Maybe Ruby and I will do another furry show, and I'll send you the link.
25 out of 110,000 is not a lot of violence. Pat Hacker, there was over 1 million people there. I saw videos and stuff and the people cheering. There was over 1 million people. It was all over the country. It wasn't just London. It was everywhere. It was by the cliffs of Dover. It was in Brighton. It was in everywhere.
I'll tell you what. I got some friends in my Discord that live in the UK.
Well, Gavin went over for it. Gavin
I'll
was
ask him. I'll ask him how many people it were.
This is the Independent saying, oh, the far right march was a significant event and a sinister one. Yeah, they did self-control. Well, like according to Tommy Robinson, from what he was saying, that the violence was coming from the people protesting them.
Yeah.
Apologies. I was about to send you a $20 super chat, but then you said you didn't want to go another hour, so I'll get you next time. All right, no problem. I appreciate that. I appreciate
Make the man go another hour because I'm leaving in like 10 minutes. Make him go another hour. Do it, chat. Give that man $20.
Here, let's do this real quick. We're going to get through it. TPUSA received 32,000 inquiries in the last 48 hours to start new campus chapters. Yeah. 150,000 to 1 million did a good job of self-control. Definitely. Yeah, it says do a search on the internet for a video titled "The Failure of Rain Furriest." You won't need much mind bleach after much. Yeah. Turning Point has been inundated with questions and requests about starting new campus chapters, and so they shared a report and it said they received 32,000 inquiries in the past 48 hours. Thank you, Brian Olekamp. Thank you very much. We're going another hour anyway now, so you can go ahead with the 20 if you want. So, okay, right now we are $74 away from a third additional hour.
Way to go, Brian. Good job. Good man. Way to go, dude. Audra says, thank you, Brian.
Anyway, so he added that Turning Point USA has 9. It says Brian says he likes Cynic. He did it for him.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Charlie's vision to have a Club America chapter in every high school will come true. Post was viewed 7 million times. Turning Point USA did not immediately recur requests for comments. It was founded by Kirk in 2012. They have a presence at hundreds of colleges and high schools and campuses. He's credited. He's a close personal friend with President Trump and aligned with MAGA, and credited with helping mobilize the support that won President Trump the 2024 election.
My question is for you, right?
Yeah.
Does Charlie Kirk reach martyr status because of this?
Oh yeah, he does. I honestly, I mean, the Democrats are going to piss and moan and kick and stuff, but they're just going to if the Republicans were smart, like if I was in charge, I would be putting forward bills like in the coming weeks to, well, Alec News says he's off to bed anyway. Jim talks away. I would be putting bills forward to name streets or holidays after him. Get the Democrats to piss and kick and moan and say no and all the stuff, and then that's going to be useful for all the normies. They're like, wait a minute, this guy has neck blown out in front of his kids for just wanting to talk, and they still hate him, and they're still going to talk shit about him.
Yeah, I would do that and actually use it as a
use it as a wedge.
Yeah,
to get people. Use it as
now
a wedge.
I wouldn't just use it as a wedge to get people. Now, some people may disagree with me on this and may find it crass or whatever, but I would also use it to get bills passed, right? And be like, all right, we'll pass this, and you know what? We don't need that Charlie Kirk Street in wherever, whatever, right? I think Charlie would appreciate that. I personally. But it's definitely a useful tool, and he was nothing but a politically savvy man at the end of the day.
Yeah,
So
he was, but what I'm saying, like I personally, my statues would be a nice touch. Like I think
I
he should
agree,
be like,
Audra.
we have MLK boulevards in every town. We can have one for Charlie. Sure, we should have CJK Boulevard.
We'd
Why
have
not?
Charlie Kirk Boulevard in
Yeah,
every major city,
yeah,
and
why
that's
not?
where the white people can live, just like every city has MLK Drive, and that's where black people live. It's
Yeah, I
Pecan
mean,
Avenue in my town.
think about it. What is really that different about what Charlie Kirk was preaching and what
Nothing.
MLK was preaching?
Nothing at all. I really don't. I really don't think so.
Non-violence, just let's talk.
Freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech. Treat everyone
Yeah.
by their character, not by the color color of their skin. I mean, Charlie Kirk said no DEI. Don't do this stuff. Treat everybody by their merit. I don't understand. Yeah, they named streets after George Floyd, not the woman who he held a gun to the belly. Turning Point USA. I think this is why Ben Shapiro is hot and heavy, wanting to take over, because he's seeing all the popularity and what's going on. He wants some of them shekels. So Turning
he's
Point,
just gonna fucking bore everybody, though.
Yeah. This assassination will birth an army of Charlie Kirks. It will be a lasting legacy. Within days of the assassination, Turning Point, the campus organization received more than 32,000 requests for new chapters around the U.S. That's a lot of new chapters. The organization received 32,000 inquiries in the last 48 hours. They currently only have 900 college chapters and 1,200 high school chapters. So just imagine the growth there. That's a 30x growth.
They're gonna wake a sleeping giant if the Republicans can keep their foot on the gas and people can stay motivated with this, man. They're gonna wake a sleeping giant.
Yeah, I saw a great article. I think I had it yesterday. I don't know. I'd have to look for it again. Basically saying that this is just like what Japan did in World War II, where they woke the sleeping giant. They basically it was the silent majority, and now it's the very pissed off majority.
I've talked to some very politically savvy and conservative people that are very.
No, they should be all beachfront property.
But I've talked to some conservative people recently who were very sort of like local politics. I'm doing my thing. I'm worrying about my group doing this, and they are fucking activated and they are fucking pissed. So yeah, I think they've woke a lot of people up. A lot of people are sick and they're tired and they're done with this dumb shit.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't see how Ben Shapiro could be part of a group that is a Christian organization. I'm not just saying it to be an asshole. I'm just saying, like, it's all about Christianity, and
Judeo-Christian is what it will be
Well, it
then.
is, but no, I mean all the stuff that they do with the churches, it's all Christian churches. They have their own faith departments and stuff, with like pastors
Yeah.
and stuff. But I don't see it. I just don't see it. You know, the producer of the Charlie Kirk Show shared the news in a post on X, and yeah, so they're looking for this. You know, they're gonna make it grow.
Yeah, Doc number I agree, but you've got to stay activated. You got to stay vigilant. You can't let that fire die. If Kirk's death means something to this country, make it mean something. Don't take your foot off the pedal.
That's right, Audrey. You're right. Now more than ever is the turning point we've all been needing. Definitely. And I just want to thank everybody who's still here. There's 140 people still watching. Watch that film later in the comments. I saw it. I'll check it out. And you know, hit that like button. I want to thank everybody for being here. If you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe. But I know a bunch of you have subscribed because you know we hit 1,471 subs today.
Good job, man.
You know, and you know, I just want to say, you know, it's nice. You know, and this video has been doing great. We peaked at 163 concurrent viewers, and we've been averaged over 130 viewers on this, you know, concurrent viewers on this stream. That's great. That's great for me. You know, it's great. It is. It's great for me. It's you know, for my shows especially without getting anyone leading into me. No, Allegan, do not unsub.
Unsub Allegan. Don't let him beat the boss of you.
No, I need more subs. I need
I'm
more
gonna
subs.
unsub too.
Oh, whatever.
No, I'm not going to. I'm going to go get more.
Oh, wait a minute. There's 137 people watching right now, and there's only 131 likes. So there's 6 people at least that could go give me a like. And that just means a bunch of people watched that didn't like. So, man, I usually have way more likes than people. When I was 141 people watching, and only so see, there's 10. I'm missing 10 likes here, people. Come on, like it up, get them likes going. Oh, you love to unsub to keep the man down. Well.
You got to keep him grounded. He's getting a big head around
that's
here.
That's probably why you don't have a gifted membership, because you keep unsubbing. National Guard deployment is planned for Memphis, Trump says.
Steel toe Jim. That's what's going to happen, guys.
What? Who says that?
I just said it.
No, it ain't happening. No, I ain't never gonna be steel toe. No, I don't ever. Hey, Groiper 73 is now a monthly supporter. Thank you so much, Groiper. That is awesome. I really appreciate it. So that comes off the goal. That's $5 off the goal, I believe. It's like 69 now. 69 for another hour. Thank you, Groiper. Thank you very much. You cannot get a gifted membership. Same for Joe. Why can't you get gifted memberships? Why not? What's going on with that? That's weird.
You gotta turn them on.
You gotta turn them on or something.
Yeah. So like, I don't know how to do it now, but when gifted memberships rolled out, like you had to click a thing in the chat.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, is your set to accept gifted memberships? Brian Olenkamp was like Mr. Gifted Member. I think Brian Olenkamp gifted like 100 memberships this month, maybe more. I'd have to go look. A lot he gifted. Like multiple times. He did 10 here, 20 there. So, yeah, President Trump announced the National Guard would be heading to Memphis to deal with the crime. Our president made his comments September 12th during an interview with Fox News. During his comments, Trump said that Memphis is deeply troubled and added that the National Guard presence would fix the problem just like it did in Washington. The president also said that he sees New Orleans as a city in really bad shape and that Governor Landry wants him to act. The governor wants us to go in. We'll do that too. There you go. They were complaining, like, you can't go in unless the governor asks. And now the governor's asking. They're like, you can't go in unless the mayor says it's okay. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way. September 10th, more than 2,300 arrests have been made by federal and local partners in Washington, and more than 220 illegal firearms have been seized. See, I don't believe in anything called a legal firearm. I think they might be undocumented firearms. Maybe they just need to get, But then
Document
again, why
fraud.
would they even need documentation?
I agree.
He said the National Guard could solve Chicago's problems within 1 week. After we do this, we'll go to another location. We'll make it safe also. Chicago's a mess. We'll straighten it out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. He said, Vince Shove says, this was compliments of Brian Oldekamp. Thanks, Brian. Yeah. It says it's not turn it on. This is sub channel. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I have no clue. I'm gonna head out though, Jim. It's
Right.
2:00 my time. I've got to do a show tomorrow on the FFS podcast. If you want to go, sub. We don't talk much news. We talk dumb shit. And then you see me Wednesday on Good Logic's channel. So
Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
yeah, brother. I'll be in the chat for a little while because I'm
All right, cool.
be on the TV. See you, brother.
All right. And then she says, have you tried turning it off and turning it on again? Not sure I've tried that. I shall now. He's dead, Jim says. Doc says, Dems are petrified of Trump actually solving crime. If he does, their whole house of lies and eternal dependencies collapse, and they're screwed. Yeah. FBI, look at this, White House plans security boost on civil terrorism fears as FBI investigates revolutionary leftist groups and Kirk assassination. Wow, that's crazy, right? White House plans security boost. Revolutionary leftist groups in the Kirk assassination. The Trump administration sounded the alarm in what they openly described as civil terrorism, revolutionary left-wing communists, political violence following the assassinations of Turning Point USA's founder, Charlie Kirk. In a sign of urgency, the White House requested an extra $58 million in security funding for the executive and judicial branches. Yeah, queer resistance. Look at this. Agitate, educate, organize. Yeah. Kill list risks. Kirk's assassination should be interpreted by America First leaders and thought leaders as the potential beginning of sequential campaigns of targeted political violence. The message is obvious. Revolutionary armed Marxist radicals won't stop at Kirk. Overnight federal response. The FBI disclosed, as per Axios, that agents have opened investigations and the leftist groups believed to have had prior knowledge of the attack. No names were released, but the admission marks a significant concern among investigators. Hence, the White House's move to request $58 million in security boost. Organized conspiracy. The GPS-based research flagged by analyst Tony Segura suggests as many as a dozen co-conspirators may have been involved, raising the odds of a coordinated network rather than a lone wolf incident. Let's make Jim stay up all night. Sin. Seize the institutions now. Let's move forward. Major. Get them. Get them. Get them. Gird them. Gird them. Gird them. The request for $58 million. The request will include extra funding in the upcoming stopgap bill ahead of the September 30th deadline when the current spending runs out. The administration also signed signal support for expanding resources to safeguard lawmakers. Further details from Axios report said that federal and state officials are honing in on the radical leftist groups. Between the lines, the federal and state enforcements are examining leftist groups in Utah to see whether they had knowledge of the alleged shooter's plans beforehand or if they lent any material support to him afterwards. One of the groups eliminated its social media profile after the shooting, Axios learned. Before the assassination, Kirk, who had already assessed and warned of an emerging radical leftist threat from potential threat risk to the Trump administration, American First leadership, and individuals holding and opposing viewpoints to those on the left. There were some indicators of escalation visible well in advance, suggesting the attack on Kirk could be part of a broader wave in a new era of civil terrorism versus what was previously thought as an isolated incident. Not the government, but the independent investigators that always tout cell phone tracking in their claims for things like voter fraud. How are they getting that GPS data? I don't know. I don't know. There might be something there's got to be something that's public, like where it doesn't give you like it might be public data, but doesn't give you like the actual device. It just might give you like some kind of identifying numbers or something, but not like, you don't know whose phone it is, type of thing. There's no way for you to find out whose phone it is. Axios report does not provide names of the leftist groups under investigation in Utah. Still, there's suspicion surrounding multiple groups, including the Armed Queers, Salt Lake City, and the Socialist Rifle Association. Huh. Gateway Pundit just says that Trump deploys the National Guard to Memphis. A U.S. military lawyer weighs in on legality. Oh, okay. President Trump announced that he will deploy the National Guard. Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris, a Democrat, urged the administration not to send troops and said he may pursue legal action. We will do everything in our power to prevent this incursion into Tennessee and to protect our rights. You don't have any rights. You're a mayor. You're not a governor. And the governor invited him in, so you're fucked. Yeah. Dems had a 5-point plan. They had Orange Man bad, abortion, Project 2025, democracy, and Orange Man really bad. That's all they had. Yep. Well, I think some of the stuff is available for using for like advertising targeting, stuff like that. Crime has been rampant in U.S. cities, especially under Democrat leadership in Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, Chicago, Boston, New York. Yep, it's only gotten worse. They downgrade offenses, they juke the stats, as it's called, and many offenders never return for trial. Harris has made similar claims, insisting crime in Memphis is at a multi-year low, though the city remains among the most dangerous in the country. Across large and mid-sized cities, crime is rising, yet Democrat leaders refuse to address it in response. Trump has deployed the National Guard and Marines to Los Angeles, federalized the police in Washington, D.C., and pledged to act in other cities. John Deaton, a U.S. Marine veteran, trial attorney, and author, explained in an interview that the legality of such actions in D.C., where presidents authorized and has been federalized. Federal law governs at D.C. The commander-in-chief has that authority, carte blanche for 30 days. After that, Congress was authorized it. Outside Washington, the rules are different. Noted that when Trump sent Marines to California, he had a limited mission protecting federal officers. ICE agents have federal property. That was completely appropriate because there was a threat. He also pointed to the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878, which prohibits active duty troops from day-to-day law enforcement. Soldiers cannot arrest suspects, investigate crimes, or act as police officers. Their role is confined to crowd control and guarding facilities and personnel. There are expectations if there is an invasion of a certain type. President Trump, for example, cited MS-13 flooding in certain cities that constitutes an invasion, then he can use those mechanisms. President Trump has declared emergencies and deployed military forces at the southern border in several cities. And on January 21st, he declared a national emergency at the southern border, authorizing military support for border operations. He has also threatened to deploy troops in other cities, such as Chicago, though it has not occurred. On June 7th, Trump declared an emergency in Los Angeles and deployed significant forces. 700 Marines, 4,000 National Guard troops. On August 11th, Trump declared a public safety emergency in Washington, D.C. He invoked Section 740 and nationalized the Guard and everything, which personally, I don't think the D.C. home rule thing, I don't think it's a thing. I think it's unconstitutional, but whatever. Most recently, Trump said he would send the Guard to Memphis. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee confirmed that he'd been in constant communication with the administration and supported the deployment. Well, if that's the case, if the governor says, yeah, I want him there, ain't nothing anybody can do about it. These moves have been controversial. Not really. Because of federalism. That's why President Trump's gone out of his way to say to governors, for example, ask me for help. Some governors responded positively. Louisiana governor Jeff Landry told Trump he would welcome federal troops to address the crime problem in New Orleans. Deaton acknowledged the scope of the issue. There's a real crime problem in some of our cities like Chicago. Yeah, real crime problem, not a fake crime problem. Trump himself has emphasized willingness to intervene. I want to help. If you ask me for help, I'll be there. By contrast, in Chicago, one of the cities with the highest murder rates, Mayor Brandon Johnson signed an order rejecting Trump's offer to deploy the Guard. 15th Ward Alderman Ray Lopez, who supports the deployment, expressed frustration. I'm deeply disappointed because it means the Chicago citizens are going to have to lose. The victims of Chicago are going to be forgotten, and the criminals of Chicago are not going to think they have scared the president from coming here to put things back in place. Eaton found this troubling. Criminals don't discriminate between liberals and conservatives, he said. When they do kill, rob, or break into stores, they're not taking a political litmus test. They're not taking a litmus test, a peripheral litmus test, a political Christmas tree test. Yes. Well, what do you know? We got only 10 minutes left on that goal. So Memphis mayor says he learned of the National Guard deployment from Trump on TV. I don't believe him. Do you believe him? Nashville, Tennessee mayor. Well, he's not going to Nashville. He's going to Memphis. Mayor Paul Young said he learned the idea was under consideration when Republican Governor Bill Lee informed him earlier this week. The Democrat mayor said the conversations throughout the week, he had been talking about the possibility of getting more law enforcement through the FBI, DEA, ATF. Then on Friday, Trump made the announcement on Fox News that Memphis was deep in trouble and he's going to fix it just like he did in Washington. What? Pork chops and applesauce. Oh, pork chops and applesauce. I know that. I know that reference. I grew up watching the Brady Bunch. Then on Friday morning, Trump made his announcements. Deeply troubled. We're going to fix things just like we did in Washington. But he said, no, we don't want some here. I asked CNN whether he had hard confirmation. Young said, no, this is the first confirmation. Yes, we're all dying. Days earlier, the Memphis police reported a drop in every major crime category for the first 8 months of 2025 compared to the same period in previous years. Overall crime hit a 25-year low. Murder rate, 6-year low. Police said, I don't trust them. I don't trust the numbers. Don't trust the numbers. But Memphis has dealt with stubborn gun violence problem for years. It's gang violence. Stop calling it gun violence. Call it gang violence, please. The city also is wrestling with the fallout of the January 2023 death of Tyree Nichols after he was beaten by Memphis police. Oh, I saw that. That was a no. That was police brutality, yes. In December, the Department of Justice under Joe Biden found a host of civil rights violations in the police department. Part of an investigation spurred by Nichols' death, the findings included use of excessive force, illegal stops, disproportionate targeting. Yeah. In May, the Trump administration department withdrew those findings. Yeah. I have been trying not to yawn for an hour. I have. I've succeeded. The details remain in flux. The government has said how the Guard will factor in efforts to tackle crime. It's still being ironed out. So they're figured out. They're going to iron it out. And but Lee and Trump talked on Friday, and they plan to do no earlier next week. Get it all sorted out. The mayor said Saturday the specifics remain unknown. How many troops will come, what they will do. My friend says, Jim, I knew you would understand that reference. You're not the only heavyset old guy on this stream. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say I don't know. I guess heavyset. I'll take it. I don't know. I mean, whatever. Mayor's not happy. Young has disputed his assertion that the mayor is happy about the introduction of the Guard. And Young says he understands the fears within Memphis and noted the Guard was deployed there in '68 after Martin Luther King was assassinated. Oh, okay. How many people that were alive in 1968 in Memphis are still there now? Let's be real. Not many. That's right. I am not heavy. I'm just thick. Thick. Hey, who is this guest? He reminds me of my nephew. We watch your show every day. every day you're on. We just never comment. Well, I want to really thank you, Kim Petrie. The guest was a friend of mine. His name is Stimulated Cynic. He's has his own shows where they talk about dweeb stuff, like comic books, anime, and I went on there once, but the only anime I knew was a girl by the name of Anime Fletcher, who had a really bad nose job. Yeah. Bella is very slim. Bella is svelte. And they said the Guard also helped enforce school integration in Clinton in 1956. Troops have been deployed there for many large-scale aid operations, including flood, winter storms, Hurricane Helene, and wildfires. Okay. Easy, bro. We cover drama and news too. I know when I come on the show, I force you to. I wedge it in there. I derail the show. And here, talk about this. Yes, you can get that. You can get that distinction too. Definitely. Home of the Blues. A draft plan to activate 1,000 National Guard troops in the state calls for deployment to New Orleans. This is for Louisiana plans. And other centers are augment local law enforcement. Representative Toy Carter, a Democrat representing New Orleans, said in response that city's experiencing the lowest crime rates in decades. There's no emergency. Oh, okay. Alexandria Mayor Jacques Roy said that could make a real difference, and noted that National Guard installment at Camp Beauregard near his home city. In the draft plans disclosures after Trump told Fox News on Friday the troops could help fix up crime problems in Louisiana. Associated Press emailed Landry's office seeking comment, and Attorney General Liz Murrell said last week that she fully supports Trump's idea to send in some troops. Hey-o, Silver, away. There she was, just a oopa-doopa-dee, oopa-doopa-doopa-doopa-doopa-doo. I put the fingers and a shuffle in a beat. Hey ho. And we got one Democrat. There is one Democrat. Yeah. Kim. Kim. Cynic will be on with Good Logic on Wednesdays. Yes. And then, so this guy, I don't know if we showed this earlier, but I'm going to play it again because this has to do with the Guard. So there's only one Democrat that's in favor of this, and his name is John Fetterman.
Trump is threatening to send the National Guard into a number of these blue cities, blue states. We're seeing Democratic mayors in Chicago and in Baltimore resist additional federal help. Is that a good idea to fight Trump on this?
No, what I'll say is, like, I experienced that, it's like I live in Navy Yard. I would walk to work and I would see a lot of National Guard people. It honestly wasn't a big deal. They were friendly. They were standing around. And this wasn't like there were Russian army people. This was, it's our sons, our daughters, our fathers, our mothers kind of a thing. If you actually experience it on the ground.
Yeah, Harold Ramis and Bill Murray in Stripes.
It's really not like it's not occupied city or anything. So for me, when I was a mayor, I was a small town mayor. I asked for help. I asked for help to confront gun violence and crime. If I was a mayor and I had a significant kinds of violence situation, I would be happy to get help. Honestly, for that.
It's bad when the guy that had a stroke is the only Dem that doesn't sound like he has brain damage. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, Tennessee Man is the Timu Charlie Kirk. He did a whole skit on it. Yeah. Alex Stein, I don't know if he's affiliated with them. Like, there was a video like where he was pretending, like he would go and say he's Charlie Kirk and do stuff and messing with Charlie Kirk. And I don't think that Charlie Kirk and Alex Stein would have really gelled correctly, because Alex is very much not religious, put it that way. About the best way I could put it. Fetterman. Fetterman says we forgot why we lost to Trump. He's not an autocrat. Stop being a bunch of idiots. Democrats must recalibrate after Donald Trump's return to the White House. They've forgotten one of the reasons we lost. Some people think we have to double down, and we can't double down. We'll never win again. Trump's going to run us out of office. We're going to lose the Senate by 10 seats. And I agree. I concur. We get this story from the AP that Trump's travel ban keeps international students from coming to the U.S. for college. It's like, good. Trump's travel ban keeps international students from coming to the United States for college. Good. It was Manfred Mann, yeah. Blinded by the light. Wake up, but a douche, another roller in the night. Blinded by the... Yeah. Neither is Tim Pool, and he and Charlie Kirk were great friends. Yeah, no. I didn't say no. He said, the question was, is he affiliated? Like, does he work for Turning Point News? I say, no. Alex Stein works for The Blaze. That was the question. Here we go. The crowd just went wild as Secretary Kennedy took stage at Charlie Kirk's vigil. I owe my unification with President Trump to Charlie. And it's true. Just over a year ago, Charlie Kirk brokered Kennedy's endorsement of Trump. That's right. It was Charlie Kirk that brought the Maha movement into the MAGA movement. USA, 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 USA. Oh, I thought I was actually going to hear him speak. Seriously? Charlie Kirk's legacy lives on through the unity he forged, the courage brought by Trump and RFK together, a testament to his unmatched ability to bridge divides for American first values. Kirk's assassination isn't just a loss, it's a wake-up call. Political violence targets truth tellers. This movement won't be silenced. The Kennedy Center vigil proves Kirk's impact. Thousands mourning a patriot who exposes DC's failures and mobilizes a generation. RFK honoring him as an architect of the Trump 2025 coalition shows Kirk's vision endures. Now the mission is clear. Honor his fight by crushing the hate that took him and ensuring his American first revival outlasts the darkness. The forces behind Kirk's murder demand answers. That's right. That's right. That's right. Let's see here. Hold on. I gotta fix something. I gotta find it. I want to watch the actual what he actually said. All right, let's do this. Let's do this.
Yesterday, my 17-year-old niece left for Europe to go to college. And while she was packing, her mother, Amaryllis, my daughter-in-law, noticed that she had put a Bible in her suitcase. And Amaryllis was curious about it. And she asked her, and Zoe said to her, I want to live like Charlie Kirk. And yesterday, my 17-year-old, I met Charlie for the first time in July of 2001. I went on his podcast, and I think we approached each other with a lot of trepidation at that time, but by the end of the podcast, we were soulmates, we were spiritual brothers, and we were friends. And over the next couple of years, our friendship blossomed. He ended up being the primary architect of my unification with President Trump, which I did my endorsement at his rally, at the Turning Point rally in Scottsdale. And he was the one who put the sparklers on the stage when I shook it. He made a big show of it. But
where's the full speech? Oh, here we go.
Kennedy Jr. My 17 Amaryllis was curious about it. The country who he inspired, who now want to live with Charlie Kirk. And that's a great thing for our country. I met Charlie for the first time in July of 2001. I went on his podcast, and I think we approached each other with a lot of trepidation at that time, but by the end of the podcast, we were soulmates, we were spiritual brothers, and President Trump, with endorsement at his rally, at the Turning Point rally, mission of Charlie Kirk, out of anger, we had to be able to listen to ideas, we had to be able to say what we mean without being mean, and to talk to each other across this divide. It's the only way. And the polarization that's driven now by these algorithms and by all these other forces in our society. And that first conversation with him that I had, we talked a lot, we had a wide range of conversation. We talked mainly about the First Amendment. We talked about the fact that our founders put freedom of speech. They went after.
Okay. We got this. DNI Tulsi Gabbard delivers powerful remarks at Charlie Kirk's vigil. Ultimately, for every one of us, the time that we have in this world is temporary. Our time will come sooner or later. And so the critical question that we have for ourselves is what time we have, is what are we doing with it? How are we making the most of every day we have? Charlie Kirk, every single day, carried out his mission, motivated by his faith in Jesus Christ, his unwavering dedication to defending our God-given freedoms enshrined in our Constitution and Bill of Rights. No, unfortunately, today, Bruce is a communist douche. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Aloha. In the book of Corinthians, Paul said, "Therefore we are always of good courage, and know that while we are at home in the body, we are absent from the Lord. We are of good courage, I say, and prefer to rather be absent from the body and be home with the Lord."
Thank you, Element 47.
Ultimately, for every one of us, the time that we have in this world is temporary. Our time will come sooner or later. And so the critical question that we have for ourselves is, whatever time we have, what are we doing with it? How are we making the most of every day that we have. Charlie Kirk, every single day, carried out his mission, motivated by his faith in Jesus Christ and his unwavering dedication to defending our God-given freedoms enshrined in our Constitution and Bill of Rights.
All right, cool, Raul. Cool, Raul. Cool, Raul. We have this now. It says that Eric Trump drops a truth nuke on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The greatest mistake these people have ever made.
This is transcending not only the youth generation, but also the older generations. This is a hit on our country. It's a hit on our movement. It's a hit on, Christianity. It's a hit on religion. It's a hit on freedom. It's kind of, emphasizes the dichotomy between, good and evil in this country. And they truly have awoken that sleeping giant, just not within the youth vote, but really transcending everybody who's in this nation. It's had such a profound effect on this nation. And seeing Erica on there, she was so unbelievably articulate, so unbelievably strong. This could have been the greatest mistake these people have ever made. This is transcending not only the youth generation, but also the older generations. This is a hit on our country. It's a hit on our movement. It's a hit on, Christianity. It's a hit on religion. It's a hit on freedom. It's kind of, emphasizes the dichotomy between, good and evil in this country. And they truly have awoken that sleeping giant, just not within the youth vote, but really transcending everybody who's in this nation. It's had such a profound effect on this nation. And seeing Erica on there, she was so unbelievably articulate, so unbelievably strong. This could have been the greatest mistake these people have ever made. This is transcending not only the youth generation, but also the older generations. This is a hit on our country. It's a hit on our movement. It's a hit on, Christianity. It's a hit on religion. It's a hit on freedom. It's kind of, emphasizes the dichotomy between, good and evil in this country.
Oh, well.
And they truly have awoken that sleeping giant, just not within the youth vote, but really transcending everybody who's in this nation. It's had such a profound effect on this nation. And seeing Erica on there, she was so unbelievably articulate, so unbelievably strong. This could have been the greatest mistake these people have ever made. This is transcending not only the youth generation, but also the older generations. This is a hit on our country. It's a hit on our movement. It's a hit on, Christianity. It's a hit on religion. It's a hit on freedom. It's kind of.
All right, everybody. I want to thank everybody who's been here all night long with me, the 136 people who are still here on YouTube and the 60 people still here on Rumble. I want to thank you all. I will see you all again Monday night. What do you mean no? No, don't go? Don't go? Don't go? I've gone almost 6 hours tonight. Huh. Enjoy the day's moments. All right, yeah. Let's make a good night to everybody. I hope to see you all soon. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news. Hey, Anthony. Oh, man. I was wondering how you're doing. I'm glad you're doing okay, buddy. All right. Thank you for being here tonight and hanging out. And I hope you got to watch the whole show. Awesome, Rachel Boone. Great. Yeah. Tell everybody, tell Anthony thank you for your service, because he stood up when the country needed him. Yeah, Bella's a sleepy Bella. Sleepy Bella. No, sleepy Bella. There she is. Sleepy Bella. All right. I want to say good night to everyone. Nighty. Night. Great show. Good, it's Bella, sweetie. Yay. Bye.